did a little bit of work on Windows and a few other things. And then it was there that I met the founding partners of Sucker Punch, Chris Zimmerman, Bruce Oberg, and we went off and started Sucker Punch thereafter. So it was kind of a journey that's come in and out of games over, you know, a 20, 30-year period.
Was there a specific inspiration that moved you into starting Sucker Punch? A goal that you had?
The moment was actually pretty singular now that you ask. There were two things that happened in the same period of time. The first was, and I forget exactly which order it was, but the first was the shipment of Mario 64, a game that had a really profound impact on me. It was the kind of game that I felt like, okay, that's something I could believe that I would change my career to go make that. That I really was affected by that. And of course, our first game, Rocket, is not wildly different from that. You can really feel that inspiration. But the second, equally important and different, was Abe's Odyssey was shipped. And so Abe's Odyssey was the first game that I remember feeling like I was unqualified to compete with, that it was so cinematic and so rich. The transitions between the unbelievable pre-rendered cutscenes and gameplay were so seamless that we did not have that skill set. We did not come from a background of film production, of really anything that would help us do that. And so we were terrified, candidly, of, hey, we'd always, you know, because Chris and Bruce and I, we'd always talked about this would be our thing. And when that game came out, it felt like, holy cow, we may be in trouble. We may not be able to compete with that. And the Nintendo 64, if you remember back then, had cartridges still.
Yeah.
And Abe's Odyssey was on the PlayStation, and it had a CD, which had a much larger capacity and allowed them to do it. So that's why we decided to go then and to target the N64, because we felt like the smaller cartridge form factor, the fact that you couldn't have, you know, an hour of pre-rendered movies on that cartridge, made it more favorable terrain for a bunch of folks like us, where we didn't have that movie making and cinematic background. And we figured we had to enter the market then and there, or we would be left behind. And so that was kind of the two things that combined to make us go and decide to enter and start Sucker Punch and start on the N64.
That's awesome. I will say that I do remember having similar feelings about Abe's Odyssey, and
yeah,
and what a beautiful game that was. And
unbelievable work, Lauren and the team, you know, really inspiring for all of us, and created a sense of urgency.
Which is sometimes what we need, right? I mean, we need that sort of that moment to push us over the, you know, to jump off the cliff.
Yeah.
And clearly you did that. So looking back from the beginning to today, what have been the biggest evolutionary moments for Sucker Punch?
That's a good question. I mean, I think that the most important single change was our first big game, which was Sly. You know, and everything before that we'd done on Rocket was, you know, sort of like getting our MBA and learning how to run a company and doing all that. And Sly, we were fortunate enough, you know, on the strength of some of the work we'd done, to end up in what we consider to be a pretty, you know, dreamlike situation. We were working with Sony first party on a character platforming game, exactly what we wanted to make. And we had to actually be able to do that now. And, you know, it's sort of the dog that caught the car, you know, like, oh my God, we got it. We better be able to deliver. And we had, you know, we had never done, you know, that level of animation. You know, we had to, at that time, we'd never even done skinned characters, you know, so we had a long way to go to get Sly's tail to look soft and to do the quality animation. I think also it was really transformative because Sony had this rich history, in part written by you and your team, of making these great platforming games. And it really allowed Sony, Grady, and some of the people that I know you know and you work with, to raise our eye lines to say, oh, you don't know how far you are from being ready to ship. You know, their ability, using focus testing, using the great support that the production teams there provide, they really helped us understand the scope of what we needed to accomplish and pushed us to reach those levels. And so, that was the single most important project, that 18-month, whatever it was, window that we went from nothing to shipping Sly. Maybe it was a couple years, but that was really important for the company. We really became, a proper first-party developer, I think, at that point. We made improvements, of course, along that series. And then the second was jumping into Infamous and deciding to do streaming games, big open world games, which was a huge stretch for us again. It also changed our art style a bunch, brought a more, we had done all the Sly work, and the Rocket work was all, stylized and cartoonish, and Infamous, while I think there's plenty of exaggeration and superpowers there, it brought a much more realistic tone and really changed the way we told stories. And so a big jump there. And then, of course, Ghost is the next leap. So the pattern there, of course, is your version 1 games tend to be really, really demanding on the team and on yourselves in terms of developing new skills, changing what the sort of organizational knowledge base is in order to achieve your next big goal.
So, well, let's talk about one of those evolutionary points. How did you make the decision to move from Infamous to a brand new IP like Ghost?
I think part of it was pretty easy. The blog post I wrote on launch day, even, like, you could feel it was time to move on from Infamous for us. We'd been working, it's crazy, but I mean, we've been working on it for 9 years, almost 10 years in Infamous. And I think creatively, super important that you put yourself in new situations. We felt it in the room. We knew that's what it was time to do. But I don't think we had any hesitation. Like, we didn't think, hey, it could be a sequel to Infamous or going back to Sly. I know that'll disappoint some fans who really want us to go back to Sly, but we really felt like we needed to do something new creatively. We were ready. We had some vague ideas about, we really wanted to work big, that kind of scale. And we really wanted to do something where the core loop involved melee combat, because we felt like that was something that we hadn't done, and it was a good challenge and felt like there was an opportunity there. So that was sort of the genesis of it. And it took us a little while to find Ghost. And then, there was this period of time when we were talking about, various games, and Ghost emerged, and it was just this moment of clarity, I think, for all of us, where, the creative directors, Jason and Nate, and myself and Chris, were all just like, there it is, and it's weird because you've spent all this time, looking at different ideas, but, as much as it sounds like, a screenwriter story, when you know, and we were very certain when we found this invasion and we knew this kind of story that we wanted to tell, it all went down in literally a 24-hour period where you're like, oh, there it is. Okay, well, let's take all those other ideas and clean off the desk. This is the one. And we were absolutely certain, and it really never wavered, but seems to have worked out.
Well, it absolutely did. But I want to kind of go into creative leadership a little bit, because given the size and the complexity of the game and the massive shift that you guys needed to make to create it, how do you get people on board? I mean, how do you, when you have differences of opinion on the creative team or even on the production team, how do you get buy-in? Do you have techniques that you use?
Yeah, I mean, sort of. I mean, I think that, in part, we were just very fortunate, right? Because I think the vision for Ghost, and I went back and looked at the presentation that we did to the team, years ago. And if I gave that presentation today, it is so obviously the game we made. Like, the game did not drift tremendously. We do this chart. One of the ways we tried to explain it, actually, I should back up. So, one of the challenges, of course, is that after I give this presentation to the team, and it's Nate, one of the creative directors, or, myself or Jason or Chris, whenever any of us talks, everybody's trying to get the picture in their head of what it is this game that we're all now talking about is, but those pictures aren't all the same. And so the process of shipping that game, right, is converging everybody's vision of that game into what the game is. And often it's not what I thought or Nate thought. It's what the game kind of showed us that it is, right? You know, you learn from the game itself where the delightful pieces are. And sometimes it's where you thought, sometimes it's really not. And that's part of the journey. But we always try to make up a chart that, for better or worse, we've called the pillars. And so we have on, let's see, on the left side are the 3 or 4 most important things about the game. And then the 3 or 4, what's tier 2 and what's tier 3 and what's tier 4. And, you know, tier 1 for this was melee combat, you know, a sprawling open world, all those things that we knew were important. And the next tier was things like, you know, a progression that took you on the narrative journey that brought you from being a samurai into being, you know, the ghost. It was surprisingly an anthology of side stories was more important to us actually at that point even than the Golden Path. And we felt like that was important for this. And that whole chart, which we produced, you know, a handful of months into the project, with one exception on the 4th column, was exactly the game we made. And so I think we had the fortune on this project of clarity. We really, you know, and I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel like we really understood the game from the beginning. We understood what we were trying to make, and it was just a shared pursuit of that vision. And again, I don't want to present it like we did not have confusion. The story was very difficult for us to get right. You know, getting the player's voice in there and making sure that the characters all resonated. Combat was difficult. We certainly had our share of technical challenges to overcome. All of that is part of the journey, but you know, in a weird way, the project had this gift, which was that it was very clear from the beginning, I think, for most of us. And that really, really helped us.
That is impressive. I can say that my own experience is I don't think we've ever been able to, with a new IP, reach sort of agreement as swiftly about the core elements of the game and what really matters. It usually, so kudos to you. I mean,
it was, you know, I think it's one of those things, right? You know, I mean, like, you know, it's not like you can conjure it on demand, but you have to be able to recognize it when it's there. And this one was very clear from the beginning what we wanted it to be. And of course we found things as we went that fit into that vision. You know, I feel like one of the things that really came as we went farther along the game was this sense of minimal is UI, the wind, all those were not in the original first 2 months inception. But they resonated so closely with the tone of the game we were trying to make, a game that was comfortable with open space fit, and they grew in that garden. And you just kind of nurture those and feed them as they go. And it really worked out well.
Well, clearly the team was passionate about the idea. I mean, I think that's what it sounds like was one of the magic elements from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And so, and I know you've talked a lot about the cultural aspects of the game, but that's one of the aspects of this particular development that's fascinated me the most. And creating cultural authenticity for a game like this is something that I've wondered a lot about. You know, what were some of the things that you felt were most important and maybe unusual to create cultural authenticity for what you made?
Well, I think it actually, so that first, you know, we had come up with this idea and, you know, a really fairly clear idea of what the game would be, but we were afraid, intimidated by that particular issue. And we didn't know, could we do it? And even more important, could we convince Sony Japan that we could do it? Right. Like, and that felt like an important litmus test for us was, okay, if we aren't able to convince Shu, who was actually the person we went to, that this was a good idea and that we could do this obviously with plenty of help, then we couldn't do it. So we actually, the pitch was not widely shared inside Sucker Punch initially. It was, you know, maybe 6 or 7 people knew about it. And we took a meeting with Shu and Scott Rohde first before, just to vet this issue, because we were so nervous about a Western team tackling this material. And it was on the strength of his encouragement, of Shu's encouragement, that that we would embark on this journey. And so we had sort of pre-vetted our concerns, and I think Shu encouraged us because I think his advice was very sage. As you know, Shu can be really, really helpful, very wise guy. And his take was, you're never really gonna fool anyone that this game, was made by Western audience, by a Western team, but you can surround yourself with resources, some of which are inside Sony and outside resources, to do this well. Like he's like, your goal isn't to pretend you're something you're not. Be a great version of yourselves. Like, go on this journey, and you can do well. And it was on the strength of his support, which then turned into support from Sony Japan, which turned into, of course, the consultants that we used here in the studio in LA and around the world. All of that contributed to us tackling it. And so that's sort of the producer in me. On the creative side, I think one of the big challenges was kind of learning how we were going to talk about it. And I think we started saying, how do we do this in an authentic way? I think we actually decided fairly early that even claiming that it was authentic was wrong. That what we ought to say is, hey, we want to do this super respectfully. We want to be really curious. We want to immerse ourselves in the material and view ourselves as kind of on that lifelong learning journey. Let's view this as an opportunity to learn a ton, and to share some of that learning with our customers, and to bring some of these cultural and historical things to the market. Don't represent ourselves as historians. Don't represent ourselves as what we aren't. Know that we are Westerners trying to learn this material and then incorporate it respectfully into our game. So it was kind of, again, sort of that Shu's advice: be who you are, know who that is, and approach the material appropriately. So there was kind of a balance there. And we knew it was an original story, right? I mean, Khotan Khan is an invented villain, and all of those choices are to make sure that no one thinks we're trying to represent the actual battle, even though it really did take place at this time. It really did take place on this particular beach. We know those things. We all know that there's plenty of creative license taken here, and we're not in any way trying to represent that that's not true.
How did you, when you were doing your research, actually separate fact from fiction?
Well, I think 800 years is a long time, and you find that the more you research here, that it isn't even clear that there's a general agreement on details of fact. There's very little that survives. There are some things that have survived that are, written about this, details about ship manifests and things that happen to have survived. But a ton of it is all sort of, to some degree or another, murky. And you use the best historians. They're, both on the Japanese, and actually there's a wonderful European historian as well who's written lots about the Mongol invasions and what has happened here and what we, to the best of our knowledge, went on. And so you do that. But I think the most profound things that impacted the project aren't the history texts, it's the artifacts. It's, going to the museums and seeing the casings from the original, bombs, if you will, the ceramic casings and the actual armor, and all of that really helps, our team immerse themselves in the material, and I think shows up in the game. And so it's a combination of the things that did survive, which often are not written. They're artifacty, not, texts or scrolls. Those things tend to have been lost. But overall, it's a combination of those two things.
The artifact point is a great one. I would never have thought of that. And I think for anybody who is considering creating a game that is somewhat historical or based on real cultural events that happened, it's good advice. Focus on the things that survived, those interesting artifacts. And that was actually, one of my favorite parts of the game, and really sort of sucked me in and made it immersive. Like, I believed I was there. Do you have any advice for any other teams that are considering creating games that are based on a specific culture or period of history?
Be curious. I think that's kind of our mantra, is just assume that, your job is to go learn, right? Don't assume, go over and learn, and do your best. And then, surround yourself with people who, it's kind of interesting. There's the historical advice, and then there's just getting the cultural details right. Our instincts were wrong on lots of things, like, oh, everybody's going to have two names. They are all going to have first and last names. No, they really aren't. Like, in this period, Yuna is just Yuna. She's not highborn. She's probably just going to have a first name. And you don't find those in a history text. You find those because the localization team has immersed themselves in history, and they understand the culture well enough to help us. So, you have to have a partnership with people in that culture. You're never going to figure this out on your own. And you have to go in with a really curious frame of mind.
That's great advice. So let's talk about just the sheer size of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It is massive.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously everybody knows that, right? And I'm sure you and the team know it better than anybody.
Yeah.
When you were in production, did team members did they ever ask, how can we compete with larger teams that are making open world games?
It's interesting. I think there was certainly a lot of conversations about scale, and scale is everything, but let's just talk about the physical dimensioning of the world, right? Like, how big is Tsushima? So, we have a silhouette that we knew we were going to make, right? We knew that it was going to be this shaped island. But we didn't know the scale, right? I mean, there's literally just like, is that going to be 100 meters or is it going to be a kilometer? Like, who knows, right? And so one of the first things we did is we started building a scale model at different scales and just started riding the horse around, right? Trying to feel what is the right amount of scale to give us the feeling that we wanted. And, if it was too small, you could sit up on a ridgeline and it would feel like both coasts on the east and west side were like right at the bottom of this hill, right? And if it was too big, it would take you forever and a day to get anywhere. And so the original scaling decisions was made based on, a rough approximation of the silhouette, just tried at different scales on the horse, that we started to say, this is the size that it needs to be to feel right. So it was completely irrational. It was not like, how many artists do we have times how many, tiles will that be? And like, we totally did it entirely based on feel.
I will say that sounds pretty rational to me. I mean,
yeah, well,
correct me if I'm wrong here.
Until you do the math and you realize how big it really is. And so then we have sort of these heart attacks about like, okay, how many miles of roads are we going to have to build to do this? And how much time does that take? And at some point there's a team of people who really worked, we would call them the world team. They really worked on the ground itself. They weren't doing the foliage design. They were really working on getting the terrain, the elevations, the roadways, all of that to be right. And that team, I think, felt this more than anyone, the size of the world. And so they just developed this mantra, which is they would just sit at their desk and kind of do their affirmations like, the world is not big. It's not big. It's not big. And we even made them t-shirts. They would walk around in these t-shirts that the world is not big. Don't freak out. Like, and
wait, the shirts literally said the world is not big.
That's exactly what they would walk around the office with. The world is not big. And it was just that one team. And it was, I think we were had to just live in denial and do these affirmations to overcome this massive scale that we had to take on. And the team, deserves so much credit for, staying calm, working the problem, continue to improve the tools where we can, learn from your mistakes. And it ended up working out surprisingly well, because, it's not a huge team of people. and they just they always found a way to persevere and solve the next set of problems. You just got to keep solving them. They keep coming, and you got to work the next problem and the next problem, and eventually you get the game.
Well, it sounds like there were also, you mentioned tools. There were a lot
Yeah.
of important advancements. How important was proceduralism to you building this game?
I think the two big changes were proceduralism and sculpture of terrain in the world, in the game itself. So the sculpture actually came first. So we were working on this terrain that was so large and infamous. The entire Earth, the entire ground was modeled either by hand or by assemblies. You'd make a rock and you might put 3 rocks in, but it was hand done for the entirety of the game. And it's just impossible. Like, there's no way you're gonna poly mesh model the entire island of Tsushima. And of course, you're not going to texture it or do the growth of all the plants either. But we weren't there yet. We were just trying to solve the mesh solution, and so we had to go to an elevation-based height map system for the majority of what we did, and that was all new. And then we had to build in engine on the PlayStation tools for sculpting that height and persisting it out, because everything else was too indirect. Anything we did in Maya, and then you had to export and load to see it, the loop was just untenable there. So in the period of the development of this game, we built a series of tools that allowed the artists to use a sculpture set of tools for flattening and pulling and pushing the terrain around. And that was the first big, I think, world-related improvement. Again, not shocking for people who maybe have worked on PC games and in big tool sets, but we didn't have that tool set. And then the second part was procedural terrain and texturing. Actually, they both have separate systems. And that was really a big change for us as well. Now, we'd known, and there's been some talks about what Horizon did similarly to generate their procedural, the guys at Gorilla on Horizon used a procedural system to place some of their foliage. And obviously we felt like we had to learn from them. So we spent some time, doing conference calls with them about how they thought about it, what did they do, and then we had to think about how it related to us, and the kind of places we wanted to build. But in the end, we had a system that allowed us to create effectively expressions, which are sort of like spreadsheet expressions. This is an outgrowth of our VFX system, which also uses expressions. And it would allow you to take a particular piece of foliage, maybe a fern, and write an expression that described what kind of place this had affinity for. It liked places that were near water or near, on relatively flat ground and so forth. And, all kinds of different contextual and other clues. And then the artist could attach, individual art assets to those, and then they would grow in the world. And that was an interactive thing where they could change the formulas and regrow the section and see how it would work. And if we hadn't done that, we could have never made the game. And there's like 3 million trees in the game, so we're not going to place those by hand. So, and we did the same thing for textures, for lots of textures as well, where a lot of the beaches and things kind of are automatically informed by textures, and then the artist can go in game again and add detail and enhance that procedural version of it.
That's a great explanation, and I'm sure a lot of environment artists and programmers listening to this are going to appreciate pulling back the curtain.
Yeah, I would imagine there'll be, when and if there's a GDC with real presentations, I'm sure we'll let some folks show off all their super cool work. Yeah. So it was a fun project.
Well, again, speaking of the sheer size of the game, do you think there currently is still, or will be, or has always been, an arms race over game size? And a corollary question to that is, do you think that there's a difference between players and reviewers in terms of how they think about the size of a game?
I try pretty hard not to be a pundit on stuff. And so, I don't know if there's an arms race. We have a game that I think, people can complete in 20, 30 hours. They seem really satisfied with that on the gold path. They
Oh, I just got to
seem,
say, I think it's a heck of a lot bigger, longer than that for me, at least. So
well, and, that's if you're rushing the golden path.
yeah.
And then, you have people playing 70, 80 hours to sort of play a really deep playthrough, and they seem happy. So I don't know, satisfied customers feel like the thing that we care about. And I have not personally, I'm not aware of a lot of backlash against the scope of the game. If anything, people love the immersion. And the most common meme I've seen is, I'm playing slow because I want to not have it end, And so I don't think we misjudge the size. The world and the scope of the game feels like it, at least, in this moment, is reasonable. In terms of, of course, players and members of the press have different takes on games and different jobs to do when they're playing the game to evaluate it. But I don't think that's a surprise that the way players feel about games is different than the way reviewers feel about games. But I don't know. That seems like that's inherent, that there's a different relationship there.
No, I agree. And I think your answer is fantastic. I mean, it is all about making players happy, right? That's what we're trying to do in the first place. So
Yep.
I think it's a fantastic way to look at the, size. And every game has a right size, right? So that's one that
and certainly if what you're looking for is 5 minutes of fun at a bus stop, there are awesome games that I have no idea how to compete in that space. There are amazing games in that space. Ours is, you're sitting at home, you've got the control in your hands, you're 12 feet from the screen, and you want a enjoyable, empowering, perhaps relaxing time. And Ghost is our best attempt yet at addressing that need.
Yep. So moving on to sort of now looking back at things, I realize I don't ask this question enough of guests who come on to the show.
Yeah.
And it's an obvious one, but I want to ask it. So now that you and the team have had some time after launch, what were some of the biggest lessons you learned making Ghosts?
I think it started with a really clear vision, and I think we're going to really be thirsty for that, really holding ourselves to a really high standard. Don't just start your next game because it's time to start it. That we benefited so significantly from that clarity of that vision. And it wasn't a small idea. It was a pretty big idea. And it wasn't make everything better, right? It was this singular, clear idea of what we wanted to make. And so I think that was a really important lesson for us, that we learned the value of that level of precision at the beginning. And again, it's an elusive thing. It's can feel a little like lightning in a bottle, but that was very valuable for us. And I think we'll learn from that. I think we also are going to take away, it's not so much a learning, that's partly both, just the value and power of continuing to invest in tools that are exactly what we need. That the return on those investments is super high, and there's tons of areas that we weren't able, we couldn't build every tool. And so much, especially at our scale, a relatively small team doing a game of this scope, tooling always has to be central to our focus. And we, even though I think we did a good job on tooling, I think in a weird way, my post-mortem feedback is even though we did a good job, we should have done a better job. Like there was more room there, that we underinvested in our tooling, in a bunch of areas. Some areas that got, again, massive investments, and other areas we sort of, made do with what we had, and we have to go back and figure that out. I think maybe the last one was how important it was to understand the tone of what we were doing. I think the biggest challenges we had were when things just didn't fit tonally with what we're trying to do. It may have been a great feature, it may have been a great a mechanic. It may have been a great, beautiful piece of art, but it just didn't fit. It was maybe too gamey. It was maybe too funny, whatever it was. Being really accountable to trying to stay on tone. Maybe it was, you know, the way the dialogue was written. So much of it was about trying to find and maintain a sharp idea of what the tone of the game was. Really helped us, I think, a lot. I'll add one final one, which was, I think the best changes we made along the way were taking things out of the game. I think whether it was small things, lines of dialogue that were getting in the way of a moment, I think that we were, some of our very best changes were taking just, it'll work without it. Trust the player. It will work. That you don't need to show them exactly how this is going to work. It'll work in time. Give the player space to explore. And so being willing to take stuff out of the game was a really big part of, I think, making Ghost what it was.
That's a wonderful learning for every team, right? I think we all struggle with that. I know that as somebody who also makes games, large scale games, right. The tendency is to just shove more stuff in there, right? Yep. And so having the discipline to cut and to not make it feel like a cut, right? By cutting, right. You're making the game better. It's a mind shift. It's hard to get into that.
Yeah, and you know, these are big games. You work on big games too, where you know it's you know, you got to have everything, right? You have to have a great story and great missions and great side missions and great progression and great collectibles, and so it is easy to get overwhelmed by how much you're trying to put in, and have that clarity to take some stuff out because it makes the game better. And I think if you're a writer, this is a familiar thing, right? It's the editing process that actually sharpens your work. If you're a coder, it's often when you remove features. You look at the success Apple has with their products. Often it's by removing features. So it is important to think about that as part of your creative loop.
You mentioned postmortems, and I imagine just about every single developer today does postmortems. And selfishly, you know, I'm always looking for a way to make them more sticky, because I think that when I talk to Insomniacs, the assumption is we do them, but then we don't necessarily enforce them because we're so busy on the next production, we kind of forget about the things we talked about. Have you found a way to make postmortems really stick?
I don't think we have any secret there. One of the things we did is we actually went back and looked at the postmortem from Second Son recently. So here you are 6 years later. Did you succeed against the things that were in that postmortem? Because it's humbling to see the things you didn't, right? But the good news is that I actually felt like we did a pretty good job. I mean, certainly, you know, 2/3 of it, I think we did a pretty good job with, and 1/3 of it we kind of screwed up. And that's okay. I mean, like, again, the goal here isn't perfection. The goal is, it's a self-improvement journey, right? It's I don't want to get into the specific, oh, well, we didn't do this, because it's just important that a substantial amount of it actually did improve. And that seems like the important takeaway. And it's energizing for me because it says, okay, this process can yield meaningful change. I don't think we have it's not like we, you know, put it on in the kitchen, put it up, or do something to make it stick. I think maybe I think another thing we do is we try not to let postmortems turn into a laundry list of 1,000 things. So in the same way, it's important to know what you're going to subtract. Let's make it a tractable list, right? Let's make it a list of things we actually think we could get done. Yes, I understand that we made 10,000 mistakes, but let's pick the 6 that we're really going to fix. And I think we maybe have a better chance at that if the more that we narrow down what we're going to fix, not because those other, 900 ideas didn't happen or aren't important, but because we can't do everything. And if we lose our focus, then we'll end up in a situation where we didn't change. So
agreed. I mean, we can only fit so many things in our heads, right? Especially when we're talking about a new game. So that's a great philosophy. So I want to turn a little bit to just culture in general. And we talked about culture in the game, right? But this year has been an unusual year, to say the least.
Yeah.
And do you think that the social discourse we've seen, especially here in the United States, is going to affect or is affecting game dev culture?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I think we've been, all you use these moments to reflect on, again, where can you be better? Just like the postmortem, you're sort of doing a postmortem of your culture, right? Are you doing as well as you want? And what are the things you're going to try and change? And, prior focuses, you might decide that you want to focus on, really developing young talent and bringing in a diverse set of people to enrich the breadth of your studio, and those are important decisions about how you're going to continue to grow and sustain your culture. It's just for us a chance to sort of dwell on, other not the product isn't the only thing that matters. The culture of the company matters. The journey that employees have while they're part of our company really matters. And so, yeah, we have to be great at lots of things. And one of them is, being a place where people feel welcome and empowered, to do great work.
I agree with you. And that seems to be constantly evolving though too, given
Sure.
how our society is evolving faster than ever.
Sure.
I also really appreciate the fact that you're mentioning culture and production. I don't feel like a decade ago we would have been saying exactly the same thing, or at least giving both the same weight. And what I see
Right.
happening around us and in our companies is that we are shifting more focus than ever before onto just specifically onto culture, even though culture always, has always existed and has sort of in some ways been organic in our companies. So, okay, well, thank you for that. I could talk about culture all day, but I don't want to. Sorry, I do want to. How's that? Because it's incredibly important to us. But one thing I do want to ask, the last thing I want to ask on the culture front is,
Sure.
Are there things that you think our industry does well in terms of culture, but just doesn't really emerge very often, given that, I think given the nature of who we are as developers, we tend to focus on what's wrong, right? Every single day we're looking for bugs in our game. We're looking for problems with production. And I think the same is true when we're analyzing our own cultures. But what are some of the things that we've actually done right as an industry?
Again, you asked me earlier about, the press and the fans, and I always feel like, my job isn't to be a pundit. So, I can tell you what I appreciate,
Okay.
that we've had the opportunity to do. And I think one of the things that's been awesome for Sucker Punch as a studio has been, that it's been a place where so many people from so many places have come together. Whenever I talk to other local businesses here in Bellevue, they are literally shocked by the percentage of people that we recruit and bring into our team that are from outside the state, that are from outside the United States, that we bring in so many people from so many places to, to this studio here in Bellevue. And you sit at the Chamber of Commerce, and most of those businesses, literally everybody is hired from within a 30-mile radius, and it's just not the case for us. And so I think it's great for our company that we're bringing this wide range of people together, but also I think it's great for our city, and I think it's the having game companies in your community, I think, enriches the community significantly. So that's at least my experience when I speak to those other business heads, a really profound difference between our work, and what the majority of the other local businesses do.
That's a great statement. I haven't heard anybody say that before, about how game developers enrich the communities they're in. I think that's wonderful. It's true. We bring in a very culturally diverse array of folks, and we also are doing things that are very, very different than the folks who are right down the street from us. So that's cool. So I usually end by asking just for general advice that you can give to people who are interested in getting into the industry. But this week I talked to a couple of great guys who have started up a new independent development team. Their
Okay.
goal is to make big console games. And they're currently in the process of securing a publishing deal for their first game. And I told
Right.
them I was going to be talking to you this week.
Okay.
And first of all, they told me how much they love Ghost, and then shared that they would really like to get some nuggets from you specifically on
Okay.
what to do today, not 20 years ago or 10 years ago,
Yeah.
when it comes to starting up a dev. So if you had to nail, say, give them 3 very specific pieces of advice for building an independent developer or a developer that's making console games, what would it be?
And you want me to focus this on people who are legit startups, right?
Legit startups.
Okay. So the first one is that these are from my experience. I did not have an MBA. I did not have any formal business training. I'd never run a business. So the 3 things to learn. All right. So the first one is your company is much more than the people who work for you. You're going to have a banker, you're going to have an insurance agent, you're going to have an attorney, you're going to have security people in the building that your office is in. Those are all part of what your company is. And you should make sure that you're investing in your relationships with them, because there's going to be a day where that banker is going to be able to help you through something, and where the insurance agent is going to be there for you, and your lawyer is going to be there for you. All those people are part of your team. And so if you think of it as just the people who have a business card that has your company name, you're kind of thinking about it wrong. And so that was a big help for us early, especially in the first 3-4 years. It was so valuable. I think the second is that, we made what you just described as a big console game, right? But it took us 20 odd years to get to the point where we can do this. And it was, at times incredibly difficult, even with all of that experience, to do this. So I think the second piece of advice would be, you got to pick the right sized project. That you have to, we would, one of our mantras when we were starting was, I want to compete, put our company on terrain that is favorable for us. So to give you I talked earlier about that Abe's Odyssey moment, and we knew that we couldn't produce that. And it's not enough to want to produce it. We just didn't have the resources, the skills, the money to produce cutscenes like we're in Abe's Odyssey. And what you see that came out in our Sly series are these graphic cutscenes, right? Something we used throughout almost all of our work. And that was a direct reflection on Abe's Odyssey, actually. And it said, well, okay, we can't play the game that they're playing. We can't do that. That's not our skill set. So how do we change the problem that they're solving into a new problem that fits us? We would call this moving the goalposts. Like, okay, we can't play on that field. What about a different field? And so we changed it. And our theory of the case there was, well, what if the cutscenes were more stylized than the game instead of, more realistic? Everybody was making cutscenes, and your cutscenes was the most realistic thing. What if we went the other direction? And we found for us a solution that we could support. We could do these highly graphic cutscenes, which you may remember. And that was our answer to the question. So it was incumbent on us not to try to go head to head, nose to nose with whatever the best of the industry was, because we weren't capable of that. So knowing our limitations and saying, hey, we're going to intentionally avoid trying to go head to head on those was an important part of our business strategy. And now only, 20 odd years later, you can start to say, hey, we're going to actually try and play head to head. But even still, you look at the work that Naughty Dog does on their cinematics, and, is that really the most important thing for us to improve on? Or should we work on our melee combat? Where should we spend our resources? These decisions, I think, are incredibly important when you're small, when you're playing with less. And I think the third thing I would say that is, it reflects on our history, which is the single most important relationship you'll have externally is your publishing relationship. And you should make that decision based on the people that are there. Not your tendency will be to choose the best deal terms, and the thing that will make or break your company is the people that are behind that deal. And so, you know, getting an extra 5% or whatever it is that some company is promising you isn't worth a hill of beans if that relationship isn't a stable, productive, mutually beneficial relationship. And we have had the luxury of being with Sony for so long, and as have, you know, you now are back, you know, fully in the Sony fold. And the people that I'm talking about and that you're nodding, you know exactly what I'm saying, and you know why I'm saying it, because it's such an important part of our success, is that we've had a productive relationship with our publisher.
That is excellent advice. I wish somebody had been able to tell me that 25 years ago.
Well, you know, it does take time to learn those lessons. So
yeah, Brian, thank you so much for taking the time, and congratulations again on an amazing game.
Thank you, Ted.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the poop parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
Hi everyone, this is Parkasaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaurus tycoon simulation, where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos, or your employees, and I have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office, and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. And I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence. And these will allow the guests to see in. So I'll just add some path here. And you know what? Let's drop our egg while we're at it. And if I fill this up with grass, most of this is already grass, so let me fill the rest with grass. There. So this exhibit now I can click anywhere on the wall or on the ground and it'll pull up the exhibit pane. And there's a lot of interesting information here. And we're trying to get the taiga biome. So you can see we have to add some ruggedness and some wetness. So let's go ahead and add water. And you can see it's transforming, and there we go. We just got over to the rainforest. But we need to get up to taiga, so we wanna add some ruggedness. I'm gonna do that with the terrain tool. Add a mountain here. There we go. Now, let's hatch our dino. No, let's make a perfect exhibit. So now you can see here we need some bushes, some trees, and some rocks. So I'm gonna go ahead and add those. Okay, you can see the meters filling up. I want some bushes that are meant for grass tiles. And you can see biodiversity is filling up. And I want to finish it off with some rocks. So granite. Perfect. Biome looks pretty good. Let's hatch our dino. There we go. This is Olive, our first dino. And people are going to start watching Olive. Pretty cool. And gotta get some donation boxes for them to give money. There's a lot more to do. We have to get food and a door on the exhibit so the vets can inspect the dino. And yeah, there's lots to do. So, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into how this game works, and there you go. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have a chance, check out Parksaurus. You can get it on Steam currently. Yeah. Alright, thanks.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us months. We all experience different things. But we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Welcome to the very best Ranking the Pokemon Spinoffs, a PAX Online panel. My name is Kyle Stevenson, a Pokemon novice too afraid to wander into the tall grass along Route 1, and I will be moderating this shiny panel. That's right, I've only played Gen 1, and I am the one moderating this gym battle. Thank you for joining us for this historic moment in games journalism, Kinda NYC's first ever PAX panel. And to help us with this legendary task of ranking these offshoot Pokemon adventures, Kinda NYC is thrilled to join forces with a couple of our friends from Uppercut. Without further ado, let me introduce today's panelists, and as we introduce ourselves, please let everyone know who your favorite Pokemon is. Representing Kinda NYC, we have Mike Towndrow.
Hi, Toxtricity most of the time.
Jacob Palmer.
Sylveon, all the time.
Matthew Wright.
Mew.
And from Uppercut, Ty Gallis-Rowe.
Hi, Snom.
And Jessica Howard.
Hi, Growlithe.
And for what it's worth, mine is Charmander. I know, Gen 1. Basic AF over here. First and foremost, who is Kinda NYC and Uppercut? Mike, tell us a bit about Kinda NYC.
Sure. Kinda NYC is a group of content creators with the goal of amplifying the voices of independent game developers along with their stories and the experiences they shape through podcasting, streaming, community events both online and in person, like at events like PAX, but obviously when the world is not on fire.
How about yours? I always have to say that no matter.
I know.
And anytime someone says world isn't on fire. And Ty, tell us a little bit and everyone else about what is Uppercut.
Yeah, so Uppercut is an outlet devoted to highlighting marginalized voices in the games industry through podcasting, videos, and primarily writing. We do cover other media as well, but we are largely games focused. And we just try to look at the stuff we love critically and make sure that every voice is being heard.
Absolutely. And you're doing a kick-ass job over there.
Yeah, dude.
So thank you for doing that. And before we get to the battle, let's do some icebreakers, shall we? Here are some Pokemon fun facts that were taken from a 2013 Games Radar article written by Henry Gilbert. Gold and Silver were planned as the final Pokemon games.
That's wild.
It's very wild.
Would that have been did not happen?
Again,
know, right?
Gen 1 person over here. Would that have been a fitting end to Pokemon if that was it?
No. I mean, the way
yes
the way
and
they
no.
set up the way they set up the story, like, yeah, it's great you go back to Kanto, but I wouldn't want that to be the end.
Yeah, no, because like Gen 3 is also just so good.
Yeah, Gen 3 slaps, dude. That's like my favorite generation.
Yeah.
Game Freak, the developer of Pokemon, got its start as an early 1980s small game enthusiast magazine.
Interesting.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Look where they are. Look where they are now.
Look where they are.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Game Freak was my second ever email address. My first one was YoungLink93.
Jess, you're so cool. You are so cool.
The coolest.
And then it was like Game Freak Girl. Anyway,
You're a
fun fact. That's my fun fact for the panel.
One of our top 10 for spinoffs, which we'll get into in a little bit, Pokemon Puzzle League was never released in Japan. Intended for US fans of the anime, it was decided that the N64 had gotten too unpopular in Japan to make importing worth it, and it remains the only Pokemon game not officially released in Japan.
I can't imagine there not being a Pokemon game that's US exclusive or not released in Japan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and
Can you
play
imagine
Puzzle
them doing
League.
that nowadays?
Yeah,
I just like that they were like, nah, people don't like the N64. That's
yeah.
The N64 was so good. That's one of my favorite consoles.
That is my favorite console.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, and them treating it like Xbox 360, like, nah, we're good. We don't need this.
Especially because Nintendo is like from Japan. I like that they were like, our own console is not popular enough, so we're just gonna bench that guy.
Yeah, nobody likes Tetris Attack in this house.
And the final fun fact is Pokemon Snap was originally for the 64 disk drive and not a Pokemon game. Pokemon were added to the game after development on the photography title had begun, and it was also intended for the seemingly revolutionary N64 disk drive. Of course, when that add-on flopped in Japan and was canceled in America, those plans obviously changed.
What do you think we were photographing in that original game?
Right? Just basic
animals.
Animals?
I guess. Yeah, it's weird. I can't imagine a world without Pokemon Snap, and we'll understand why in a little bit.
Yeah.
When I'm screaming at all you about cameras.
But we're not here for fun facts, y'all. We're here to crown a Pokemon spin-off champion. Here's how we got down to the top 10. Out of the 48 qualifying spin-off games, the community has voted and decided the top 10 we will be ranking on today's panel. There were some omissions from the initial list, though. So, Mike, how about you tell us a bit more?
Sure. So the most prominent ones that I feel like people are going to yell at us for are the Let's Go series. The Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee. I made the executive decision and decided that is more mainline than spinoff. I don't think it's a mainline or a spinoff. I think it's like right in the middle because it is just a remake of Yellow. But like, granted, it has like the Go mechanics and it like doesn't have the core mainline RPG catching mechanics, but it's still just, it's a remake of Yellow. It's still an RPG. Like, nah. I feel like the votes would have been swayed way too geared towards Let's Go Pikachu.
If it was on this list, it would have been high.
It would have been number one.
It's a good game.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic game.
It was more of a game to bring people from Pokemon Go over to the main series. It was like a nice stepping stone for that. So I don't feel like it should be part of a spinoff.
Yeah.
So
that was their bridge to get the casual Go audience to the Switch.
Yeah.
So
which is a lot of people.
Yeah. So that's why Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu are not on this list. Obviously, there are a lot of Japan-only releases, and we live in North America, and we did not get to play those, so we are not putting those on this list. A couple examples I have. Before Pokemon Stadium 1, there was actually Pocket Monster Stadium, which was the first true spin-off released in '98 in Japan. The stadium that we know and love is actually Pocket Monsters 2. Pocket Stadium Monsters 2, or Pocket Monster Stadium. Too many words. That's why it didn't work in the weird name. Another one was Pokemate, which was actually developed by Square Enix. It's a mobile-only release in 2006. I have no idea what it is.
I have questions.
I know, right? But obviously, again, Japan only, so we did not get to play it. And then finally, games like Pokemon Unite and New Pokemon Snap are not out yet. So obviously, at least by the time of this recording, God, please, I hope when this panel goes out, New Pokemon Snap is out. But since they're not out right now, but at the time of this recording, we are not going to be ranking them.
Yeah, so that is how we got to the 48 that were on that list. And here are the top 10 as voted on by the community in no particular order. We got Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Go, Pokemon Trading Card Game from the Game Boy Color, Pokken Tournament on the Wii U and Switch, Pokemon Pinball, Game Boy Color, Pokemon Coliseum on the GameCube, Pokemon Conquest on the Nintendo DS, Pokemon Stadium on N64, Pokemon Puzzle League on the N64, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX on the Switch.
I feel like that one's going to get a lot of salt.
Oh,
that the remake got in like over the original or any of the originals.
The new one's cute.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
I just like the chubby little friends. They got kerchiefs. It's a good time.
Before we get into the battle, my question to everyone here on the panel, we'll start with Jake. What do you like for a spinoff? And what does a Pokemon spinoff have to do to keep that Pokemon magic?
So for a spinoff for me, it's I don't want the RPG elements of a Pokemon game. The RPG elements are perfect with Pokemon, the main series. That's it. Now, when a spinoff comes around, like let's say Pokemon Go, that's totally different. You're going around catching Pokemon throughout the real world. it's something new and unique and exciting. Pokemon Pinball, like I love pinball itself, like a pinball game, like just made for me. So something that's totally different and unique. That's what I want. And then just to keep that magic going, like, I mean, I'm going to make the argument later, but something to keep doing something new and exciting. I don't want to go too much further into that comment because I'm going to talk about it later, but
yeah,
just something that's refreshing and something different as well.
Yeah. Jess, what about you?
Okay, I guess what I look for, it's going to be kind of a similar answer. I want it to separate itself from like the mainline series, the RPG elements, and I look for something that kind of, I guess, capitalizes on like traits that belong to a Pokemon, if that makes sense. Like, I like Mystery Dungeon because it's like that curiosity element, that explorers. I think Conquest is really cool with like going into the tactical side of it, and having that be a thing. I think that, you know, stuff like Snap obviously is more about like the cuteness of Pokemon. And so I don't know, like I think that if it leans kind of harder into something that's not just like the Pokemon journey and like the trainer experience, that's what I look for.
Awesome. Matt, what about you? What do you look for in a Pokemon spinoff?
I mean, it's hard to say the same thing.
Yeah,
not sound like I'm repeating myself. But yeah, essentially staying within that world, seeing new parts of it, keeping the magic alive. It's hard not to be magical when you have a game about Pokemon, as long as it's not, you know, rampant with microtransactions, as we'll hear later. Pokemon's magical.
Sweet. Ty, what about you?
I really like when the games go out of their way to show a different part of the world. So kind of like what Jess was saying, where it's not just focused on the trainers, you know, like Mystery Dungeon, they're doing their own thing and they have their own whole little society, really. I'm trying to think of other spin-offs I actually super like. And I think I kind of wish that more of them were like, here's like what breeders do, and like here's a contest game and stuff like that. A weird one I'm thinking of is I actually like, I don't know if I like it as a game, but I like it conceptually, the Magikarp Jump one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I like the idea of people just being like, yeah, man, we're gonna get these fish to jump.
What about you, Mike?
I look for a unique spin on, or a unique take on, the main mechanic of Pokemon, which is catching. So like for Pokemon Snap, you are capturing photos. For Pokemon Pinball, you are trying to complete certain tasks in order to shoot a pinball into a Pokemon that appears to capture it that way. It's just like, it is that spirit of Pokemon and completing the decks and catching them all, but a very unique take on that, like very old school classic mechanic. As far as the magic goes, like I want to still feel like I discovered a new Pokemon in the wild grass. You know, like when in Pokemon Snap, when like the Meowth pops up and scares you when you throw the Buster Ball or an apple at him on the cliff, like, and he just shouts at you. That feeling is just so like humble and like surprising and like just fun, and that magic is just so, there's nothing that could beat that kind of magic.
Awesome. So I guess without further ado, it's battle time, everybody. If you're hearing that music, that means let's get into it. So let's see if these spin-offs have all those things that everyone here on the panel is looking for. So let's start with the most recent one and Pokemon's start of the trend of worrying about our health. Jake, let's talk about Pokemon Go.
Let's talk about Pokemon Go. I have spent so many hours on this game. I've played this since the beginning. There's just something magical about pulling up your phone, walking around, seeing different Pokemon on the map, and being able to click on it and capture it. It feels like you're an absolute like real trainer, like you're finding these Pokemon in the real world. It started off a little rough. I mean, how many people downloaded this game? How many people downloaded this game when it first began? But to see the evolution of this game, to see where it is now, is absolutely amazing. They have their problems as a company for Niantic. They have their issues, and I will always hold them accountable for they should not be doing. That does not make sense. I will always hold them accountable for it. But I can't take away the magic that they created and the friendships that I made for this game.
I think to give credit where credit's due. When I think about the last, gosh, when did Pokemon Go come out? The last 5 years. Yeah. When I think about games that have that have gone beyond, I guess, just attracting gamers and have gotten more people into gaming, which is something I am about because I think gaming is for everyone. It's just about finding the game that speaks to you. The two games that stand out recently are Animal Crossing New Horizons, which it's so funny to say that because I literally, there's this influencer I follow on Instagram, right, who is totally health body positive. And now she's sponsored by Nintendo because she keeps talking about Animal Crossing. And that's how much it's reaching. It's just bleeding over into other things. And Pokemon Go started that. Pokemon Go is the other thing that I think of. That wasn't just something that was for gamers. It wasn't for Pokemon diehard fans. The whole reason Let's Go happened was to get people who were playing Go into Pokemon because Let's Go had such a massive following of people who weren't gamers. And I think that's pretty incredible.
Yeah. To pull people like that to... You hear stories all the time, hey, my dad wasn't in a good situation, he wasn't doing good health-wise, and then they started playing Pokemon Go, and just be able to go out, catch Pokemon, and it's just a fun interaction, just hearing from stories like that of people getting healthier playing Pokemon, which doesn't sound like that should be a thing at all.
And it just physically connects people. I remember doing a community day last year at some point in Union Square Park, and the amount of just friends we made or just random strangers that walked up to us oh my God, you're doing this raid, all right, let's do it. And just that instant sensation of being a part of a community is really special. And Pokemon, at the end of the day, as cheesy and hallmarky as this is gonna sound, it's about friendship, it's about partnership, it's about making connections, and it's really
fun to play.
That's okay. Now let's talk about the negatives where it doesn't belong.
Okay, so my thing too with Pokemon Go, right, is going off of Jess's point, I think it did a really good job of revitalizing the series for younger people too, because how many times can you reboot Red or whatever, right? Past a certain point it's gonna get old. But doing Go, that's a whole new way to be hey, there are these fun little monsters and you can go out and play with your friends and run around a park and find them, which I don't think is that fun to do actually, playing, segging into what we're talking about, but not everything is for me.
Right. I think the core mechanic of let's say the battle system in it, just
and I will admit tapping to attack is probably the most boring thing out of the whole entire game. But people love the PvP section, now that they have PvP. But I'm just I can't just sit there and do this. I can't even do that. It just gets so annoying. But there's certain strategies to timing the charge attacks. There's certain strategies for that. But if I want battles, I'm going to the main series. I can't do it in Pokemon Go.
Even that's the catching, they don't when you if you're just opening up Pokemon Go for the first time, they don't tell you what the hell the catching mechanic is. None of us knew what the hell that circle meant when we initially played. It took us months to figure that out.
To learn you could do a curveball throw.
That's it. There's such a barrier to entry.
So as a community-driven tool to bring people together, old and new, it's fantastic. As a Pokemon game, not so much. When I can't find any Pokemon near me and I have to, it's oh, hey, there's a Charmander a mile away. No.
It is a bummer for people who live in more remote areas.
Yeah. I mean, that would be the biggest thing that I would immediately kind of dock points for is I think that it's not the most accessible game. For a lot of kids who liked the game, if you don't have a smartphone or whatever, it's not something you can play on a console. You have to, your parents have to have a cell phone plan for you. You have to have that.
Yeah.
It's for anybody in a rural location.
How fast does that eat your battery?
Yeah, exactly. That too. It eats your battery. And then, I mean, even the actual motion of having to hold that and slide, a lot of people have difficulties with it.
That's true.
And that's also kind of a bummer. You would think that they would make, something a little bit easier for people who might not have that.
Yeah, or at least alternate control schemes or something,
They did. They charged you money for it, though, with the stupid PokeWatch.
We got to put Go at 1.
Yeah,
Just so,
for
because we got 9 more games to go through, and I don't want to hear about the millions of dollars that Go is bringing in and cheating parents out of money. So let's go to a puzzling game. Let's go to Puzzle League. Matt, tell us about this gem of a game.
This gem of a game. Pokemon Puzzle League. Okay, I will stick to the positive until I can't anymore. Pokemon
Matt,
Puzzle
there is
League?
only positive. You
Pokemon Puzzle League opens up with the anime. So they got the full voice cast for the US English Pokemon cartoon. At the time, we called it a cartoon. We didn't know any better. To voice these characters, and there's a championship going on in Pokemon Puzzle League Village.
Yes, and
it's original. That's original. So they do have the voice cast. You're able to choose your trainer. 1-player stadium mode. You play as Ash, and you can choose from Pikachu, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. No Charmander. So already out the gate, I'm not okay with this.
Already talking
and
the Fireboy is for the gays. How dare they?
Release the flamers.
The game plays exactly like, probably because they took the code from it, Tetris Attack from the Super Nintendo. But the assets and everything in the game just feels so cheap. This is probably why Japan was like, nah, we're good. The characters only have like 3 lines during the battles, and you will hear that line over and over and over again, depending on what action you do during this. I will give it credit. It is a challenging game. Like, if you love Tetris Attack, Tetris games, it's fun in that respect, but it gets old pretty quick when you have to hear the same thing over and over again. The one saving grace of this game, it uses music from To Be a Master, the soundtrack that has a bunch of Pokemon songs.
Hell yeah.
I do. Yeah. The 90s kid in me was like, okay, all right. Yeah, take me back.
What I remember from this game, I remember what the case looked like. It was like purple and it was really cool looking. And I thought it was like going to be a lot different than it was. But I'm not a huge Tetris fan. I remember on the N64, the game that came out, because I played that game. I played Puzzle League, but I was in love with the game Bust-A-Move, if anybody remembers that 64 game.
Bust-A-Move. Yep.
Oh, big time obsessed with that game. And so like I got this game and I was like, okay, like I saw like the little box. I'm like, okay, maybe this is like that. And I saw the squares. I'm like, oh, this is like Tetris. And if this game came out as like a $2.99 mobile game now, I'd be like, sure, why not? Yeah. But like for like an N64 game when I was a kid, it's just like kind of like, you know, you open up your present and you're expecting like something cool and you get like literally a puzzle and you're just like, thanks.
Jess was a real gamer before any of us.
I don't know. I'm clearly way more positive about this game. I think this game is such a delight, and it's so damn fun to play. I love Tetris Attack, and this is Tetris Attack with a Pokemon skin on it, and it's so good.
It is, but it's not a well-budgeted Pokemon skin. Go and look at the values, the artwork of Tetris Attack, and then go play Pokemon Puzzle League in 2020.
Listen, we didn't have that much money back in the early 2000s, all right?
What, you wanted Squirtle in HDR?
No, I'm just picturing like a little like cardboard Pikachu on a popsicle stick in the corner.
I believe that
not
too.
Far away from that.
I don't know, man. I to me, this is it's fun. Is it going to be like top 5? Probably not, but I'll just start the conversation.
This is like a 7 or an 8 to me.
Yeah, I'll start the conversation. I think it's better than Pokemon Go.
Okay, well that's where we gotta decide. Is it taking over in the one spot right now?
No, you cannot have one person put Pokemon Puzzle League over Pokemon Go. I will kill a on this podcast today.
Whoa. Listen, okay, I feel like at a certain point, cultural relevance is a category in my mind. Mm-hmm. Everyone's heard of and played Pokemon Go. This game wasn't even welcome in its home country.
Yeah, it was too good for its home country.
There it is. Just shut it down. Shut it down.
I'm sorry, Mike. You are a delight. I love you. But I think that if it was excommunicated from its own country, we have to respect Japan's wishes.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So with that, I was just gonna put it at 2, just for the hell of it.
Oh, go
I'm
ahead
putting
and
it down
drop
to
it to
10.
10.
Don't thank you.
Dare.
Thank you.
Sure,
Do
I
it.
think
Do it. Yes,
Sure.
you are the moderator. All praise Kyle.
Let's move on.
Kyle, fair.
Let's get into Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. Ty, take it away. You mentioned the chubby friends. What about this
I
game?
love them. Okay, so Pokemon Rescue Team was, I believe the first one was on the DS, right?
Game Boy Advance.
Yeah.
Game Boy Advance. Okay.
Ooh, I thought it was DS.
Okay, I think I played it on the DS because I think I put my Game Boy cart in my DS. But I got Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX on the Switch this year, and that's just fun, dude. Like, you get to do your little quiz, and you get to be, I don't know how they choose which Pokemon you can be, but it's a very eclectic mix. I got to be a Totodile, which is just a little chubby alligator.
In my mind, I heard I got to be a toad. I was like, that actually makes sense for a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game for you.
I mean, honestly, but
Toad
yeah,
Mystery
I got
Dungeon?
to be a Totodile, and I think my partner was a Charmander, maybe? I don't remember. Oh no, my partner was a Cubone. And that in and of itself slaps. I love that you get to be like little talking Pokemon that have their own society. And also it's funny because like you're a human who gets turned into a Pokemon. And that's like a really weird angle of it that like does not become relevant until like the end of the game again. Like they bring it up at the front and they're like, that's weird, right? And then you're like, well, I guess I'm a Pokemon now. And you just like get your little rescue team job and like
you find out they're
why.
actually like a dad and you have like 3 kids at home.
Your wife left you. Like
it's just I truly love that this game is just like you're a Pokemon now and you're like okay and like just
like,
live your life.
Something we should clarify also as we're like continuing to talk about these spinoffs. Pokemon up.
Yeah, it is.
This game,
It's
I now
weird.
know what it is. It is a spinoff as your dad in all the main series Pokemon because you never know where the hell he is. He got turned into a Pokemon. This is this game.
It all connects.
Yeah.
You're Ash's
Brilliant.
dad. Yeah, so I just think it's fun. Like the whole thing is based on like Pokemon forming these little teams and deciding like if there are natural disasters or if like Pokemon get stuck in dungeons or whatever, you go in and save them. And like that's a cute premise. And I like the idea of like you see this little Pokemon community and they have a store and they have like they just have like this little whole town center. And like when you meet new Pokemon in the dungeons, you're not capturing them, but if you've set up tents or camps or whatever in the right environment for a Pokemon and they work with you, there's like a chance that they'll decide they want to come with you, and then you can have more friends, and then you can switch up your team, and everybody has different abilities. And also like I like it because it's kind of a more low-key dungeon crawler. Like it's not like a Persona where you're like going through a scary dungeon and like fist fighting demons or whatever. It's just like, oh, like there's a Chikorita.
I do that enough in real life.
Just some
Yeah,
clarification. So Red Rescue Team came out on the Game Boy Advance. Blue Rescue Team came out on DS.
Okay, so I played Blue Rescue Team.
I will say this game appeals to me in 3 ways, okay? It's rooted in compassionate acts. That's really cute.
Yeah.
Chubby little Pokemon are cute. It also, as that astrology, that Myers-Briggs test taking.
represent.
I love any sort. Oh, I said it bad. I'm sorry. Growlth
fine.
noise.
Growlith.
But I love anything that allows me to take a personality test. I took it. I got Pikachu, and I was like, yeah, I am kind of an ornery little butthead. Love it.
Also, the backgrounds in this game are very pretty.
Yeah. The art
they're
style
cute.
of this whole game is like so unique and just welcoming.
Shout out to the Switch for like proving that it doesn't have to be the fanciest looking as long as you lean really heavy into that artwork and you do something
that's
really unique
Nintendo.
and beautiful. I love that.
Switch is all about art
Yeah.
style. It's great.
Well, the question now is this traditional Pokemon video game spinoff, does it overtake Go as the number one spot?
I never
It
played
sounds
it, but
very
yes,
cute.
it sounds like it.
Yeah.
For me, it's like it's hard because Pokemon Go is always a game that's going to be updating. It's always going to have something new
Yeah.
and something. Mystery Dungeon stops at a point.
But
and trust me, Mystery Dungeon has shiny Pokemon, so it's high up on the list for me. Don't judge me, Mike. But I feel like with Go, there's just something more about Go because of the whole experience with other people, in my opinion. Shake your head.
I'm kind of with Jake, even though like I love Mystery Dungeon. I think it and like
yeah.
Yeah, but like I think there is something to be said for the fact that like Go can continuously be like a community thing. Like you're never gonna have Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Fest, you know?
But you can't use it's more fun with people as an excuse for a game to be better. You have to test it on its laurels of being able to play by itself.
I have to go with my heart on this because like there's a part of my brain that wants to say maybe Go should go in front of it because of the cultural significance. But I think at a certain point you have to be like, but what did I have fun with? And I think Mystery Dungeon is more fun.
I'm agreeing with that. That's what I was going through my head as well. That's what it sounded like to me. That discussion. So Go is now at number 2. Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team is at 1. Speaking about fun, segue, Pokemon trading card game.
What the hell was that
segue? Listen, sir.
It was fun. Card games on the Game Boy.
Yeah. Oh boy. Game Boy Color Pokemon trading card game. Matt, you want to talk to us about this trading card game on the Game Boy Color?
I think Mike should talk about this one because if I talk about it, I'm not gonna make Mike happy.
Sure. So I think this game is incredibly special for one simple reason, that it got so many people into the trading card game and it actually taught people how to play the game. I think the actual the mechanics of roaming around the world and stuff like that, they tried to replicate the top-down nature of the mainline RPGs. It sort of worked, but it was just a way to get you from each the next car battle, and I kind of wish they sort of stripped that back. Like they try to throw a story in there with gym battles and stuff like that, but it was fine. It worked. It was serviceable. But the magical thing about this is that it actually taught you how to play the card game in real life.
How does it hold up though?
Yeah, that was my thing.
I tried playing it recently.
As the Pokemon noob here amongst us all, this is the one game I do have some experience with. Ooh, and okay. I just remember being so frustrated over one mechanic in this game, and it's a trading card game in general, but it feels like in this Game Boy Color version, whenever my opponent had to flip a coin for extra damage, it constantly landed on heads for extra damage, for 5 times in a row. It would ruin me. So that really bummed me out in this game. The only positive to this one though is it felt as somebody that couldn't get all the cards when I was younger, buy the PAX, the fact that I could just have all the cards I wanted in this game, it felt like I could still see the cards and see what these Pokemon do in this card game without having to spend a ton of money on actual physical cards. It was a nice little thing for me.
Yeah, it's hard for me to put the trading card game so high on the list. For me, it was a very frustrating game. It was very difficult. It did feel like no matter what, all the opponents were against you. When it comes to tossing the coin, whatever, just they're always gonna win it.
Definitely a bad ref.
Yeah, and I feel like when it comes to trading card games, I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh does it better when it comes to these types of games.
100%. Yeah.
I'm making an executive decision here. I am bumping Puzzle League up to 9. Yes. I'm going to put the TCG game down at
100% agree.
That's fair. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Totally.
All right. Let's move on to Jess, Pokemon Stadium N64.
Oh my gosh,
Why is that one
I'm
special?
so excited. Because it's the best game ever. Not really. That makes it sound like it's actually my favorite game of all time. But
I was like, Jess, where did this come from?
I love, I was about to say a bad word, but we'll avoid those noises. I love that game. I don't know. I feel like maybe the gap in my N64 library was Mario Party. I never got super into those until I was actually in high school, and all my friends made it a drinking game. Very fun that way. Do recommend.
In high school.
Yeah, but where my mini game love, I guess, was with Pokemon Stadium. I still remember probably every single mini game. I remember the Clefairy pointing, the Magikarp, the Rattata run, the Diglets that you have to like harden in the metapods. And even just like doing the actual battles, like the intended thing for you know, that game, they were fun too. And I liked kind of having that whole library to choose from, because you kind of got to play like, okay, I'm going to play very similarly to like my actual, like my team in the games, like, and have a really well-rounded team. But sometimes I would challenge myself and be like, if I were a gym leader and I were a ghost gym leader, what would my roster be? And then you get to pick all of those. And so it's like, it's fun. It just lets you kind of like live out that fantasy of like, okay, I'm going to do all dog Pokemon. I'm going to do all fire types and see how I fare. And sometimes, yeah, you get your butt handed to you, but it's fun to try it out. And like I said, my sisters and I had an amazing time doing all those mini games. So much fun. It's just a fun game. I really do love it. And it's cute. It has like a cute little like layout to it as far as what the town looks like. I like it.
And very important, like it was the first time you were able to play a mainline Pokemon series on your TV if you wanted to, if you had the extra expansion, which was awesome.
Not the first time. Super Game Boy for Super Nintendo.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
That's right. That's right.
The first mainline time.
Wow. I didn't know that. I thought it was the first one.
But you were able to bring your team into the game, which was
and you bring your team into the game if you want to. I love that they had like, I forgot what the actual leagues were called, but you could play like just level 5 Pokemon, just level 50, just level 100. It's really cool. And like you said, like you have the full library of, at this time, the full library of Gen 1 that like if you never play it as a Horsey for whatever reason, you could play as a Horsey if you want to. It was really cool. That was a bad example, but you know what I mean.
For a split second, I forgot there was a Pokemon named Horsey, and I thought you just were doing a cute name for a horse.
I also had to think about like how that was spelled for a second, and I was like, is Mike talking about a Ponyta, or is he talking about the little seahorse one? Because either could be true.
Either relevant.
No, what's funny is I think that Stadium also helped me form what I wanted my team to be in the games as well. Because I think when I first played, I was a kid. Or at least I never was somebody who was like obsessed with the stats. I was just more like, oh, this one looks like a Horsey. That was Ponyta, and I like that one. And so then I played that game, and I was like, Gengar is good. I like this mean purple man. And Starmie, like it definitely helped form like what I wanted when I went back to the game.
So Jess, where would you rank this on the list right now? Right now we got 1 Mystery Dungeon, 2 Go, and then we have Puzzle League and Trading Card Game down at 9 and 10. So where would Stadium go?
I would say 1 because I'd put it over Mystery Dungeon.
No, Kerchief!
Yep.
I'm sorry. I would. I really would.
No.
Mike, tell us about your trials and tribulations with Pokemon Conquest.
Oh, this is gonna be a real short conversation. So
that's why we're doing it now.
Disclosure: none of us have played Pokemon Conquest. Really, I do.
I watched that trailer though.
So last night I put 20 minutes into this game. It turns out the new 3DS and old DS games do not really work together. The game hard crashed on me multiple times. But that's not to the game's discredit. Like when we did our old podcast, when we were ranking all the mainline Pokemon games, Pokemon Black and White also hard crashed on me, and Diamond and Pearl also hard crashed on me. It sucks. Anyways, this game is developed by Koei Tecmo, who you would know from the Dynasty Warriors series, Hyrule Warriors, Fire Emblem Warriors, and guess what? This game has a lot of warriors in it, but it's not like those games. It's this is essentially Fire Emblem Pokemon.
Fire Emblem
Pokemon.
Tactical RPG.
Tactical turn-based RPG. The whole shtick is that like you are a warrior in this new land, and there's this legend that if you're a warlord in this land, and if you take over the 17 regions in the world, you will become a legend and awaken this legendary Pokemon. So the whole mechanic or the whole basis of the game is that you're trying to go to different regions, you're training your Pokemon, you're going to different regions, building an army to kind of take over the whole kingdom to awaken this legend.
How menacing.
It's a lot.
Yeah, that's like a really aggressive Pokemon storyline.
Again, Pokemon is f***ed up. Pokemon sound.
I love that they were really just like, time to use the Pokemon for imperialism.
Yeah. And I know this game was
according
originally...
to the wiki, the Pokemon only use 1 move.
Yes, Pokemon only use one move. You start out with the Eevee, but it does have like a really cool mechanic of that, like each Warlord has, because you can build a whole team of different people and stuff. Each Warlord has a special ability. So I think my special ability, or like your character's special ability, is that it lets you roam, like it lets you move throughout the entire map. The one partner I had who had a Jigglypuff, she could heal all the Pokemon on your team. And then there's also like sort of like the mainline games where your Pokemon have or each Pokemon has hidden abilities. So like my Eevee, if it attacked somebody or if it attacked a Pokemon, it could automatically move again to attack, which is a cool like spin and like kind of a response to doing the whole one attack kind of thing to make it a little more like accessible. And then just a fun fact about this game, I know it was originally planned to be a Dynasty Warriors like game, but yeah, clearly they wanted to do something different, and kudos to that team for actually doing something different. From what I played of it, really, really damn cool. I would love to actually play this if my new 3DS would like to let me. But
yeah.
And
I think because of our lack of experience with it, I have to put it at 10.
I don't know.
I think that's
okay.
No.
Yeah.
So
It seems cooler than the trading card game. That's just like in premise.
Honestly, I know I was talking a lot about Puzzle League. I would put it above Puzzle League.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. I feel
put it at
like
8.
I love Final Fantasy Tactics. I love Fire Emblem.
Mm-hmm.
I love any sort of like grid-based tactical game. So mechanically, it sounds really interesting and fun. I'm a little hesitant about the use of Warlord and Conquest.
It's a little weird.
Seems like a very bold statement for Pokemon to make with one of its games, but I think that it's fair. I
would say also like in that regard, like the art style wise, it's very like much based on like feudal Japan kind of stuff. It's a cool spin on that whole
spin
thing.
You say?
Spin,
Segue. Pokemon Pinball. Game Boy Color is also on this list. That's a good segue. Fight me.
That's
on
a great.
one.
That was a segue.
That's a good one. That's a good
You
one.
know, it's only good if you point it out.
Absolutely.
And you spend 5 minutes on it.
But yeah, Pokemon Pinball, Game Boy Color. Mike, I know you have a affinity, and
you have
own
the
it.
box.
Ooh,
Oh,
Hell yeah.
Look at you.
Does a pinball game work in Pokemon?
Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, like when we were talking about, you know, what makes spin-off special, and I use Pokemon Pinball as an example. I like it's just a basic pinball table, but I love that there is like little meta missions inside each table that you have to hit. Like, let's say you have to hit like the 3 Digletts that are there, and then a random Pokemon appears, or the roulette kind of slot machine thing will happen to either put a modifier on or a random Pokemon appear. Or you can enter like a bonus stage, so you have to get in the middle and enter a really cool bonus stage to collect like Meowth coins and stuff like that. It to me is like the essential like digital pinball game. Granted, the only other pinball game I really played was the space one on Windows 98. But
Heck yeah, you did.
A classic.
I mean, come on.
This is very much above that.
Yes. The fact that they have like catch mode and then also like evolution modes in this game adds a very unique spin onto pinball. That's like something I loved. Like you get like like a 2-minute window?
Something like that, yeah.
To catch and to evolve. Yeah, and you have to hit the targets and then
you collect the little lightning bolts, which are experience points.
Yeah. And so you can, that's like the only way you can add evolved Pokemon into the Pokedex, which is something unique and exciting for pinball.
That too. And this game has a Pokedex, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's only 2 pinball boards, right?
Red and blue. Yeah.
Yep.
And then there's the bonus boards, but there's mainly just red and blue. Also, to point out, like this is the first game, possibly the only game, unless Matt corrects me, that actually like has a rumble feature thanks to the battery in the cart.
It's not
That's
the only
exactly
one.
what my contribution to this conversation was going to be. I liked that it was different looking than all of the other cartridges. It was a thick boy.
It is a thick boy.
There's a Kirby game. I think it's Tilt and Rumble or something to that effect. That also has that rumble feature.
No, interesting.
So pinball, where we put on the list? The list right now is Stadium at 1, Mystery Dungeon 2, Go at 3, and then we jump down to Conquest at 8, Puzzle League 9, Trading Card Game at 10.
I think
Pinball
it's a
at
solid
7?
4 right now.
You think below Go?
For me, yes. Like for me,
I would
like
say-
I don't want.
I mean, pinball is very niche.
Yeah.
It's my favorite Pokemon.
I don't like pinball. Number one, it's a game for people who are smart and understand geometry and physics, which I do not. And I never played Pokemon Pinball, but yeah, it sounds neat like for a pinball game, but I think Go as a concept is like neater.
Honestly, if it were me, I would put it right above Puzzle because I think that I liked that game.
Damn.
But here's the thing, like, I don't know who. Okay, well, I'm gonna say who would do this, but apparently probably a lot of people. I like get so bored of that stuff. Like that's why I can't play Tetris forever. That's why I can't play pinball forever. Is because like at its core, it's just like a little arcade game. Like I want something with like a story and progression and like that's just how I am. Like I can't play. I think the only arcade game I can play for an extended period of time is like Galaga, and even then it's not very long.
Sorry, you don't like the lore of Galaga?
You know, I couldn't tell you a thing about the lore, but I've been on high scoreboards before.
That's more of a writer, exactly.
Jessica Howard, you might know her from high scoreboards.
Yeah, you might know me as JSK on some scoreboards.
I think that's a great point, Jess. And for right now, I'm putting it at 8, above Puzzle League, below Conquest.
Wow. Okay.
Mystery Dungeon keeps winning, baby.
Let's
Chubby boys.
Let's head to the first time this console shows up on this list, the GameCube for Pokemon Coliseum.
Oh boy.
Ty, what do you have to say about Pokemon Coliseum?
So Pokemon Coliseum is a GameCube game, as you already said.
Great start.
Thank you. I did play it because I had a GameCube. I only had like 3 games on my GameCube. It was like Smash, Pokemon Coliseum, and the Dinosaur Star Fox.
Hell yeah, you did.
Perfect.
And also Turok. I also had the weird GameCube Turok game.
Oh no.
Anyway, Pokemon Coliseum slaps because like it's another one that kind of subverts the normal trainer situation, because like you go into these battles, right, and instead of catching Pokemon, you can like steal them from or quote unquote snag them from other trainers, which is like normally a big no-no in the RPGs. Like people yell at you if you try to do that, but in this game it's like a key part of that. The main character, the character that you play as, like used to be a bad guy and is now like not, and that's like a fun angle for a Pokemon protagonist, especially because they usually don't really get much other than like, you're a 10-year-old kid.
Your parent left you.
Yep.
You had a great upbringing. Go off to the world.
And your dad is a gym leader.
Or a Pokemon.
No. Your dad is a Pokemon now.
Ty, would you say that this game is better than Go in the rankings?
It's been a really long. I haven't like played Coliseum since I was a child. No, I want to say no, but I think mostly just because I think Go would be like more fun for more people, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So I think, but I don't think it would be super far behind Go.
Okay.
You know what I want to say though? I had more fun with Coliseum than I did with Stadium. I'm probably in the minority for that, but
I think
I didn't play
fair,
Stadium,
though?
so I don't know. But I really love Coliseum.
Coliseum has a
I
story.
love Coliseum. I think just because more unique Pokemon. I mean, granted, Stadium only had Gen 1.
Sure.
Yeah.
And of course,
Stadium
Coliseum's a more newer.
Yeah, and Stadium was the first U.S. spinoff.
Yeah. So
Ty, once you're out here, once COVID passes, we will play some Stadium.
Okay.
I think you will enjoy it.
Also, Hey You Pikachu, I want to yell at Pikachu.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the big snub of this list. I don't know where Hey You Pikachu is. Everybody who voted, all of the kind of NYC fans who voted on this, you're all traitors.
So for right now, I will put Coliseum at 5. Leave a little space between Go and
I think
the rest.
a gentleman's 5 is respectable.
Yeah.
Because we all know what's going to take the number 1 spot anyways for what's left.
Yeah.
Matt, since we're running a little late, so let's kind of speed through these last two. Matt, tell us about Pokken.
Pokken is an overly complicated fighter. I don't like it. Let's move on.
No, Pokken is good.
Pokken's good, man.
Pokken.
I don't want to play a tutorial for 2 hours to figure out how to play a fighting game.
You don't have to.
There's a lot in this.
Yo, Matt,
I don't
GG.
like it.
To be fair,
GG.
To be fair, every freaking Pokemon main series game, you have more than a 2-hour tutorial.
To be fair,
Okay,
every
here's-
fighting game you can just pick up and play. Not
Here's
Pokken.
the thing, yeah, is like, so I think, okay, like Pokken is cool because we don't have a Pokemon fighting game, but then you have to throw it in the mix with other fighting games, okay? And other fighting games kick Pokken's butt.
Yeah.
Sure.
I disagree.
Like,
I do not agree. A lot
Soul
of
Calibur, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, all of those are
Soul
better
Calibur
fighting
6
games.
was terrible. First
Okay,
of all,
that's true.
So
That's
not
true.
all like that's the thing. A lot of like fighting games like are better maybe as a series, but like a lot of fighting games new as entries are not better than Pokken.
I agree
Like,
with that. Like the
a lot of
series.
the, like what is it like the Capcom versus Marvel or whatever?
Okay,
Bad.
well, yeah, no, that one's terrible.
Soul Calibur 6 bad.
Whoa,
like
what?
You're
Soul
not wrong.
Calibur 6 is bad, dude. Pokken is cool. It's fun. It's really fun to play.
Hard
the
disagree.
Pokemon do cool punches.
There's only
Pokken
23
slaps.
fighters,
There wasn't a huge roster.
and 2 of them are
right?
clones?
Pokken slaps. Pokken slaps. You get to take Greninja and you get to do a punch with Greninja. He's wearing a scarf.
Sorry, his tongue.
I wish Pokken had a more roster, like more Pokemon.
Yeah, I do wish there were more
Sure.
Pokemon, but
Yeah,
I think
that's-
that feels like a lack of support more than like the game being bad.
Yeah, I
That's-
think
that's true.
once they ported it to Switch, I think they added Blastoids and another DLC, and they're like, all right, done, bye.
Yeah,
Yeah, they added 4
Here's
Pokemon,
the
I think.
thing. I think Pokken is a good starting off point for Pokemon doing fighting games.
Sure.
I think it could be a lot better. I don't think it's like a great game right now. But I love Ty's enthusiasm.
The best Pokemon fighting game is
You
Smash
get to take
Brothers.
the Pokemon and you get to punch.
No.
What do you want?
Pokken as a fighting game fails.
So because of Ty's enthusiasm, and I do agree, I think it's a great starting point in Pokemon doing more fighting stuff. It obviously needs a little bit more work. I'm gonna put it at 5. I'm gonna move Coliseum down to 6. I'll
gentleman's
put Pokken at
5.
5. A gentleman's
Hard disagree with that. Hard disagree with that.
Yeah, very,
But
very
you know
hard
what we
disagree.
can't
You're not the
disagree on?
moderator, my friends.
The way to
know,
win
so
every
that's why-
argument is
Mike,
to
you
be
okay
more
with Pokken
passionate
being
than
above trading
everyone
card
else.
game?
You know what Pokemon Coliseum did?
Can I tell you something that I think we can all agree on? Is how cute Pokemon Snap is.
Can we all agree that Pokemon Snap is the best spin-off of all time?
Here's the thing, though. Pokemon
No,
Snap,
Jake.
Great.
No.
Pokemon Go. You could do Pokemon Snap.
He has a point.
There
Better
is
looking,
nothing
too.
more wholesome than riding around in your little zero G, whatever it is, car as Todd Snap. Yes, Todd Snap. That's his last name. His last name is Snap.
His name is Todd Snap.
Todd Snap. Roaming around.
And you drive a car?
Yeah.
Okay, this game wins.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. There's nothing more wholesome than roaming around Pokemon Island, going to the beach, going to the volcano, going to the river, going to the cave, going to the valley, and then going to the goddamn moon to take a photograph of Mew. Are you kidding me?
Wait, do you drive to the moon?
It flies. It hovers.
And dude, and it's not just taking pictures. Like, sure, like on a base level, this is such a simple game. But the fact that it adds the mechanics, and it's gonna sound real freaking stupid. The fact that it adds mechanics of apples and Buster Balls.
No.
To
Those apples mechanics, man.
Love those apple physics.
to just open up new possibilities of new Pokemon poses and even like making new Pokemon appear. Like, for example, with the apple, like in the first stage, the beach stage, if you throw an apple towards the Pikachu and lead him to the surfboard, you get a picture of surfing Pikachu, and it's a special picture. If you throw an apple and you freaking knock a Charmander into a fire pit, he evolves into a freaking Charmeleon and Charizard. It's great.
The other thing too is like going off of that, Mike, like the photo mechanics in the Alola games,
Yeah.
like wouldn't be a thing without that. I don't think,
Exactly.
because those have like all the backgrounds and the poses, and like they every time you get to a new town in Alola, they're like, don't forget to take pictures. Like,
There's one reason Pokemon Snap is the best Pokemon spinoff, and that's the fact that you could go to a Blockbuster and print out stickers of your photos.
And you get that card,
Oh,
and you
that's
feel like
cute.
a boss with that card. You feel like you're part of the elite goddamn four, and you are just skyrocketing with your little stickers. And you just go to school the next day, like, look what I got, you little bastards. I got
Yeah,
from
but
me.
you know what sucks? for people that did not have a Blockbuster in their area.
You know what? It sucks for people who live in rural America and can't play goddamn Pokemon Go. Jacob, Jacob,
play it. Yeah, Jacob. Where are you falling on that one?
I am very fine. As much as I was like the Stadium stan who was defending it, I'm very fine with Snap being number one. I think that Snap is like a national treasure for a lot of people, and it's very sweet, and I think it captures, whereas stuff like Conquest and Stadium and Poké, and it's all about like fighting and like and like that's what the games have, that fighting element, right? But I think where Pokemon shines, where it's heartfelt and genuine, is when you have like just Pokemon just living their lives, just being sweet little creatures, and that's what Snap is all about. Just vibing, and like Snap is about that. It's not about catching them. It's not about training them. It's not about making them fight. It's just like going and respecting their environments and just taking some photos. You know, it's like the whole like leave nothing but tracks, take nothing but photos or whatever in those little parks, right? And like that's cute and sweet. I like that. I appreciate Snap.
Now, the last point I want to make really quick. It's not really a point. I found the phone number for the Pokemon Snap stations, and I wanted to call it really quick. The world was on fire that day when the sequel came out. Like this, this was originally.
Hi. Thank you for calling Nintendo. We're experiencing a high volume of calls, and there are a lot of people waiting.
It's just customer service.
Look at that! People are still calling. People are still calling for Pokemon Snap.
I feel like this was staged. Mike had so many people calling in before the podcast.
Because the fervor is still there, not only on the phone lines, but Pokemon Snap 2 is incoming. Snap is number one. So our final rankings are number 10, Trading Card Game, number 9, Puzzle League, number 8, Pinball, number 7, Conquest, number 6, Coliseum, number 5, Pokken, number 4, Go, number 3, Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX, number 2, Stadium, and number 1, Pokemon Snap.
Yeah, chubby friends come out on top.
I think the lesson that we should take away from this is that N64 killed it, and Japan, you're silly for thinking that N64 did not slap when Snap and Stadium are fantastic games.
Absolutely. I think it really shows with our number 1 and number 2 that us wanting to still hold the Pokemon magic in a spinoff. You have the cuteness of the Pokemon in Snap, and then you have what you're playing Pokemon for is the battling in Stadium.
My goal today was to get Snap at number 1, and I accomplished that goal. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
I appreciate it.
I was trying to get Puzzle League at 10.
It was number 9.
Yeah, it got close.
I'm fine.
And I want to end with our friend Alec at Arpanine, who wanted to highlight Hey You Pikachu, the biggest omission from this top 10, but he comes with some really deep lore. So I want to read the lore of how this game ends. Eventually, if the player reaches day 365, Professor Oak appears and says that Pikachu has to be released as it is a wild Pokemon. The player has to go to the woods where Pikachu was found and say goodbye several times, upon which Pikachu realizes it can't live with the player anymore and, sadly, leaves. After the credits, while the player is looking around the front yard and reminiscing about Pikachu, it returns and the game continues as if Pikachu was never released. That's how that game ends, everybody.
Why would they make you suffer that trauma?
Yeah. Hey You Pikachu is the poor man's Seaman. So
Hey You Pikachu is a fantastic game. I am very sad it wasn't on this list. That game meant a lot to me as a kid because like you wake up every morning and Pikachu's just like, hey, want to hang out? And you wake up in your little bedroom with your TV. You can like play video games with him. You guys can go on a picnic together.
And you say the same words 10 times waiting for it to register.
No, okay. You know what? I think people just need to enunciate. Because I didn't have problems with him. All right?
Yes, these 5-year-old children need to enunciate.
Yeah.
Can we take a timeout, though?
They do.
Who the hell played that game for 365 days?
Yeah, nobody played this game for 365 days.
I didn't get to the ending, no.
And
it's a very sweet and charming game, though. Like just like being a kid having like your own Pokemon in your room that you can just hang out with. It's so cute.
Until apparently it rips your heart out.
They made a sequel for GameCube.
Good.
Which is wild. Pokemon Channel.
Make another one for Switch.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'll yell at Make one for mobile. I want to yell at Pikachu on my phone.
With the dust settled, those are the very best ranked like no other ever was. A huge thank you to everyone who voted for their top Pokemon spin-offs and to all of you for watching our first panel. Did we get it right? Are you screaming in chat? Let us know on Twitter. Thank you so much to Ty and Jess for joining us. Where can everyone follow you and your work?
You can follow me at Just Jess is Fine on Twitter. I work at Uppercut Crit as the managing editor. I don't know why I said crit. I did the thing that other people do when they talk about us. I work at Uppercut, and I'm the managing editor, and I'm also an intern at Paste now. Pretty cool little development. And Ty, I'll pass it on to you. My EIC.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you can follow me on Twitter at TUI_G8Rs. I am Uppercut's EIC, so you can find us over there at Uppercut Crit. And also, I float around some other game sites sometimes, so just follow me on Twitter, you'll probably see it.
Absolutely.
Literally every game site.
They are well worth the
Several.
follow, so please go check them out. And as far as Kinda NYC, you can find us at KindaNYC.com, at Kinda NYC on Twitter, twitch.tv/Kinda NYC, and youtube.com/Kinda NYC. Jake Palmer is at JakeP47, Matthew Wright at Nerdy Island, Mike Towndrow at MixTowndrow, and I am at WhoDatNinja73. Thank you all once again for tuning in, and remember, it's not about how many gym badges you've earned, it's about the friends you made along the way on your adventure. Stay safe, and we love you.
Aw.
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 We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Hi, I'm Ren, one of the developers of Unpacking, the upcoming title from Australian indie studio Witchbeam. Unpacking is a Zen puzzle game about the familiar experience of pulling possessions out of boxes and fitting them into a new home. Part item Tetris, part home decoration, you are invited to create a satisfying living space while learning clues about the life you're unpacking. Over the course of 8 house moves, you are given a chance to experience a sense of intimacy with a character you never see and a story you're never told. You can play the first 2 stages of Unpacking right now in our demo, available through Steam only during PAX Online. Look forward to the full game in 2021.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp, creative director of Atomic Mass Games, back at you again with some painting and some fun for PAX. I hope you're all having a good time. I know we are. So, of course, painting miniatures, you got to paint the face, right? It's an old adage, you got to paint the face, you got to paint the base. So, I want to talk about painting faces. And we're going to do a very cool, very quick paint, face paint with not quite washes, but we're gonna have fun and we're gonna let's just get to it. So let's try it out. So as you can see, I got a Black Widow here. Now I left the arms off so that because her arms on the miniature come straight out and gets in the way of the camera. And the next step I want to do, and this is what I normally do, is I take some of my base color, that base skin tone, and I mix a little red into it. I usually find like a nice brickish red, and I thin this down with a little bit of water, but this just adds that nice warmth that we like to see in faces. Now any skin tone you do, I would you want to follow a lot of the same rules I'm going to be talking about here. So even if I were to go darker, I would still add a red undertone. If I was going to go lighter, like a very light tail skin, I would still add a bit of a red undertone. There's no one recipe to painting skin. Now I'm going to mix some water, and I just got a little palette over here. And this time, I'm going to use a forest green, like a nice olive. I'm going to mix that once again into the base color that I chose. Now while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the green and the red without the base tone, mix them together, and I'm going to make like a really nice brown. Just a nice red brown. If you don't feel it's dark enough, you can add a little red, you can add a little green. Nice. So all that did was define those deep recesses. But now I want to define the top. So I'm going to take a little bit of my off-white. I like good off-whites. I don't like pure whites typically, unless I'm highlighting white. So I'll take off-white, mix it into my base tone, and I'm just going to pick out some highlights. Right there where the hair part meets, tip of the nose, just under the lip where the chin is, just to give it a little highlight. And this just defines the face much better and sharpens all those features. And once again, I'm just using the tip of the brush. Let me see if I can focus in just a little bit. There we go. So very quickly, I was able to achieve a great face to get on the tabletop and just to get playing. So hopefully that was helpful and informative and something that you can practice and try at home and get your miniature painted up and get it on the tabletop. So thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you later. Keep having fun at PAX, and we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
Hi
everyone, and welcome to our talk, which is about gaming under lockdown. And I'm Dr. Catherine Flick. I'm a reader in computing and social responsibility at De Montfort University in Leicester in the United Kingdom. I have with me my very, very special guests, Dr. Rachel Cohort, who's a research director at Take This, and Dr. Sebastian Deterding, who's a reader or research fellow, or whatever you'd like to call him, at the University of York. And I guess we should probably explain what a reader is just briefly, since there's two of us on a panel, which is very rare indeed. It's basically like an associate professor, but better, because we read a lot, theoretically. Anyway, I just want to start out asking my lovely panelists what they've been playing under lockdown, since this is a gaming under lockdown panel. Rachel, would you like to tell us a little bit about what you've been playing?
Sure. Like millions of others, I've been playing a lot of Animal Crossing. A lot of Animal Crossing. And I recently started playing to the Final Fantasy VII Remake, which did come out like months ago, but I have two small children, so it took me a while to get there. But I've been really enjoying both of those games. Both of them old franchises, but newly revamped. So it's been a lot of fun.
Nice. And Sebastian, what have you been playing?
Yeah, I had the fortune to be locked in with my wife, so I actually still had a play pal. So we've been basically kind of grazing off Board Game Geek for new 2-player board games that we could play together. And I've been dusting off my old pen and paper role-playing GMing skills, and we've been playing indie one-shots, and one of them now, Lady Blackbird by John Harper, effectively has turned into like a 20-session campaign, and we're still in the middle of it.
That sounds cool. Oh, I'll have to check that one out, definitely. I've also been playing a lot of Animal Crossing, although I haven't been playing it as much recently because I kind of forgot to buy turnips one Sunday, and for some reason they just killed it for me. And then, because Sunday mornings are quite busy in my household, so it actually kind of sucks that you can only buy them on Sunday mornings. So if I miss it, it kind of wrecks it for me for a bit. Anyway, I also have been playing Diablo 3 again. I regularly come back to that game, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. But I've also been playing Mini Metro, which is a little mobile game. It's like a puzzle game where you design metro systems. It's been around for a little while, but I just picked that up. And then most recently, I've been playing Baldur's Gate 2 again. Did you know Baldur's Gate 2 is 20 years old now?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know. It makes me feel really, really old. But I'm going to talk a little bit about nostalgia and gaming in a bit anyway. So yeah, I'll talk a bit more about that soon. But we'd like to sort of start out with some of the sort of psychology behind gaming under lockdown, because there's been a lot of studies, or there's been a few studies, there's been some research done into, what might be the positive or negative effects of lockdown and how gaming might factor into those. So I'd like to hand over to Rachel to talk about that.
Sure. Yeah, so games, of course, are always fun. There are always fun activities to do. But now that we're physically distanced and kind of trapped in our homes for a bit, they are a great activity that a lot of people are turning to. They're accessible, they're shared, and they're fun. So we've been playing games, since the beginning of time. You find old cities and there's always dice and cards because play is important for the human lifespan. It's not just critical for children, which I think a lot of people believe, which is supported also by the research that there are more gamers in their 30s than their 20s. And part of the reason is that play in and of itself is associated with reduced stress, reduced depression, and reduced loneliness, 3 things we all might be feeling more of since the lockdown started. So games are great at reducing stress for a variety of reasons. There's quite a bit of research looking at how media entertainment in general contributes to mood management and repair. So what this means is that entertainment media is an effective coping strategy to bring negative moods and emotions back into balance. For instance, research has found bored individuals tend to choose exciting TV programs to watch. Stressed individuals tend to choose relaxing TV programs to watch. So games are particularly effective at managing our mood because games are designed to help us meet our basic psychological needs. They help us have a sense of autonomy. We're free to make our own choices. They help us have a sense of competence, that we can achieve things and be successful. And they help us have a sense of relatedness or connecting with others. So these 3 components, autonomy, competence, and control, these are universal and thought to be essential for our psychological health and well-being. And this idea is referred to as self-determination theory, which you may have heard before in the context of game studies. It is a theory of motivation that came out in the 1970s, but more recently has been expanded to talk about games and how well-designed games can contribute to our well-being. So having these needs met while also having the added element of playfulness is something that's fun, it's pleasant, it makes us feel good, and it helps reduce stress in times of increased stress. Games are also great at socializing, which is kind of another component of lockdown. We've been socially distanced or physically distanced, and socialization is also a natural stress reliever, but also a key component to reducing loneliness, which I know seems like an obvious connection, but loneliness is increased with a wide range of detrimental physical and mental health repercussions, like increased stress, poor decision-making, increased risk for substance abuse. Research has actually found that loneliness and social isolation is twice as harmful to a person's physical health than obesity. So it's a big deal, and it's even more so now that we are unable to be close physically to the people that we love. So games are really good at promoting socialization in a way that other things on the internet do not, because of their level of interactivity. And these shared interactive experiences really bolster the positive effects of socialization. So increased self-esteem, decreased feelings of depression, anxiety, isolation, etc. And I also just want to make a quick mention as well, and the socialization aspect, that games do this twofold. So we can play with others, like Sebastian was saying, he's playing with his wife, or I've been playing a lot of Animal Crossing with my 5-year-old. But games also have the element of parasocial relationships, which are the relationships that we have with the in-game characters. So this term was first developed in the 1950s to explain relationships we feel with people on TV. These are one-way relationships. A really good example comes from the research of Emery Daniel and David Westerman, who looked at the relationships we have with Game of Thrones characters. So, spoiler, it's an old show. Come on, you should have seen it. But in Game of Thrones, Jon Snow dies. And in their study, they did a textual analysis of tweets that went out after Jon Snow died. And they compared them against content that people express when someone close in their family dies, the 7 stages of grief. And they matched. So these are not real relationships. Jon Snow is not a real person, but the grief that we felt, the emotions associated with, very real. And we feel these same emotions when we make friends, like in Animal Crossing. So I know that Tom Nook is not my friend, but the emotions of camaraderie and happiness that he is to see me in Animal Crossing, or disappointment when I don't pull my weeds, those emotions are very real. So if you are stuck to be physically isolated, socially isolated at home alone, these kinds of games like Animal Crossing or Stardew Valley, or the games that have a lot of NPCs with storylines that interact with you, can have the benefits of social interaction as well. So taken all together, the stress relief, the socialization, the fun, right? They're games. This, at the end of the day, makes for a perfect activity when you are in lockdown, when you are physically isolated, socially distanced, and looking for something to help relieve the stress of, impending doom that surrounds us with this pandemic.
Just a quick question about that. Do you think that there'd be differences between, say, binge watching a lot of television and playing games? Would it be more of that social aspect of it, or,
I think there would be some differences. I think that binge watching television shows like parasocial relationships, this idea did come out in reference to characters that we see on TV and film. And also it is effective at mood management, but the interactivity, research has found, bolsters these effects. So I think the effects would be of a greater magnitude if you look at the positive impact on reduced stress or depression or loneliness with these interactive games as compared to television or film.
Okay, cool. And so what would you expect as people go through lockdown? Do you expect them to play more games, fewer games, more games with friends, fewer games with friends, and maybe more solo play games? What would you have expected people to do?
My prediction would be more games. I think also more people are playing games who don't normally play games. So my mom has picked up Animal Crossing so she can visit my daughter's island, and she is not one to play games. So I think it's really opened up the idea that games are for everyone and can be used to connect with family and friends in these unique and special ways. I also expect, I think that esports and competitive games are also going to become more popular as the pandemic carries on. I was reading something today about how, television shows for next year can no longer be filmed, and like sports events are now canceled because the teams can't get together. So it'd be interesting to see if games not only continue to rise in terms of what we're doing in our homes, but as a form of like mass entertainment for other people. So something to watch.
Cool. All right. That's, I guess, is that, yep, that's all from you. Then I think
that's all I got.
That's all you got. That's all good. Yeah, okay, that's really interesting stuff, and I think that we can all relate to certainly parts of that. And I mean, certainly for me, I can definitely relate to the sort of the social side of it. I mean, I mostly play with my husband, so we really like playing cooperative games, and that's one of the reasons why we picked Diablo 3 up again, was because we wanted to play a game together that didn't require too much brain. So like MMOs and stuff like that often require a lot of brain, and I've got a little baby that's under 1. I mean, he's just turned 1, so my brain isn't working anyway. So we wanted something that was pretty mindless, and like Diablo 3 where you could just bash a button until things die. That's actually quite like satisfying to play. And I mean, yes, it's just basically a grinding game, but it was it had hit all of the buttons for what we wanted. So the cooperative, we had so you know, he just sits behind me here in this room, in fact, and so we can yell at each other and tell each other when there's chests or whatever. And it's actually like so for that, for us, it was a perfect game to come back to, even though we haven't played it in probably close to years now. I think last season I played was like 10 or 11, and it's up to like 21 now. So yeah. So it's been a few years since we played it, but it's been really it's been a lot of fun to pick it back up again. Although this later season's been pretty crap, so we didn't bother with this latest one. But I mean, I think these sorts of games that are both cooperative, I think the cooperativeness of the games really helps to kind of build those social aspects as well, because I mean, I find certainly in games like PvP type games that it seems to be it's almost more a solo activity of me versus everybody else, right? So I'm not a huge fan of PvP to start with, but I've been watching my husband play a lot of Destiny 2, and he seems to get quite frustrated with it at times. But the things he actually seems to enjoy doing the most are the big raids, where he gets together with groups of people, particularly people where he has some say over who they are, and then they get a big raid done, right? And so it's that cooperative activity that maybe reflects sort of things that we would be doing in real life outside of the lockdown area, right? So, you know, we might be working together, because even at work, I find that I'm not doing these kind of group activities that I would normally do at work. Even things like going and having lunch together or having a meeting or something is kind of, it's distanced now, and that doesn't feel like I'm kind of getting the same kind of things done as I did beforehand. So I think some of these kind of cooperative activities in games can kind of replace the feeling of accomplishment that you kind of get from those activities that you would normally do outside of your room.
Yeah, that's a wonderful point. I just want to make one small comment, because I was talking to my neighbor the other day. She has a 12-year-old son who's playing a lot of Fortnite, and I was trying to make that exact point. Like, he can't go play basketball. He can't go down the street and play a game of tag or whatever. This is like the only opportunity he has to do that interactive, fun, playful stuff, because you can't do it anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think, it's important to recognize like the utility of that.
Yeah, and I've been talking to a lot of kids recently for another research project that I've been doing, and about lockdown, and they've been talking about how they really want to go back to school, and bet you asked these kids 6 months ago if they'd be looking forward to going to school, and they'd be like, nah. But I mean, they mostly want to see their friends, but there's a certain amount of how we build our lives in a structure and rely on these kind of everyday activities that do rely on other people. That is actually a very human thing, I think. It's a value that we really we're very fond of is this feeling of accomplishment that comes from creating or working together to accomplish something. So I think that's something that certainly games can fill in there.
I think that really nicely connects to like my role-playing experience as well. So it felt like this is exactly the right thing. It's not too demanding on you, right? Pen and paper role-playing has a lot of downtime and chit-chat, and in that case, it's actually just kind of the pretext for you to hang out with other people that gives you that downtime so you can actually hang with them together. And meanwhile, it's overall, like, even if it is GM versus players, in our case, it's not, it's very story-driven, but even if ultimately you're trying to create a fun evening that you have together, which is again this kind of joint cooperative activity instead of pitting one person against another person.
Yeah, and definitely. I mean, I've been playing a lot of D&D as well. In fact, I've just last night we just played. I think it was about the third or fourth session. It must have been about the fourth session. I've redone one of the original dungeon crawl games. I've like basically just gotten the maps and I put them into Roll20, and then I stuck a bunch of monsters on, right? And and so I kind of recreated them in 5th edition, right? And it's been so much fun because I haven't done a traditional just dungeon crawler game in a really long time, and I think I've managed to kill my paladin almost 4 times now, which I'm really proud of. Although we've got a cleric, so he doesn't stay dead, sadly, but you have a good go, right? But even in that, it's part of co-creating an experience. If I just presented a game and they just went blip blip blip, roll the dice and you're done, it would be pretty boring. But they add, there's so much more that is added to a tabletop roleplay experience than just kind of the rolling the dice and moving characters, moving things around. But I have to say, Roll20's been brilliant for gaming with my regular game group, because normally we would have dinner together, and normally like it would be, actually games was kind of the excuse to have dinner together once a week, like Sebastian was saying. And but we still play, so we play online, but it's been actually, Roll20's been really, really good for that, because it does make it very easy, certainly to set a game up as well. If you kind of know what you're up to, it's actually really easy to set something up. And I've really appreciated that tool is available, because otherwise it would be quite difficult. And I think you'd have to kind of go back to some of the more sort of much more story-driven games, like even 5th edition, you can do a lot more story-driven than, say, 3.5 or something like that. But, some of the ones that you sort of hear, like the podcasts of or streams of, and I know, Rachel, you're involved in a D&D streaming thing. So those tend to be a lot more story-driven, so you can get the interactions between characters than a lot of the kind of more classic dungeon crawly, roll lots of dice type games. So, yeah, so I think that Roll20's made that a lot easier for kind of bridging that gap a little bit, and allowing gaming nights like mine to continue despite lockdown, right? So that's been really nice for me. Sebastian, have you used Roll20 at all, or?
I've trialed and cycled through, and again, because we're so rules light, we're so rules minimal, it's really shared world and story creation that so we end up a whole evening where somebody rolls a die once, and for that it's basically a dice bot in Slack or a dice bot in Zoom is just fine.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, mine's a classic dungeon crawler, so it is going to be a more dice heavy game. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I think also sort of this, like, these sorts of games really hook into that sense of nostalgia. I think you mentioned that, Rachel, and in your very, very beginning when you said what you were playing, right? You said you were playing Final Fantasy VII, which obviously it's the remake, but it must hook into that nostalgia feeling of calm and like the comforting nature of nostalgia, because I mean we're all very stressed out, we're anxious, all those emotions and anxieties that we have about lockdown. Going out and going shopping is a huge ordeal now, because you've got to like deal with a whole bunch of jerks, and you've got to put your mask on, you've got to like navigate lots of signage and lots of things, and it becomes very, very stressful. And so just everyday activities that we kind of took for granted before are now like adding to our anxieties. So being able to kind of come back and, you know, play an old game that we're familiar with, one that we've perhaps played before, maybe we didn't finish it last times because we were much younger or didn't, you know, less experienced with game playing. Certainly, so this is why I've been replaying Baldur's Gate 2, right? Because I never finished it. I realized, like, it's been 20 years and I still haven't finished Baldur's Gate 2, but I must have started it a million times. I feel like it. So my aim for this, you know, this period is to actually finish Baldur's Gate 2. I mean, I know what happens and everything, because, like, I must have, I know all the spoilers and everything, but I just never got around to finishing. But I want to be able to do that. And I think that, and it's quite a calming thing for me too, because it's a familiar environment. Like, I'm much better at D&D now than when I first, so I know how D&D works, and that actually kind of helps make it more familiar. And so I can cheese things a little bit if I have to, which is helpful. And then, but then also just the setting is familiar. But the other, like playing Diablo 3 is also a comforting, familiar, nostalgic environment. I mean, I was playing the original Diablo like a really, really long time ago. And so I've come through playing those games. So they're actually a very nice environment for me to go back to. So it's not just the fact that, yes, they're cooperative games, or, you know, they're a certain type of game that means that I can play it by myself, or, you know, means that I can kind of escape. It's an escapist type thing. So Baldur's Gate, I would say, is more an escapist because it's a fantasy role-play game. It's more of an escapist thing than, say, Diablo 3. But yeah, they both have that nostalgia twang as well. And even Animal Crossing, you said, you know, I mean, I played the original, well, was it the original one on GameCube? But certainly...
It was.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, yeah, I mean, that was my sister and we played it, and we had a fantastic time playing Animal Crossing. And I never got around to picking up New Leaf, because I was really, at the time, I didn't have time for it, and I was really scared. I didn't want my villagers to leave because I hadn't pulled the weeds for a while or whatever, and because I hate that. And so it was really nice to kind of come back into Animal Crossing again as well. Like, it's just not stressful. You've got a nice low stress multiplayer, so you're not expected to do anything particularly with multiplayer. You know, you can just kind of, you know, poke a friend on Twitter or something and open up your space, and people come in and run around and, I don't know, do stuff, and, you know, it's just nice kind of low stress, apart from the turnips. That's my source of stress now. But now you've got the app, you can put all your turnip prices in, right? And you don't even have to talk to other people to find out what their turnip prices are. You can just like hide in the shame of only having made 2 bells per turnip this time. But, you know. But I have to say though, I stopped playing Pokemon Go. So I've been quite an avid player of Pokemon Go, and I mean, I've done a lot of research on Pokemon Go. One of the talks I did at previous PAX was on Pokemon Go. I've got a lot invested in Pokemon Go, but I've actually stopped. And I think that Niantic, when they were sort of suddenly struggling with what do we do, because all of a sudden our game that requires people to go out and walk around, people are not allowed by law to do that in many places, right? And so what do we do? So they really did, they piled on a whole load of work to actually make it so you could play it in, you know, a small radius around your home, or while you were doing other kind of things like going shopping or something like that, and not requiring you to kind of go out every day and do the thing every day necessarily. And so that was really nice that they did that. But I have to say, like, what really frustrated me was seeing like new Pokemon pop up on my radar and not being able to go there and catch them. And so I had to stop playing, because that was stressing me out too much. And also had, you know, trying to deal with navigating a pushchair with a baby in it and playing Pokemon Go is actually really hard. so I had to kind of change up how I did stuff, and it meant that I stopped playing. And I think that's mostly, I just got frustrated at the fact that I couldn't go to the place to catch the Pokemon anymore. But I really think though they did a really good job of actually making it playable. So they brought in a battle league where you didn't have to actually be physically close to somebody to battle them. They brought in like special, like longer lasting incense, which attracts Pokemon to you. And they brought in free or very, very cheap, like 1 coin or whatever, boxes that would give you lots of Pokeballs, because people were running out of Pokeballs and things to actually catch the Pokemon. So they really responded very, very well, I think, to the community, who were giving them some good ideas, and then they actually implemented quite a few of them, which I think was really good. And there's now remote.
And I think it also shows that you're a pretty conscientious Pokemon player. So oddly enough, in Finland, there have been 2 empirical studies about Pokemon players and COVID. And basically what they found is if you trust the government and the pandemic is bad in your area, then you say you're less likely to go out. While if you have a massive fear of missing out, you say, I'm missing out all the new Pokemon, then you're less likely to actually stay in. And then basically the second study found that although people were reporting that when they actually measured, now this was in early March, so this was before all of the changes have been implemented, but when they looked at before and after kind of lockdown in Finland right away, that people's behavior actually didn't change that much in terms of raiding together in Pokemon just before and just after. But again, that might be because in Finland in March, things weren't that bad either way, and the game itself hadn't changed that much yet.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Like, I mean, because now you can do the remote raids, so you don't even need to go to the raiding spot to actually do the raids with people, which is kind of cool. But I mean, they've also added some kind of, you know, you can pay to do multiple ones of these. I haven't kept up with all of the specifics, but I mean, they're still making bank off it. Let's just say they found ways to get money off people, even though they're not going out and walking eggs and things anymore. But yeah, so I think and then it goes the other way too, right? So in Melbourne, in Australia, which has just been locked down again, there was a fellow who was fined recently for walking around playing Pokemon Go because he was walking around during lockdown, and you weren't supposed to be doing that except for essential activities, right? So so he actually got fined. So, and there's a few stories of people who have gotten into trouble for playing Pokemon Go under lockdown because of the curfews, well, not really curfews, but, you know, like space restrictions and things like that. So I think, I mean, but then on the other hand, Niantic didn't really do a huge amount for Ingress, and I suspect that's probably because, and the Ingress players who are listening will probably agree that they've basically, in some ways, they're like, yep, okay, we've Pokemon Go, we've got the Wizard, we've got Harry Potter, we've got Pokemon Go, we're sorted now, we don't need you anymore, which is a bit of a shame, really, considering that's kind of where it came from. So, you know, good points, bad points, Niantic. I'll give you about a B for COVID response there. But I think, you know, in terms of how I've changed my gaming, I think the main thing is that like my gaming has changed. I mean, it's changed for multiple reasons. I have a baby now, which means my attention span is shorter. I need to be able to pause games. I can't stay up late playing games all night with my friends, so MMOs and things like that are kind of out. I have to like my brain doesn't work after about 8 o'clock, so I need mindless stuff and things like that. So that's changed how I've played, but also I've really found myself going back to these nostalgic, comforting games to make me feel a lot better about myself. So that's been my gaming. Sebastian, do you want to tell us a whole bunch of, like, I know that you've been working on kind of collating a bunch of different studies about gaming in lockdown. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you've found?
Sure. So yeah, so we've been basically doing the kind of thing that as a scientist you're supposed to do, which is basically, right, we have all of these personal experiences and we have all of these theories and ideas. Let's see what the data tells us. It turns out that mostly in terms of the research out there, in games research as well as in other fields, COVID is a bit of a kind of a mad gold rush to get the first publication on the topic out so that you get your dings, which is your citations on that. So basically you see tons of editorials and letters to an editor saying, we have this theory and it might apply to COVID, now please give us a citation. And there's very little empirical data that's been rigorously collected and that's already been done. And if you want to find out more on COVID-19-games.org is basically where we have this ongoing repository of all the kind of studies that we found out there that already exist. So because of that, and there's probably 24 other people out there who are doing this right now, have done a large-scale online survey where we were actually interested in, okay, how did the lockdown, how did the pandemic affect how people play, why they play, how does it affect their mood? Got a decently large sample of about 250 people. And as Rachel said at the beginning, right, so we have kind of two major ideas or theories in games research about how games might impact moods: self-determination theory and mood management. Self-determination theory basically says we have these basic needs for competence and relatedness and autonomy. And so you would assume, okay, if that goes down in your life, right, you're not autonomous because the government tells you can't do X. You don't get relatedness satisfaction because you're disconnected from your friends, and competence, you just feel powerless in the face of everything. So all of that in your everyday life goes down. So therefore you feel sad. So you should pick up games which give you all of that. So you should pick more games which give you all of these experiences that real life doesn't give you. And mood management theory says similarly, right? So if your mood is bad, you choose games or you choose media that will improve your mood. You will choose things that absorb you and distract you so you don't ruminate and think about the bad things going on around you. You will pick things that are happy and cheerful, and you will pick things that sort of calibrate your arousal level. So if you're low and depressed, you will pick something that kind of energizes you. And if you're anxious and kind of super excited, you're going to pick something calming that basically takes you down. So we went out there with a survey to 250 players all across the world, actually with kind of self-reports, measured exactly these kinds of ideas. And then we also collected some qualitative data on top of that. So we asked people about, okay, subjectively from your perspective, just tell us in your own words, how did this change your gaming? How did this affect your mood? And well, it's science, so the answer is it's complicated. Basically, our quantitative data told us all of the theories did not pan out. Actually, in self-determination theory, we found the opposite of what we expected is the case. People who are already feeling a lot of need satisfaction in real life reported also having more need satisfaction in games. So it's basically, if you're happy and cheerful and joyful, then everywhere in your life you're going to experience more joy, experience more need satisfaction. If you're low, then everywhere in your life in gaming or outside, you're going to experience the same. And for mood management, we found, no, all of the features that we listed that supposedly like you would choose in order to pick certain media. So it absorbs and distracts you, it's cheerful, it modulates kind of how anxious or how tired you feel. None of that has any correlation whatsoever with how you're feeling right now in real life. So data 1, theory 0, back to the drawing board. Yeah, I mean, there are lots of possible explanations for that. I don't know, Rachel, would you have some explanations for any of the above?
Well, I mean, maybe it's difficult too with self-report measures saying like, how do you feel right now? Sometimes it's hard for people to gauge appropriately how they feel or what role media is playing in helping manage their moods. I mean, my first instinct is always self-report, and maybe the measures aren't nuanced enough. But I think that, didn't you say that there was different pictures in the qualitative data?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so in the quantitative, we had the same kind of thing where we say, well, it might be that the data is a fluke, right? You always have that chance with statistical data. It might be that people are just rubbish at remembering. So we asked them kind of, how was your mood in general in the last week? What kind of games did you pick to play in the last week? That people are just very bad at kind of remembering and accurately reporting these kind of things on these kind of Likert scale bubbles. And so that's one of the reasons why we see these effects, or the theories might be wrong, right? So it's complicated. But yeah, in the qualitative data, so a lot of the things that you've already mentioned actually came out. So the first thing that people reported is they played more. They play a lot more games. And one of the main reasons for that is simply, right, you've been furloughed or you've been blocked out of your everyday activity, so you just have more time, very pragmatically, and you're bored. And the boredom is sort of an opening for then stress and anxiety and negative thoughts. And so therefore you kind of fill the gap or fill the void, as some of our participants actually call that, with gaming, because that's the thing that you have available in order to fill up your empty time. So people just play more. And the second one is they definitely play more with other people. So socializing, using games in order to socialize and connect with others was very, very high in the repeated ways in which people reported playing and why they played it. So one really lovely quote or example that sort of summarized all of that very well is basically this family father saying, my 7-year-old enjoys it meaning board gaming, and as my wife and I have spent most of the day working from home, we use board games to spend time with him at the end of the day. We bought several new board games, spending far more time playing them before lockdowns. So a lot of what people report actually kind of has less to do with psychological states than just with pragmatics. Like, I now have less access to my previous couch co-op friends, so I can't play with them anymore. And so therefore I now play games online. Or I'm locked in with these people, so now I'm playing with the people that I happen to be locked in with. Or I have access to these games, so therefore I'm just going to play these games. So a lot of the changes have to do a lot with pragmatics and less kind of the psychology of gaming. And then I think in terms of nostalgia, so that was another thing that came up. People play a lot of different games. So across 40 interviews that we analyzed, we have 130 different games that people reported playing. And it's really everything. It's from Sudoku to Dark Souls, with a good smattering of Animal Crossing in there, obviously, and lots of D&D, lots of different board games, etc. But one of the main reasons why people reported picking certain games, other than they were just, that's what was available, is because that's familiar, that's comfortable. So they said, I knew the game before, I enjoyed playing the game before, and now they have a new release, or I'm returning to it. So there are a lot of market researchers talking about people's eating habits, and they say we expect a lot of comfort food to come back into fashion during the pandemic, because it's this comforting, consoling return to childhood. And it seems to be that with gaming appetite and the qualitative data, we definitely see the same thing, that
me.
Yeah, exactly. People return to. I returned to role playing, which my heydays were in my 20s.
Oh, there we go.
So yeah, it's the very same thing.
Yeah.
Which are not long ago at all. No, not at all. So yeah, so we see a lot of this kind of nostalgic gaming definitely showing up. Yeah.
I think it's really interesting that your qualitative data does kind of support, lend more support anyway to the theoretical connections between mood management and SDT, because I think it really points to the idea that research is complicated and quantitative and qualitative always paint a better picture. Because if you just had the data, you would say, oh, that's weird. We have all these theories with, this, 30-year history of looking at it that seems to be supported, and now all of a sudden when it comes to COVID, they're not. Whereas actually it looks like there's some kind of disconnect because it is being supported in what they report. They're playing more with others.
Yeah, this is why statistics is actually really hard as well.
Yeah. And it may just well have to do with how statistics measure these things. So one of the, for instance, if you look into self-determination theory, one of the beefs there is that a lot of the questions that you're asking there, when it comes to feelings of connection, of relatedness, they're not necessarily well designed to capture something like parasocial relationships. Like most of the surveys out there don't really have questions that fit that. So a student of mine did a similar study where we then asked people how they understood the questionnaire items, and they say, well, this one here about meaningful relations is very hard to understand. Like, so is it fine that I name Seamus as the non-player character? Because then, yes, absolutely, as the player character, absolutely. If not, then I would answer this completely differently. So yeah, so for relatedness, we found that definitely social connection matters for people a lot, and it's one of the reasons they kind of gravitate towards gaming, more towards gaming in general than particular games. And the same for kind of the absorption aspect of mood management theory. So that came out very, very clearly over and over again in the qualitative data, where people say, I'm stressed, the situation is dismal, or I'm depressed and I'm ruminating, I'm just in these circular thoughts. And gaming is just a way to occupy my mind, as they say, and then literally just shut all of these thoughts off. So So it might be even mindless, but as long as I'm playing, my brain is not occupied with the other things that worry me. And that's kind of the major thing. Not even escaping towards something better, but just the sheer fact that your brain is occupied with some kind of activity that is not unpleasant or anxiety inducing.
I think this is also sorry, you go.
I was just going to say preoccupied with Cloud's broodiness instead of,
Yeah. Well, I was gonna link this back into sort of some of the more traditional studies of gaming as well, where they talk about this as I mean, they seem to link this kind of activity with almost like an addiction, right? There's these addictive qualities of games, and it makes me, it makes me really think that actually COVID's a really interesting space to actually look at what actually is this space that's being created that people feel they need to fill it with games, right? And it may not be that it's an addiction to games, but it's an addiction, not an addiction. It's a need to fill space so that you don't have those bad thoughts or those circular thoughts and things like that. And so I know, Rachel, you're particularly skeptical of traditional.
Don't make me get on my soapbox.
I think we've got a few minutes, so you could briefly get on your soapbox. But I mean, one of the things I certainly saw going into COVID were stories about how COVID could cause people to become more addicted to games, or could cause people to I think that was mostly it, was the more addicted, and then of course from there they generally go to becoming more violent, right? Because that's how these traditional thought trajectories go, right? These are like Daily Mail articles, so they're not high concept, but there's still, despite being debunked that there are these connections, there's still this desire somewhere for people to link link games with negative practices, right? And I think what we're seeing very much here is that actually the games are being linked much more to positive practice. And I mean, even if it is being used as a distraction technique for, let's say, some other sort of some mental illness or mental or anxiety or something like that, it's being used in a positive way there, right? Can you sort of sort these thoughts out for me a little bit, Rachel?
Well, I will say, just this week I published an article on Medium called "Is COVID-19 is video game addiction still a thing in the era of COVID-19?" Because we know that the World Health Organization, who was largely pushing for this conceptualization of video game addiction when COVID-19 lockdown started, came out with a statement saying games are a great way to socially connect during COVID-19. And in the article, I talk about, the scholar's open letter about why we have concerns about this conceptualization, yada, yada, yada. But I want to just talk briefly about something you mentioned at the end. And I think that Sebastian and I share similar thoughts on this. Whereas having a distraction, we're about to find out, having a distraction or escapism is not inherently bad. We escape into a good book. We escape into a Netflix series. We binge watch a Netflix series. And even the word binge is not a particularly positively slanted one. But people don't see that as the same negative as like, oh my goodness, Rachel stayed up all night and overslept because she was playing Final Fantasy VII. Right? That's a problem. But, Rachel's husband stayed up all night watching The Witcher. Not a problem. So it's like, where's this disconnect? Is it the moral panic? Is it because of that? I don't know. What are your thoughts, Sebastian?
So the interesting thing is that it's not as if this wasn't in players' minds. So in our own player statements, we had a lot of players saying that, oh, I have all of this time and now playing it with video games. And again, as we mentioned, a lot of saying, now I have the social alibi, right? There's nothing else to do, so I might as well play video games. And players themselves report thinking about this, oh, might this lead into an addiction or might this not lead into an addiction? But they're not reporting that it does for them. So I'd say that's sort of my first baseline. If so somebody in our data would come forward and then say, no, actually, and I observe with myself something that I find personally troublesome, I think that would be an indication. Mm-hmm. So to some extent, that's kind of a fear that is coming kind of from the outward onto the players rather than is something that is experienced, at least in our data, by a lot of people playing video games. I think the sort of the qualification that I would make is to say, in lots of situations, lots of things become very, very effective coping mechanisms. And you could make an argument to say, okay, where the coping mechanism itself becomes problematic or destructive or exacerbates the problem that you're dealing with, then you're potentially in a loop that might cause you issues. So if we look into something like gambling, where you say, okay, gambling got you into debt, you don't like to think about your debt. The thing to distract you from the fact that you're into debt is to do more gambling. That would be the kind of loop that you say, okay, that is an issue. But then again, if we look into the data, if we look at the very problematic ways in which addictions or behavioral addictions are measured, then I don't see good evidence for any of that happening with the overwhelming majority of video game players. A colleague of ours did this nice thought experiment recently as an actual experimental study. If we use current measures of addiction as they use for video games, and we just call it friendship addiction, lo and behold, a large percentage of the population is addicted to having friendships, which tells us nothing about how bad friendships are. It tells us something about how problematic these kind of, again, self-report measures are for capturing or for thinking about a phenomenon like this.
I'm terribly addicted to friendship. I'm sorry. I have a confession to make. Yeah. No, that's a really interesting way of thinking about it, right? And I think I suspect that's why some people then go on to think about the content, right, of what then people are playing. But and I mean, that's always going to be quite a controversial. That's definitely another whole nother talk, right? But I mean, I think it's really interesting that we do this sort of social alibi thing is actually really kind of. I mean, in many ways, the last time I was able to sit down and play games for a really long time was when I was in university, right? And I think, so for a lot of people who aren't at college, university, or school or whatever, where you get large periods of time where you can just sit and kind of spend it how you like. I mean, I'm on holiday today, right? And my child is in childcare, so I have the whole day. And, if I wasn't setting up for this talk and I wasn't doing a whole bunch of other activities, I would probably be sitting down and playing a video game for a period of time, which might even be the longest period of time I've been able to sit down and play a video game in several years, right? And I would enjoy that. And, I might feel a little guilty afterwards because I hadn't got the washing done, or I hadn't finished off a bunch of little DIY chores that I've been trying to get done or whatever. But I will have, had fun, I would have enjoyed playing the game while I wasn't playing it. And, it's an accomplishment within itself. And one of my goals is to finish Baldur's Gate 2 by sometime, before we all get vaccinated and COVID's, which to be fair is a nice long deadline for me, I suspect, which is good. But it having that kind of ability to give myself that space, especially as a new mother, is actually really impressive, right? I mean, I don't get that. I don't often get that opportunity. I'm expected to go out and do mum things, or I'm expected to go, to work, or, there's a whole bunch of things that I'm expected to do, but because I'm in lockdown, I can sit and play video games, and it's great. And I think there's probably a lot of people who are in that situation and who aren't, who possibly have a lot fewer things that they've got on their plate than I do, but also probably a bunch of people who've got a whole load more things on their plate than I do. And being able to actually kind of go back to that time when I was able to play video games for a long time, or, Sebastian, you playing your tabletop games, right? You're sort of going back to your 20s, which, as you say, wasn't that long ago. And, but it's a nice way to kind of reconnect with a younger self as well, and perhaps a more carefree self in some ways that didn't have as much responsibility and didn't have to look after a household or do all these things that us slightly older adults now have to do, right? So I think that's nice.
Maybe. Yes, slightly older adults. Yeah.
Slightly, just slightly.
I think the weird thing about that is, right, even though you have that free time, you still feel guilty about it, right? I think that's so. Oddly enough, we've done another study some time ago about alibis for adult play. So what kind of excuses do adults come up with in order to legitimize, I'm a responsible adult and I still play games? Why is that? And it seems to be that, right, lots of role models, male and female role models, and to some extent a kind of Protestant work ethic that if you're not productively laboring as an adult all the time, you're doing something wrong, which is just one particular kind of ethics that are floating around. So like, what's principally wrong with saying I enjoy life? And there's a part of life, there's a part of time where I did away with all of my responsibilities. There are none. I have a free space. And so now enjoying life for its own sake should presumably be what it's all about to begin with. Like, that's what work should enable us to be able to do, rather than saying, no, do away with all of that free time and do away with all of that enjoyment and rather work more. Right?
It's the live to work, work to live thing, right? Classic, your dichotomy, right? Yeah, that speaks very. That also speaks in I've been told as a mother of a small child, that his job is to play, right? And that's his job is to play. And I'm like, that's not like, he just plays. That's how he just experiences the world, right? And the whole idea of casting this as a job is just setting him up for this, grind of this treadmill of guilt, particularly anxiety, feeling like he's not good enough for whatever. And I mean, this is kind of what I think in many ways work kind of does to us. So it's nice to have this space for a bit. And so, yeah, I guess the message is, if you're feeling what we're just talking about, don't feel bad. Don't feel like you need to justify sitting down playing video games for a few hours. Even if you've got the laundry piling up or the dishes need to get done, or you've got, I guess you should probably feed your children. That's probably a good thing to do, isn't it?
Do that one. Do that one. And then you can play.
Yeah, then you can play. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, but don't feel bad about grabbing a few hours, even a few minutes, a few minutes on a mobile game, an hour or so on another game that you enjoy, and just let you have some time for yourself as well. Because, a lot of, particularly women under lockdown have actually had to do a whole lot of more work. And especially if there are children in the family, and often they're working and doing childcare and doing all the usual household chores, and so actually I mean, I've certainly felt this a little bit myself, right? And it's actually so that it's very easy to start feeling guilty that you haven't done, because you've got all these things that are in your head that you feel like you need to have gotten done. It's very easy to sort of start feeling guilty that you haven't done it. So actually, yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons I haven't played more video games, is actually a lot of that kind of feeling of guilt. But now that we're starting to open up a little bit, and I can send my child back to childcare, I'm now able to kind of free up some space to actually get those other chores done. I can now spend some time doing that, which is really nice, I think. This has sort of turned into a little bit of a new mum talk as well, sorry. But yeah, I mean, I think normalizing play for adults is actually really important, especially responsible adults. And play with your kids as well, right? I mean, if there's sorts of people who get worried about Fortnite or whatever, or Fall Guys, or people being horrible on games for their kids or whatever, a lot of those people don't actually sit down and play them with their children, and they don't actually have the time or the or they don't spend the time to actually get to know the game, to get to know how it's played, to actually supervise their children playing it and experience that game with their kids. And I think if more people did that, they'd probably find that games aren't actually as bad as all that, maybe.
And lockdown is a great time to do that.
Yeah,
you have the time now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no excuse.
That was some of the really fun. There was some of the really fun stories in the data where lots of people say, I'm now locked in with my girlfriend and I'm going to show her all my favorite video games from my childhood, and we're just going to play them from beginning to end.
Oh, that's brilliant. Cool. And I mean, the sort of things that I hear families when they come to PAX and visit the booth that I have in the Diversity Lounge at PAX East occasionally. Well, I haven't had it this year, but probably not next year either, but in future. But I usually get lots of families coming by, and one of the big things that they say to me all the time is how much they all enjoy playing together. And it may just be, usually it's something like Minecraft, or it might be something like Fortnite, and even and it's so weird to say this, like, even mum gets involved with Fortnite. But, like, I'm a mum now, right? And I'm going to be getting involved in Fortnite. Why is that such a weird thing, right? And you know, parents, like, well, I'm almost 40, but I grew up playing video games, right? So I'm not going to stop just because I'm old. I'm just going to start playing them with different people, i.e. my kids. I can't wait till he's old enough that I can play games with him now. So I guess, Rachel, you've got older children that you can play with, right?
My daughter is 5, almost 6, and Minecraft and Animal Crossing are very big in this house. Although it's a little frustrating because she'll just take down all my Animal Crossing decorations and, like, put up her own. So prepare for that. Like, when you play with your kids, it's slightly different. It's slightly different, but it's super fun.
But at least you can share some of your love for those older franchises too, though, right? So,
definitely. Yeah.
Is there anything, like, was there anything more about families in your data? Like, did you get anything about any sense of families playing, Sebastian?
Ooh. I think the main findings about families playing is again, connecting remotely. So trying to find ways that were technically feasible for everybody to play remotely. So right to the point to say, okay, we have 2 copies of, I don't know, Mysterium or a board game, and then we set it up here and somebody else sets it up there and you try to parallelize it. So to me, the most fascinating aspect of that was literally the logistical lengths to which people got in order to be able to stage some kind of shared playing experience across kind of distance households. And yeah, that was typically within families and usually also across generations. So, right. So
yeah, that's so
grandpa
cool.
and grandma are far away and locked away and we can't do anything with them, but we'll find a way to make checkers work or something like that.
That's so cool. I love that people are doing that, especially with the physical games as well. Actually, that is really cool. All right, so I think we're going to have to wrap it up now. I guess maybe if we all just go through and sort of have a sentence takeaway type message type thing, and pluggable if you have something that you're doing. You know, let everybody know what it is, where they can reach you, that sort of thing. So I'll start with Rachel.
So my takeaway would be play is important for adults too. And I think don't feel guilty about taking time for yourself to play. I think that's a good one to take away. That's my takeaway. I'll just share that with the rest of you as well. In terms of pluggable, you can follow me on Twitter at Dr. Cowart. I also am a science streamer and content creator called Psychgeist, and you can find me on YouTube and live on Saturdays on Twitch if you want to learn more about the science of games.
Cool. And Sebastian?
Okay, with the main takeaway taken, I think mine is that boredom really matters. I think in a lot of research, we haven't really looked too deeply into boredom, but particularly during COVID, what our data shows us that boredom is something negative, something adults apparently experience very frequently, and in this situation even more, and dealing with boredom is something that's psychologically actually important, that games are really good at doing. If you want to learn more about me, you can follow me at Dink's tweets, go to codingconduct.cc, which is my website, or read the most recent book that I've put out with 50 other academics where we try to write up everything anybody ever said in research about role-playing games. So it's just called Role-Playing Game Studies, and it's out with Routledge.
Brilliant. And I'm you can find me on Twitter at actually it's just at Catherine Flick. You can visit my podcast, which I do with a friend of mine, Tia, which is about ethics and video games at notjustagame.eu. And that's pretty much all I've been doing recently. I've had a baby, so that was a little bit exciting and took up a bit of time. But I'm currently working on some papers to do with some of the stuff that I've been collecting at PAX in the Diversity Lounge. So I'm actually working on a thing about gender and diversity based on some of the conversations I've had with people at PAX East, which is going to be really fun. So look out for that soon. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. Hope you've all enjoyed listening to this particular panel, and stick around for whatever's up next, because I'm sure it's going to be just as good as ours as well. All right. Bye. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little good berry, or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular-ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with one bare arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the PAX Funhaus panel. I'm going to be one of the panelists for this show. Elise, you're also joining me here.
Also a panelist.
Also a panelist for the show. We're coming to you live from beautiful Southern California, as you can see. And don't laugh, Omar. But before we get started and we introduce everybody, I think I'm supposed to toss to Adam, who's down on the show floor. Adam, how are things down on the show floor?
Thank you, James. I'm here at PAX. No one showed up. I'm here on the show floor right now. There's some amazing booths down here. I can't wait for you guys to get here. I can't wait.
Adam, is that Firefall behind you?
I am down here at the Firefall booth, making its 12th consecutive year. They still got one of the American Gladiators playing that guy. It's pretty exciting. I'm looking at the run of show here. It did say PAX 2012, which is confusing, but
well, you pay
we're
a lot
hoping
for those signs, Adam. You're not going to just use them the one time.
Exactly. But there's Borderlands 2 down here, XCOM Enemy Unknown, and even Skulls of the Shogun. We're very excited to see all these down here at PAX 2020.
Great.
Good
Well,
times.
maybe we'll see more of that and you later on. So thank you, Adam.
You're welcome, James.
Without further ado, let's introduce all the rest of the panelists for this Funhaus panel. First up, we have John Smith.
Hey, what up? My name's John Smith, and I just like hanging out and...
what? John, heads up, dude.
Where did that come from?
Anything
Hold on.
can happen
Do
at
we
PAX.
have people? We should have people in the crowd that are making sure that isn't happening. Come on, PAX staff.
Who threw that?
Yeah.
Jeez, PAX staff. What about our safety? Oh,
Heads up, John. I said
come
heads
on.
up.
Can we please just get the balls out of the theater, for goodness sake? All right. Anyway, moving on. We also have Ryan Haley. Welcome,
Yabba
Ryan.
dabba do. Happy Sunday, everyone. Happy opening day, kickoff day of the NFL season to all of you right now.
Ryan, is that a poster for the Flintstones live action film behind you, or are you on set?
I'm on set. I'm on Viva. I'm on the third film.
Viva Rock Vegas.
The third one. Okay.
Yeah, we're having a great time here. Me and Barney and Pebbles and everyone here. Bam, we're all having a great time.
Bam, Bam's there too. Great, awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Bam, bam.
All right. Well, we're going to hear more of what it's like on the set in just a few minutes. We also have Alana Pierce. Alana, we're not supposed to be in the office. What are you doing?
No, I got permission. I came back to the office. I'm hanging out with my buddy James.
Was there an earthquake or something that tilted everything?
Yeah, it's earthquake attacked just the office specifically.
Okay.
There's something wrong with Adam. I don't know he just won't move.
Yeah, that's weird.
I don't know. It's
Lost in his work.
Yeah, he's just very into whatever it is that he's doing. Yeah, it's great down here. A bit dusty.
For sure.
Nobody's been in for a while except Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't leave.
He's working away. Is my guitar okay?
Yeah, it's doing great.
Still in tune?
Yeah. Yes.
Great.
Yes.
That's the
Nice.
Fender. They don't make them like Fender. I'll tell you that much. All right, and of course we have last but not least Omar de Armas. Hey, Omar.
Hey, in classic Omar fashion, I have no bit prepared.
I didn't know you had to have bits.
Everyone's got bits. I don't have bits.
Got a great show.
I'm just here to hang out and.
Nobody throw a ball at Amon's face, please.
Yeah, please.
Can we do that? Yeah. Well, all right. Well, thank you everyone for coming to this PAX panel. I also thank you, Alana. You set this up. You got this going. So I appreciate you doing this because we have always loved going to PAX and conventions and everything like that, and doing panels and meeting people. And it, obviously conditions mean that we can't do that this year. But it is always fun to participate in any way that we can. We have a couple things planned for this panel because we're never the kind of group who just sits around and takes questions. We generally leave about 5 minutes for questions at the end of any given panel because we don't want you to ask us anything because we don't want you to know the answers.
Yeah, we have no answers to give.
But you can.
Mystery box.
But
if you go to the Discord that is currently linked in the Twitch chat, there are a couple of people in there already. We will get to that at the very end.
Yeah. but they might. Our answers may be lies. So just a heads up.
Where did Elise go?
Trying to.
It's so the smog is a smog. So she even steps even a few feet away from the camera, then she disappears right out of there. I can't even see her. Elise, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. But yeah, so we're gonna do a couple things in this panel, a couple fun things. I don't know. Do we want to set up, or do you just want to go with the Adam? Where are you going?
What?
You get distracted by something?
I found where everyone is. They're down here at the Behemoth booth.
Oh, is it the new Behemoth game?
Yeah, it's one of the 4 games they make. I found everyone's hanging out here. They're saying I can't wait to play that game. It looks like Alien Hominid, but different. So
Right. Yeah.
it's exciting.
Great.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to buy some merch while I'm here, and I'll let you know what I find.
PAX also has amazing cosplay, so I hope Adam.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any cosplay down there, but I was gonna say, like, is there maybe like a Battleborn booth by any chance, or like?
I'll go look.
Yeah, can you?
I'm
check that
super
out?
excited. I can't wait for Battleborn to come out.
Me too.
We got him go.
I mean, the buzz on the floor is we're gonna see something new from Agent.
Really?
I don't want to.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
exciting.
Insider stuff.
Well, for those of you, I guess this is a more likely scenario that we're going to get people watching who maybe don't know who we are or what we do. And the last 5 or so minutes of this panel has not helped that in any capacity. Because normally at PAX, you're like, I'm going to go to this one, I'm going to go to that one, but I feel like maybe we're getting more people that are just kind of casually watching and just experiencing the whole convention digitally that way. So should we just go around and kind of explain what we do, who we are, and what's going on? I've been talking enough, so I'm gonna step back.
I was
if
gonna
someone else
say,
wants to take the reins.
Well, I mean, somebody explain what Funhaus is, maybe.
I would like Ryan to explain what Funhaus.
Okay, Ryan, what's
shit,
Funhaus?
I'm the newest participant in this. So, okay. Funhaus is a channel where it's like, have you ever seen Mystery Science Theater 3000?
No,
It's
I
kind of
haven't.
like that, but it's
No,
like a
what is
video
that?
games,
I
kinda.
haven't. Can you go back further and explain what Mystery
Explain it like you would explain it to your grandma, because as we know, the #1 audience.
Grandma, we play video games.
Grandmother doesn't speak
and-
English.
And she
Yeah,
passed
Also,
away
she's
Grandma,
25
we
years
play
ago.
video games and we talk and make jokes about it, and then we edit it into funny highlights, like
How
10
tall is
minutes.
your grandmother that you're looking up at her like that?
Well, I'm down. I'm down on my knees holding her frail hands, and I'm yelling at her because she came
Are you
here.
proposing to your grandma? Dude, that's fucked up.
No, I'm trying to explain what Funhaus is to my dying
All right,
grandma.
okay, all right. So
Why are you at the Olympics?
Because they're not. They invited me. I get water here.
Oh.
Oh.
What's
Cool.
your?
I mean, that's pool water, so you should drink that. All right, let's try again. Omar, what is Funhaus? What do we do?
What is Adam doing? Funhaus. We make videos on the internet for people to laugh at. Sometimes we play video games, sometimes we don't.
Yeah.
But it's always funny.
I recognize those tattoos.
So, well, I mean, that's kind of
Yeah, always. It's always funny.
Okay.
You're moving around like a South Park character.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what we do. And do you just want to say kind of what your role is very briefly, Omar?
Sure. I'm the supervising producer for Funhaus and Inside Gaming. So I sit behind the scenes and make all the wheels turn, basically. Do a lot of random stuff to help these guys make the funnies.
Cool. Is that Bill Gates? Austin Powers.
That's how funny. This is a great
cosplay.
example of how funny our videos can be.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that one of our
Bill-
photoshops?
No, it's just Bill Gates dressed as Austin Powers. I mean,
Okay.
this is a good
You
example.
could have used one of ours,
Yeah,
but
we could
It's
do
true.
that. Yeah. All right.
What would Bill
Who
Gates
is-
say if he was Austin Powers? Like, I make you what, baby?
I force updates,
I make you
baby.
malaria free, baby.
Malaria
You went in two
free.
different directions with it.
Do people normally charge for malaria? Alana.
Hello.
Oh, I thought you were
Yes.
frozen. Maybe.
Nope,
what
just
do
frowning.
what do you do? Who are you? What do you do?
I, like most of the people here, am a producer at Funhaus, which means I guess I specifically try to focus on getting new releases or games that are trending on Twitch. I pay a lot of attention to like what are the games that a lot of people are playing right now is what I tend to focus on for Funhaus. And then I test them out, and then I tell you guys that I think we should absolutely play them. And then we jump in and we do that. That's pretty much my job.
put on the old Austin Powers costume and record a gameplay. I'll go ahead and jump in. My name's James. I am a co-creative director at Funhaus. I am also one of, I guess, what is the term? Is founding the right term? I
You
guess
found it. Yeah.
one of the original members of Funhaus, which means nothing better has come along since. But I work with Elise and Adam, who will probably tell you more about what they do, to just kind of like help craft the overall vision and the comedic sensibilities of what Funhaus is, and obviously working with all of the producers here. We produce stuff ourselves.
Boring.
We work with it. We work with, so that way when John in the middle of a panel goes boring, it's a planned event that gets a laugh is basically the intention.
We worked on that for a while.
Yeah, good job, you guys.
Good job.
That was good execution.
Yeah.
Well
That was
done.
a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. No dodgeballs, please.
Hi, I'm Adam. I am also, aside from being down here at the show floor interviewing the best Joker cosplay I could find, he'll wait. This is
Why does his undershirt look like it's made out of fondant? Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks edible.
Yeah, I think I was talking to him earlier. He won't talk right now, but he was saying, I can't wait for people to eat a piece of me, which I thought was, that might be a Joker line. I'm not sure.
I think it is.
Did he get camera shy? Is that what happened?
He's just been stuck like this for the last 10 minutes. It's been
We're making
odd,
him
but-
nervous. Everyone, just
Yeah.
shut your eyes. Stop looking.
Mhm.
All 900 of you, stop looking. Everyone, shut your eyes. They shut.
You have more to offer to the world than just being beautiful, sir.
Adam,
you
are
give
those his
people
nipples?
cake.
Oh my god, thank
It's supposed to
you.
be buttons.
They-
That's
Oh,
supposed to
I
be a
thought those were
shirt.
his nipples.
No.
Also, thick Boston accent. No, like I am a co-creative director. I work mostly with James and Elise, kind of working on the overall tone and concept of the channel, which usually is, you're looking at it. It is throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall, a bunch of friends trying to make each other laugh. So
Irreverent,
getting
I
a
think is the term, right?
relevant, James, I would
effervescent.
say. Evanescence was a good band and still is if they're
Wake
still
me up.
together.
Wake me up.
They are.
Before you go. Yeah.
That's
My last track.
yours.
John.
I'm known as the no but guy of improv. So I usually keep the joke going or bring it to a complete standstill. And I possess a very unique talent to make any game I'm playing silly for some reason. I don't know what that is. That's my strange mutant power. So I am still, to this day, at 35 years old, being forced to play games like PsyOps, the conspiracy theory, or whatever it's called. John,
Mind
thank you.
conspiracy.
Hold for applause.
The mind
thank you.
cave conspiracy.
The statue in my Central Park is being resurrected as we speak. So they're pulling it out from the ocean. It will be going up. So that's what I do. Hold on, I gotta go find some more cosplayers.
All right, goodbye. We'll talk.
Bye.
more
Bye.
later. Hey, John.
Hey, what up? I have a headache, so I'm gonna take some ibuprofen.
I have a massive.
Could have done that at any point.
He's gonna get hit with the ball.
You could have done that at any point.
I just want you to know it's legal over-the-counter pills that I just took. My name's John. I'm a producer at Funhaus, and I'm in charge of basically everything. Also, apart from being a producer, I'm also the head of Funhaus.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I run
that's
the
true.
show. Yeah, it's new. And also I make I like making game shows and trying to make more variety stuff. Sometimes I find video games the best video games. And that's basically
Oh, careful there.
Whoa,
The hawk of
Bird,
lies.
bird.
The hawk of lies only strikes those who are untruthful.
I have a lot of wild animals because of all the smoke in Los Angeles. They've been flying through my windows trying to get away.
Oh, that's
But,
a bummer.
Oh,
John, are you
careful there.
okay?
Right. Well,
Oh, oof.
right.
anyways, that's me. That's what I do.
All right, I
That's
have
my
more
story.
questions than before. Okay.
That's
Well.
just me in a nutshell.
The head of Funhaus.
Yes, Jay.
A big pop for John. Wow.
Yeah.
Call him John Papa for that reason.
Nice.
All right, Ryan, who are you?
I am an editor at Funhaus, one of the team of editors that we got that are whenever the funny people are done doing their funny stuff in front of the camera, then it comes to me through the internet, and then I download it, and then I edit it, their funny stuff, into a succinct 10-minute, even funnier video. That's my job in about 3 to 4 days.
You do some of that funny stuff on camera too.
Every once in a while, when I am asked, kind of like I will come and I will be on the video and I will attempt to do the funny stuff. And then yes, that does happen sometimes.
You're
That's
like
my
a
job.
Final Fantasy summon. We can't use you all the time because that would break the game.
He needs to recharge.
Yeah, I need to recharge. I don't know how you guys do that stuff all the time, because I would run out of things to be funny about. But good job, you guys are superhumans. So
thanks.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Cool.
So are you.
And Elise?
My name's Elise, and I do a lot of the stuff that Adam and James do as well. And
better.
No. And I produce just content for the channel, gameplays, what have you. You know, maybe there's a day where I'm making thumbnails. Maybe there's a day where I'm spitballing with merch. What's the next hot item that
What about
you're gonna be
our
wearing?
logo, but with blue?
Yeah.
Like, you know, all kinds of like wild ideas. Look at that. Oh, yeah, you got the hoodie.
Gotta hand in. Oh,
It's
yeah.
very soft.
It's
Very
so
soft.
Very soft hoodie.
Good
Gotta
hoodie.
hand in everything. Just
Yeah.
mixing it up, stirring it around. Just known for my history of characters and costume videos that I produce and having a bad back.
Because you're carrying us all the time.
Well, no, I don't think so. It is legitimately because my spine is crooked. Did we get everyone?
I think that's everybody.
James, John, tell John to take my face off of his background.
John?
Yes.
You're the
He's
boss.
doing it
Can't tell
again.
you what to do.
Consult the Eagle of Truth. Yes.
Eagle of Truth.
So now that you know who we are, where's everyone going? No. Now that you know who we are and kind of what we do, I guess I real quick, I want to plug where you can get more of us if you so desire. We're going to be also participating in a convention over the next couple weeks. It's 10 days, I think. So we work for a company called Rooster Teeth, and they normally have a yearly convention on the 5th of July, but this year it got pushed, obviously.
So Doc, I heard you like conventions, so we're announcing a convention.
We're putting a convention.
Timely.
RTX
Inside your convention
is happening, and it's going to have all kinds of fun stuff similar to this. We're going to be obviously doing some things for it, and all kinds of other special things that you can participate in. So it should be a lot of fun. Look up RTX at home. We'll probably bring you to where you need to go to find it. Yeah.
Hopefully.
So, what else do we want? I know we have some comments.
Ryan's gone.
Ryan.
I'm back, guys. Hi.
Oh.
No dog.
Wow.
Yo, dog,
indeed. We just discovered Zoom this morning, so we're having a blast.
Having a great
I'm having
time.
my life.
Definitely.
Most people have gotten this out of their system within the first 2 months of quarantine. Not us. We're only being scratched the surface.
No, we don't do that.
But yeah, we have what is RTX?
Don't worry, I'm like about 5 minutes late. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. But yeah, so we have
Well, we should also mention you can find us at youtube.com/funhaus,
Right.
FUNHAUS, just about to hit 10,000 subscribers.
on our
Super
way.
excited.
Everyone
Emphasis
bought.
on the hate.
Every single one purchased because we
Yeah.
have that much money.
Yeah.
We just
The one
spit out-
person who isn't bought just watches our videos non-stop. So it's made us a lot of revenue.
Thank you, fam.
Yeah.
We have an upcoming collaboration with the
fan.
Hydraulic Press channel. Check us out. He
Something we've never seen before.
it crushes something. That's it.
Omar, that background is so realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lighting is really
Put
good.
yourself in what is that? An apartment background?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a classic LA scape.
Oh, cool.
Classic
Very cool.
landscape. Yeah.
Look like you're disassembling a bomb behind you on your right shoulder.
It does a bit. What's that?
Oh wait, my right shoulder. I don't know how to move for this fucking camera. There we go. That's an Akira thing. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
That's a box to clean stuff. UV light inside.
Of course.
And that's an extra bidet. that I don't know
Extra
what to do with
bidet.
yet.
Just
I live on a bidet. We all have those.
Back.
Oh,
you just watch TV.
Straddle it in there. That's cool. Just out in the living room.
Never be too clean.
This is how we've been handling work from home.
The human in chat says, "I'm surprised that Ryan's connection is actually holding well."
Oh, yeah, me too. It's better now somehow.
Well, someone. The thing is, though, the connection may be doing well, but someone is going to come delivering a couch or something in about 15 minutes, and it will be a surprise to him and everyone he lives with that someone is delivering a couch, and then that'll become a whole thing. So just prepare yourself for that later on.
Is that a village person behind you?
Yeah.
Pretty close. Yeah.
Out of the way that
I think that's the cowboy.
But yeah, so we one of the shows that we do is a comments show. Shocking. It's basically a Q&A, kind of like this. Shocking. Since working from home, we've been trying to take fun spins on it, and as opposed to just going through and responding to random comments on the internet, we can find a way to find a theme for it. And one of the more recent ones we've done that we've had a lot of fun with is called Comments Who Done It, which are a bunch of comments where the name of who it's referring to has been blanked out. If you don't know who we are, this is going to mean nothing to you, and you will fail this game. I'm just warning you, don't get discouraged. You don't know who we are. So when someone says, I blank has a micro penis, you're not going to immediately go, Ryan. Like,
Why,
you're not going to think
Joanna?
that, like, you're not going to be able to do the math, even though that would be the
You might have a hunch.
Yeah, but feel free to play along, though, with us at home. But yeah, so you guys want to do a little since you've done it?
Yes.
Ryan, are those kids?
Yeah.
Oh, they're beautiful.
This is little Jesse, little Selena.
That's cool. Why don't they call you anymore?
Why don't they call each other is what I want to know.
Yeah.
Oh.
Howdy cried. Howdy cried.
One's Canadian.
All right. So I'm going to present you guys with a bunch of comments.
Okay.
Some of them you sourced, most of them I sourced. It was all very inconsistent because some of them, like, I don't have the answers what other people put in.
Perfect.
Anyway, we'll just jump right into it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you guys read this? Can you read this?
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Oh no, I
Fix
can't.
it a little bit. This is a comment from Dalai Farmer Thomas that says, "How did James not realize that blank Southern voice is just straight up Tommy Lee Jones?"
Well, it's clearly about me.
Yeah, I
Says
mean,
James.
it's someone else's Southern voice. It's just Tommy Lee
Right.
Jones. Okay. I'm gonna go with Omar. Who do you think this is about? Whose Southern voice sounds like Tommy Lee Jones?
I mean, I know what Tommy Lee Jones sounds like.
I'm gonna say Ryan Haley actually.
Okay.
Here on
Does
this
Ryan Haley
very
have
panel.
a Southern voice?
I don't think so.
Ryan, can
Him
you do
doing a Southern voice.
Southern
You
voice.
do a Southern accent?
What does Tommy Lee Jones say to Harrison Ford right before he jumps
goes,
off?
I
in the
don't
fugitive?
care.
Is this a joke?
He
I'm
says,
difficult. I'm difficult.
You don't want to do that, or
I don't care for Jim Carrey.
we're gonna get you.
No, he says, I didn't kill my wife. He goes, I don't care.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. He goes, I don't care, and Ryan's come out. There I go. I
Double
don't care.
jeopardy.
I don't care.
Oh, it's definitely John.
Yeah. I'm getting an Academy Award-winning vibe off of that line.
He goes,
That's
I'm in the Men in Black.
Space cowboy.
I'm a space
I
cowboy.
think-
They leave
I'm
me
a very
in
serious
my
actor.
memory.
So far, chat has guessed Adam, Elise, Benson, and John. So really split across the board.
Honestly, I was gonna go Adam. I think it's somebody who doesn't normally have a Southern voice, trying to do a Southern voice, and trying to do maybe a Tommy Lee Jones impression or something.
All right,
and
what's
then
your Southern
James doesn't
accent,
get it.
Adam?
mine.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all, I'm Ty Cobb, and I sharpen my cleats.
Yeah, that was him doing a Tommy Lee
out.
Jones impression for sure.
Okay, that's not bad. Yeah. Anyone seen Cobb?
All right, so where are we landing? There's still some for Ryan. We're getting some for Adam.
I don't know if it's either of them. I think it's someone who may not be here. We do have
Could
other
be.
employees. I'm going to say Lindsay.
Yeah, I can't remember though.
I'm going to say Lindsay's Southern accent is Tommy Lee Jones.
She hates you.
No way.
I'm gonna
He
say
hates
Derek.
Classic
Derek is a great
yeah.
choice.
Who the fuck is Derek?
He worked right next to you,
Next to you.
side of your desk for
Yeah,
a
you
year and
shared-
a half. Or
you shared a power supply.
This is humiliating. All right, forget I said anything. Just cut the stream.
Yeah,
they can't do that.
Shut
no.
it down.
All right, so I'm going Lindsay.
2 hours.
Mhm.
Any other guesses?
Adam Kovic for me.
I was with Adam.
I'm going with myself because I have no idea.
I'm going with Derek.
All right, the answer is everyone's guess now, right? What did you guess? The answer is in fact Adam.
Yes!
Southern voice. Sounds like Tommy Lee Jones.
High five.
I mean, Tommy Lee
Watch
Jones
your
is
language,
like
by the way.
Texan.
Ryan.
More of a Texas Southern. Then
Yes.
he has Ryan's podunk Southern.
Right.
Look, I didn't put this one in here, but I feel like this is very obvious. Hang on, here we go. I don't know who put this in here. They didn't even fill out.
Whoever it is that put it in here liked it too, which I appreciate.
They also didn't give me the reveal for the right one for this one, I don't believe. So this
We all know.
Bo says, turns out blank isn't homeless. He just lives like a homeless person inside his own house.
Okay, well that one's easy.
But one for Ryan.
Who is it, Jay? Who is it?
Ryan.
I'm gonna go Ryan.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go Derek.
Dang
Old desk mate Ryan.
Well, for Ryan,
those
votes
of
in
you,
chat.
yeah.
That
For those of
Christopher
you that don't know, this is from the
Sandy
BTS
Dick.
video. You should go check it out and see what Ryan's room looks like. I encourage everyone.
All right. So
Okay, so it's Ryan.
you're all right. It is me. I added this one, but because I wanted to defend myself.
Okay.
All right. Well, we don't have time for that. We're
No.
actually getting
Moving on to the next one.
I want to hear it because Ryan,
Yes, Elise?
that BTS, was that your room at your parents' place in Kentucky?
No, that was my room here in LA. And
Yeah, this is his adult living situation
my
here in Los
adult living-
Angeles.
and but it was after this isn't in the video, but it was after a long like bender of a weekend where I made like 4 or 5 videos. I fucked my whole room up, like making up and stuff.
Well, you just sit at a desk.
What he's saying is he did it for content, and we should go back.
Videos, film.
I'm filming.
I'm sorry.
stuff,
I thought maybe you were working for us.
I have props everywhere. I do all this stuff. It's over the week, and then all of a sudden, it was time to film that BTS video. I'm like, well, I could clean up right now. I probably should, but you know what? This is the real raw Ryan's room situation. You know, I'm going to just show the people how it is when after a long bender of a weekend. Like,
Bender, yeah.
I see what you're doing because most people, they look at stars and they say they're not like us, but you're saying I'm a star, I'm a celeb, I'm just like you.
Yes. Don't treat me
Pulling
any
back the
differently
curtain.
just because I'm a star, baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
look,
I see.
Remember that time we saw Hayden Christensen and Rachel Bilson
They
just
look
looking
so
like
dirty.
trash,
Yeah.
buying a smoothie, driving like a Ferrari?
That's me, man. That's me.
right.
I don't have any makeup on and I'm going to go run after this. We're just like you.
Yeah. I have
We're
I
just
have a
like
messy
you.
room.
Okay,
Normal.
so
All right.
Is it still like that?
It was Ryan. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
We knew. All right, I got another one for you here. This one is written by Michael Tola. It says blank would be the only one to get hacked after voluntarily giving up everyone else's social security numbers.
Also feels like a Ryan.
could be right.
Kind of feels like a Jacob.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a Jacob.
Oh. Why would they give away everyone else's social security, like to get off the grid? Like,
Only
understand.
one to get hacked after. Well, it does actually make sense in context. I feel like it spoils it if I give you the context.
I'm
sadly.
going with John.
It's John.
I just want to throw it out there. It is not Derek. It is 100% not Derek. And Derek is great. And
yeah,
Derek has never done anything wrong.
Shoot, Derek.
If I'm remembering
Yeah.
right, was there
Shoot.
some bad blood that happened when Derek left
Yeah,
between
yeah.
he and someone else on staff?
Oh, for sure.
Might have been.
I remember threats of violence.
Who was it?
Don't remember. Blank.
All I know is Derek and I are on great terms, and I would never do anything to disparage Derek's
I believe you.
Yeah.
image.
You sound like you believe what you're saying. You
I
also
do.
sound like you would give away.
I
our
didn't
social
believe
security
it. I'm
numbers.
speaking from the heart. No
script.
Script whatsoever.
It's John.
The chat is mostly guessing John currently.
John is the only one. What's the word?
It has a pronounceable name.
Right.
That would.
I'm the only one who's made the effort to gather everyone's social security.
No, that would
number.
give out social
That's true.
security numbers.
Oh.
You would just be you can be mean sometimes, John.
You know that Justice League where Batman all the weaknesses on all the Justice League members. That's what John did, except he's not Batman and he just got our social security numbers.
For some reason. Is there anything helpful you can do with someone else's social security number?
Take a
Other than
loan.
steal their identity?
Probably apply for a credit card or something.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I
Fly
own
to
so
Hawaii.
many houses now.
Well, congrats.
Cross-eyed as you said that?
Using our credit.
Thanks, bro. This one was, in fact, about John.
I knew it.
And
I'm 100%.
the context was that we were playing Gunfire Reborn, which Adam kept making jokes about it definitely being spyware. That's the voluntarily giving it up part, is by choosing the game, that's the predicament we found ourselves in. So everyone's doing great across the board so far.
The game, it's pretty cool.
Just like the new TikTok, yeah. Okay, I think this one's probably an easy one, but let's see what you guys think. Rageborn said, "Blank is a psychopath, had me dying," meaning that it's a quote. Someone else said blank is a psychopath. Who is the psychopath?
I don't think it's me. I'm pretty more well aligned with sociopath.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So
James is definitely a sociopath.
I do think it's James, though.
If it is me, I think it's a little inaccurate. Everyone looking at everyone in the chat on Discord or whatever is saying James. I appreciate, but again,
I'm gonna go
sociopath, psychopath, different.
I mean,
Different things.
have you guys ever seen Peak after a couple of pixie sticks?
Yeah,
that's true.
Bad news.
I do think if anything ever happened at the office where we were like endangered for some reason, that Matt Peak would be the one who would throw hands. Like if we had an intruder, Matt Peak's gonna go like
the guy.
God mode, tackle the guy, lock him up, call the cops, and we're all just gonna be like, "That was an intruder."
I'd be right behind him.
Yes, you'd be there. Me too, bravely.
I think Peak would disappear into the vents.
Yeah, it's a coin flip, right? It could either he would tackle the bear that attacks us, or he would be climbing out a window.
He'd be that guy in a comedy like hostage movie that disappears into the vents at the beginning of the film, and then manage to miss out on the whole scenario of what's happening in kidnappers endearing themselves, all kinds of that, only to show up at the very last minute, jumping out to try and stop everything, but getting shot twice in the belly.
We're looking Omar, the quiet type. What is
what's in his closet?
Brewing under
what's
the
behind?
What's on that
He
table?
does have a bidet in his living room.
In my living room.
That's pretty
And a
psychopath.
Kira box.
Couch.
Weird.
Look, I just want to reiterate, is not Eric.
Oh,
Okay.
Couldn't be.
Oh,
she's a
definitely
fucking
Lindsay.
psychopath.
Is she?
Yeah. It's
So
what we love about her.
if this helps at all, Elise, you're the one who said the thing.
Well, if you feel like it's Lindsay,
Oh
it
my
must be
God,
Lindsay.
it could be anyone.
It could be Adam you said that about. It could be Elise.
I think it's Lindsay. I think it might be Lindsay.
Oh, fuck. I was gonna maybe go Alana. Alana or James are my number.
Women be crazy.
Yeah, bitches do be crazy.
I was gonna go James or John.
Is it Elise?
John's already been done.
What did we call our hybrid person?
Elise?
Lindsay's.
Lindsay's. Yeah, very
What
good.
if it was just someone just made a...
Lindsay's is a psychopath. Is that a comment that came up in that Best Friends Forever game?
No, it hasn't gone up yet, but now I'm sure it will.
You guys are like the Constructicons.
It was James.
Shut up.
It was James.
All right, I
It's
win.
PAX.
And it was
Nerds, join me.
part of the Among Us gameplay.
Oh, it was in the Among Us gameplay.
Yes.
Oh, no. James is a psychopath, sociopath. Way different.
Yeah, what the fuck, Elise?
Yeah.
I misspoke.
That's-
I'm sorry, babe.
That's. I mean, I'm pretty offended. We all know that I'm a sociopath. So
I think in common parlance, psychopath is kind of a synonym for sociopath.
not at all. Trust me.
A cinnamon?
Trust the sociopath. I know the differences.
All right, this is gonna be our last one. Don't mind my face. This is from Droid Ass. It says, "Where are you from? Brazil?" That is now one of my favorite quotes from blank. Who said? I'm assuming that we.
Yeah.
Who said it?
I know exactly who this is.
There are French speakers in
leave
Brazil.
It. You can guess.
I don't know who this is.
I'm gonna go Alana.
I think maybe
I'm
Adam.
very cultured.
I'm gonna say Adam. This seems like an Adam thing.
This is a very Adam thing to do.
Australian
I agree.
people
Or
probably
Elise.
know
This
French.
seems like an Elise thing to me.
I did do French in high school because we don't do
Stereotyping
Spanish in high school because
Canada.
Do you know Portuguese?
dated a Portuguese guy once.
Okay, that's good enough.
Did he say this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he spoke French.
Did the reason it didn't work out is because he kept putting that squiggle at the top of all of his C's?
I couldn't handle it. Yeah, it made communication difficult. No, he crashed my car.
Oh yeah, well
that'll do it.
Yeah,
that's a little bit.
Was save a school bus full of burning children.
Yes. He didn't have a license though either. Tell me he did, but he didn't.
Odd. Yeah, one for him, one for us.
Yep. Any concrete guesses? Let me see what chat's saying.
Jacob, this could be
I
a
was
Jacob thing.
gonna say
too.
this is sort of a Jacob thing.
We want
Got a lot of Adam guesses, I think.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling the Adam on this.
Yeah, but they're playing a game where they're looking at the length of the box. That's not fair. Come on.
Well, I actually, for a lot of them, resized the boxes so they're completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, chat, you got to work on that.
Jacob, this seems like a weird non sequitur that Jacob.
Probably during a Star Wars gameplay.
I think it's a bullseye of comedy.
Is it?
It is a good
because
joke.
it's what are you from? Where are you from? Brazil, and then you go we, which is not right. It's incorrect.
Speaking about how funny it is, the person who did to reveal themselves.
We.
Elise.
I don't remember.
Nobody suspected it.
I picked this comment because Omar did. I picked this comment because I don't remember saying this in a million years. I do not remember.
It is a good joke, though. So
Is
It's a good joke. It's a good joke.
very superior to anything that Adam.
The
would
reason
come
it's a
up
good
with.
joke is because it's not Portuguese, it's French. And
Yeah,
like James was saying, it's not the same thing.
Thank you, Ryan, for explaining Elise's joke to her.
Well, she didn't remember it. So.
Could have been anyone.
Yeah, she didn't know.
Someone out there has that tattooed on their body, and you don't even remember.
Okay, we have one more here before we move on to the next segment. Here we go. Really good one. Really great one. This is from Blaine Gordon. It says, "Blank is so great. I wish blank would be in my butthole." Wow.
Are these two different names?
No, that is a pronoun that we've got after wish.
Oh, okay, got it.
The answer.
Someone else did something
It's
so amazing that they wanted
Lindsay.
someone else. Oh, you think it's Lindsay?
Lindsay would
Lindsay
make
is so great.
sense.
I wish she would bird burn my butthole.
Hmm.
I can see.
What does that mean?
Oh, jeez. What's chat saying? Chat has a guess for Adam right now. Is a guess for Adam? Two guesses
Human
for
says
Adam.
who has the biggest beard here? That might be.
But
Or
a big
John.
beard, is not necessarily going to burn the bird hole the
How
best.
big a beard does a big beard?
I would-
burn a bird hole.
I would
Right.
argue that my very short, stubbly hair is going to be more uncomfortable against someone's bird hole
Mhm.
than say Omar's fully fledged beard. His
That's
is probably
probably
much
true.
softer.
It's
And
soft.
bet
Yeah,
Omar,
very
like,
soft. I use
bet you do.
conditioner.
That's what I was gonna say. I could see you being like a conditioner type of man. It's respectful with his.
He's got some gray in there.
And so mine is stubbly, and it's going to be more coarse. You know.
I feel like Adam, John, and Ryan have very similar beard lengths.
Yeah, that's true.
John and Ryan is actually like identical, like pretty much exactly the same. Actually,
I wouldn't do a very good beard burn on the bird hole, personally.
Why
You
not?
sound like Ernie giving up.
He respects the bird hole too much to burn
I
it.
do. I'm a bird hole man.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, I got a pretty cool beard.
Oh, you shut up. James, make him stop. Make him stop, James.
What not say? What not say? I'm gonna from
I
Tennessee.
say, birds are cool.
John, you ask John if he'll stop.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Ryan, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm asking Ryan.
Yes.
I have a question. So, where you're from, what was it like growing up across from Graceland?
A lot of crocs.
Crocs, huh? Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's
what
not
I
me.
think. Because when I think Tennessee,
James,
I think Crocs.
ask us a question that only Ryan would know, and I'll say the real thing, and then kill the other one.
Okay, all right. Question only Ryan would know. Ryan.
Yes.
John Smith's favorite color.
Orange.
Purple.
It's purple. I know John Smith.
Painting the wall.
I
I
know
figured
John
it was his
Smith.
beard color.
I know it is purple,
Probably
so
his
it's
pube
definitely
color.
purple. I'm gonna say this is John. John seems like the kind who would
Beard
beard
burn.
burn someone's bird hole, wherever John is.
Let me, before you reveal it, you let me say what I think the real answer is.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Is that right now? Are we?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, it is me. Because I read that also, and somebody, I didn't put it in there though, and I was very flattered that someone wanted me to beard burn their bird hole, and I read it like 5 times before I kind of had an image in my head for what they were really meant. And yeah, the answer is yes. Who you are?
You will beard burn.
Give me DM me your address. We'll get the beard burning going.
Oh, I just noticed that we've got another Ryan join us.
Oh, Ryan.
Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all.
Because he's Southern Canadian.
Wow,
Get it?
That's cool.
Yeah.
We got 3 Ryans.
I got a question.
Hey, y'all.
What was it like meeting Rick Moranis virtually?
Happiest second day of my life.
Wow.
Compared to the birth of my children and being
doing.
Ryan, what was it like growing up in Canada?
How was your marriage or your wedding on that plantation? I heard all about.
I ask you a personal question, ass hat.
I apologize for that. Whoa, geez, language.
I'm on the set of Deadpool 3. Ask me about that.
Okay. How's Mike doing? She hasn't tweeted in a while.
Gotta go. Instagram post.
You're my favorite Ryan.
Well,
leave like that. All the
hey, look at that! Another
Ryan. Oh wow! Oh.
We're back.
Ryan's cool too.
Another Canadian Ryan.
One time, I took a picture of Ryan Gosling and I blurred it, so he became Ryan Gossian.
Why did you say blurry? Sorry, why did you say blurred?
That's the verbification of blur.
Isn't it just blurred?
Elise, where are you going?
I'm embarrassed to be seen.
Elise, come back and leave.
It's all smog.
Is that it? Was that all the comments?
We have some more, but it's time to move on to the next segment.
All righty.
Listen, I just want to say one thing.
Oh my God.
How?
How are you getting all set up so fast?
Omar, bits. We need more bits for this. At least Pet Bender, by God.
Yeah, Pet Bender.
All right, let's move on to the next one. This is pretty exciting. Alana, you want to introduce this?
Yes. Lawnmower Man. We discussed it. I'm not sure why. And despite having you guys discussed it like extremely frequently around.
Did you say disgust or disgust?
Either.
Okay.
I guess I never absorbed anything anyone ever said about it. And then watched it last night and was like, oh, this isn't what I expected. And I don't know if that's because I tune out whenever you talk about it. But in any case, I thought that we would spend the next, approximately, let's do until 2:50, doing an exclusive Lawnmower Man film house.
Oh. All right. So, Alana, you finally watched it. Just real quick, what were your thoughts? Live up to the hype?
Did you like it, Alana?
That's John. Yes.
Look, I think the film is bad. However, I was consistently interested. You know?
That means it's good.
So there are films that
That's right, Ryan.
are bad but uninteresting, but I was very interested the whole way through. The visual effects were terrible, but supposedly cost them $500,000.
I mean, terrible, but were amazing for the time.
Yeah. Were they? Because it was what, 90
No, they totally were.
Oh yeah.
Didn't
the
studio go on to
I actually saw a post on Imager today or yesterday that was like, people think that we faked the moon landing, but this was CG. And
yeah, true.
Did you find that out, Alana, that the special effects team was Angel Studios, who ended up becoming Rockstar
What?
San Diego?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, they came a long way.
If it wasn't for Lawnmower Man, we wouldn't have Red Dead. Just saying.
Wow, thank you, Lawnmower Man. Here's the thing I don't really get is, why did he turn evil? I get that he got smart, but didn't they not use the monkey regression test on him? What made him turn evil?
Power.
Everyone was mean to him.
Everyone was mean to him.
That's
but
right.
But they
Ryan.
weren't when he got smart. They stopped being mean to him. He beat up the priest.
Listen,
he had sex with a girl. Why did he have to kill? Like, why did he have to hurt her?
It's classically known that anyone who's dumb that gets smart becomes bad.
James, I want to hear Ryan take this question.
It's Ryan. It's the Frankenstein story told. It's the I can't think while I'm.
I can't think while you're talking.
Oh my! Like when the bad guy or the.
I think we're getting. I feel like we're getting echo. I feel like maybe there is some sort of. We lost echo, and now we're getting a mirror Ryan.
We just
and some echo.
Ryan, the black T-shirt.
Yeah. What's up?
Can you answer that question?
Yeah.
Alana had.
Why?
I forgot the question.
Why? I don't know how to do.
Why did he go evil? Why did he?
Why did he turn evil?
I would know. Same thing happened. My hero.
You know, like it. Oh, sorry.
You know, like
no. Well, I was having seen it recently. I would argue that Job, the lawnmower man himself, doesn't go evil. He just does what anyone would do when they become a god. They would look down at the ants below them and go, "I'm too good for you. I'm going to cleanse this world with fire and bring it into a new age." That was my takeaway from it. He wasn't necessarily evil.
Sort of say that, yeah.
Yeah.
But then also, like, how did he get? I don't understand how he got that smart when he was still just perceiving technology designed by man. How do you become smarter just by running programs that a man designed?
He tapped into the mainframe.
Well, that's only at the very end.
It's the
when he was already
mainframe,
smart, you know?
Lana.
Oh yeah, sorry.
See, two of us agree with that.
Just a lot of questions, really. And I still don't understand why he hurt the girl. And why do you have to do that?
Well, I don't think he intended to.
He
just got. He got.
That
he
was
more,
that was 100% an accident.
It was
100% an accident.
He was having a hard time because he was more prepared for it, and then she was less prepared for it.
I have to bring this up. I know we're talking Lawnmower Man, but John just bailed on this panel.
He did.
And
Honestly, oh wait, no, he's back.
That's true.
No, I didn't.
There. Wait, hold on.
How?
Hey, John.
I'm John Smith.
Identity theft.
Yeah, that's what I've been talking about.
Ryan, that's really big of you to stand up for John potentially having his identity stolen.
What? Who?
Thanks, Ryan. I don't know why I'm doing
You're welcome.
Ask me about Deadpool.
Oh, Ryan Reynolds is back too.
Ryan Reynolds is back on the set of Lawnmower Man 2.
John, didn't you say that you hate Ryan Reynolds?
Cover my mouth.
Yes, I hate Ryan Reynolds.
And you want to put that on public record?
Yes, and I love Lawnmower Man.
What's happening?
Just talk for me and open my jaw.
What do you want?
James.
I don't know. You have to do the thing. We're the only ones who don't have it.
I just want to thank everyone for not bringing up my micro penis.
Hey.
What if I told you guys? I'm just getting. Hold on. I've just been told the stream was cut 45 minutes ago.
This has been fun.
I think Ryan Reynolds has something to say.
All your dreams.
That's it?
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Okay.
Wow, that was very moving.
Thank you,
Ryan Reynolds.
If Alana were here, I would ask her and a scale of 10 out of 10, 10 being 10 being Lawnmower Man, what would she rate?
I think she'd give it a 10.
I think if she were here, she would for sure give it a 10.
I think so.
I don't know if it's bad or not. I was actually very confused. I thought it got very stupid. Everyone was acting their little hearts out. They were really doing their best. It just sort of didn't really make sense. Which is a big issue with it. And
I don't know if I liked it or not. It's not bad.
Is that the Queen?
It's gonna make sense to me. I don't know.
So far from the mic, it's
usually
so homeless.
Alana is very articulate.
Well spoken.
And hear her, but
Lawnmower Man did this to me. I don't know.
watching the film made me stupid.
Yes, exactly. I'm stupid now.
You got reversed.
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
Is this a low point for Funhaus?
Shut up, Ryan. Sass up.
Adam, go.
I just need to point out again that Ryan seems to have abandoned the panel now, and this might force a disciplinary action.
I'm back!
I'm keeping notes. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Should we do Q&A then?
Yeah, we have 10 minutes left.
Q&A.
We're only accepting questions about this panel.
About Lawnmower.
Yeah, you guys can leave them in the Stream One Horse Theater little Discord channel there if you have any questions, which I think is, if you're watching on Twitch, has been linked in the chat there also. But if you're subscribed, I'll also read your questions there. So, just wherever you want, really.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I make too many burritos of a weekend.
Pixie Star wants to know, what is
Why do I make
Pepper's name?
so many burritos? Sorry.
My dog's name is Bender, like the robot.
Is he named after the robot?
Bender.
He's named after the robot.
Do you guys
He's
remember
also
that one
drunk.
time Peak drank a bunch of like Brazilian drink, slept for 3 hours, and then tried to fight Bender?
What?
Yeah, at my apartment.
Yeah.
What?
It was a great
Oh
memory.
yeah.
We watched
That was when we watched Dragon Ball.
live action,
Yeah.
Street Fighter, and then
And a Mortal Kombat movie, I think.
no, it was the
No, it was Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li.
yeah.
Yeah. The good
It was
one.
great.
Yeah, John made some drink and forgot, like, mess up the ratios, and it was more alcohol than anything else. And Pete drank the entire pitcher, fell
Damn.
asleep for 3 hours, woke up angry, wanted to leave. We couldn't let him drive, and then he tried to fight the dog.
He tried to fight the dog, like, genuinely?
Like with boxing gloves?
Okay, got it.
Gets
Okay.
easily worked up.
Yeller M asked, who is the Job of Funhouse?
Can there be more than one?
Someone who's nice and taken
Highlander
advantage
rules?
of? I was going to say Jacob, but he's got some evil in him.
That would make him
John
the perfect Job, right?
John Smith. I think John Smith has the capability of being Job, but from like the second one,
From the
cyberspace.
Bible?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Bible one.
like biblical Job.
Talking about
Checks
Lawnmower Man Job. Come on.
Oh,
guys.
Yeah, Job's War or Beyond Cyberspace, whichever. Yeah, let us know too, Alana, when you see the second one. It clears a lot of the issues up.
When you see the second one.
Yeah.
It was really hard for me to even find the first one. I had to get a Hulu subscription. It was not easy to watch.
Like out of the question.
Should have just bought it for $19.99, like a sensible human
But it was
being.
specifically like part of the Showtime package, so I had to like get an extra package through Hulu to be able to watch Lawnmower Man. Again, I had fun. I enjoyed watching the whole thing. It was just like a bit bad.
Yeah, dumb movies.
How many different
used to be
Jobs are we
better.
talking about here?
Just the,
Arrested Development or Lawnmower Man or the
definitely
Bible?
just the
Just the
Lawnmower
one.
Man Job.
Let's see.
We got another question. This
okay.
one is great. Has anyone on the panel experienced anything paranormal?
Oh, come
Paranormal
on.
was the
Did you
word.
make that up? Was that really in there? Oh,
No, it's really in there. Ramirez Art Jam. Has anyone experienced anything paranormal?
Oh, go.
No, you go.
I was just going to say that one time the makers of a ghost hunting cell phone app wanted to make a commercial for it. And so I was a camera guy on the ghost hunting cell phone app. And we went to after hours to the same courthouse where Charles Manson got arraigned. And we were trying to look for ghosts and stuff.
He didn't
and
die there.
no, contrary to popular belief, we didn't find any ghosts. Even
But
with,
it seems like
yeah,
that
there
is in line
Well,
with popular belief.
That's not very supernatural.
That
No
courtroom
ghosts.
was where America's innocence died. So,
right. So yeah, we
Okay.
found the ghost
There you
of
go.
serial killers.
When I was a kid,
Serious.
I don't believe in ghosts, but this like always stood out to me. Was outside with my dad and my sister, and we had 2 dogs, and everything got very, very cold all of a sudden in the middle of in summer in Cairns, which is basically like Florida, so it's hot and humid. Everything was really cold. Sensor light went on, and the dog started barking. And then we were like, what? Honestly, what is happening? Because the cold happened like minutes before everything else, and so we were trying to get the dogs to be quiet so that we would like suss out what the hell was going on, but they were just barking in the direction of the sensor light. Went in there was absolutely nothing there, and as soon as the dog stopped barking, the cold went away.
That's wild.
Can't explain
creepy.
it.
It's like goosebumps.
Yeah, it's just like a goosebump.
Mm.
But that's about it. Nothing else. Everything's pretty standard.
Hmm.
Anyone else?
One time when I was a kid, I was with 2 cousins, and we were running through our house, through my parents' house. We saw a white silhouetted like a lady in a dress, in one of the bedrooms that we were going to go into, like we were going down the hall to go play or something. And there was a white silhouetted thing in the room. We screamed, ran the other way, came back like a minute later with parents and stuff, and it was gone, obviously. But definitely saw a ghost. Me and my 3 cousins.
Wow.
Real
You
ghost.
all saw it.
All saw it.
A bunch of children. The most reliable
bunch of children.
witnesses.
Up, James.
I have a pretty simple theory. A simple theory as to what ghosts actually are. If you subscribe to multiverse theory, the idea is that any choice you make then splits off into multiple dimensions, and if that's happening times per second around the world, that means at some point the worlds are crossing, and that's why you're getting deja vu and you're seeing ghosts and stuff. So stop being scared, Omar. You're in universes.
High five a ghost. That's what I do.
Went on a tour of a defunct prison in Melbourne, and there was a man who was also part of our tour who was a former security guard there. His name was Peter, and he was, probably in his 70s at this point. And we it's more funny than it is
such a good story.
But we would be like going through parts of the prison, and the tour guide would, kind of, jovially say, okay, well, this is, where they would keep the inmates that were secluded. This is, and then Peter, white as a sheet, stone faced, would walk up and say something like,
well, so there's one thing where some woman in the tour went like, what happened? Did anything happen in this particular cell? And the tour guide went, I don't think so. And then Peter went, man, buried in there.
Peter, and then like,
he's like, what? He's like, and they're like, the tour guide's like, what are you talking about? He's like, put a mattress up against it, tried to get him out, but he lit himself on fire, couldn't get in fast enough before he burned to death.
And we'd be walking through a hall, and then the tour guide would say, this is where the prisoners would walk through, and then Peter would be like slit their throats,
yeah.
Oh my god, he was dropping all this stuff.
He had a knife, but it was always like this like 1,000-yard stare. Like, he probably shouldn't have come back to remember all these things.
He was amazing.
I like to think that he didn't work there at all.
He didn't.
Never.
He was just
Just a guy who was pretending to have worked there.
Wait, you guys witnessed him returning after like 30 years?
Yeah, like 20 years.
Because we hung out and talked to him and his wife afterwards, and she was like, I thought it'd be a fun thing to come back because like he hasn't worked in a while, and we just thought it'd be fun to return or whatever. But he just
and then he'd be like, cold out here.
Yeah, he's like, not only this cold.
We only have a couple of minutes left. So here's a quick one from QWOP. The question is, what's your favorite video you've made while working at home? Because obviously things have changed for us a fair bit.
I mean, we had fun doing the 20-second showdown, which we're going to be doing another of soon. It has been fun. Like, it's frustrating because of the lag and stuff, but like a lot of the fun has come from doing stuff like this, which there's no way to do together, so.
I love seeing the product of everybody's BTS. Like when we have been doing BTS and everyone's sending in their clips, and I really like seeing, the creativity and all those. Look at Bender.
I was going to say the BTS too. The BTS that went up, that first one for this like recent grouping of them, had such a really awesome reception from the audience that it just made me feel good after all of this nonsense for the last few months. It was really real positive.
Yeah.
I was going to say you guys talking about Don Bluth. I had a lot of fun editing that one.
That was
we saved it.
Yeah,
I know. It's all on y'all.
I don't know. I was going to say any of the Animal Crossing content. I found that really fun because that was such a cool way for us to connect while being in separate places. And like just the pleasure of Animal Crossing in general, of getting to see what people have done with their islands and doing the island tours and like it all being filmed and us sharing things with each other throughout the process was just like a really fun, sort of uplifting thing to do. It was really nice.
Jacob's Bellions.
Yeah, what perfect timing for all of that to have happened.
Yeah, they were really good.
Bender, what's your favorite video?
Yeah, tell us, Bender.
I don't watch.
I don't watch
He
that,
does look
George.
like, he does look like Scooby or Scrappy all grown up.
But I think that's
he's
about all the
definitely
time
old
we
now. He's
have.
got all that gray.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of
thanks
fun.
everyone for coming. It's been a really nice panel. I appreciate it. PAX. Go PAX.
Do you have a small child sitting on your lap?
We're gonna have to take this to HR. Ryan keeps failing.
Yeah.
This is
I'm here. I'm here.
Why get off of me?
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
weird. Also, I've never actually
Being
seen
a
your
bird.
portions side by side. I never realized Alana was so
I'm very
large
large.
before.
Yeah.
But,
Tallest
Ryan
person
so
in Funhaus.
So, yeah.
I'm sorry we didn't get to many of these questions. That's kind of our thing. We warned you.
Yeah, sorry.
But thanks everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you for watching. Everyone enjoy PAX. Have a great time. Enjoy the rest of PAX. And
Check out
thank you
Evolve.
for watching.
Cool.
And we'll see you soon.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hey there, this is Winston from Samurai Punk, and this is our game, Justice Sucks Recharged. We're thrilled to be a part of the PAX Indie Showcase. Thank you so much for having us, and we're really excited to get our new game into all of your hands from around the world. So before that, let me tell you a little bit about what this game is. So Justice Sucks Recharged is about Rumbo, the sentient robot vacuum cleaner, that is on a quest for revenge through a neo-90s multiverse. So in the game, you'll be visiting a variety of 90s inspired, 90s pop culture inspired worlds, starting with this one called the Cyber Ship, the Cyber Cruise, sorry. And on here, it's a futuristic ship that is run by terrible robots that is being invaded by the Sea Boys, a group of nefarious pop band pirates. So the pirates are on here trying to steal all the goodies and terrorize the passengers of the ship. But you, as a faithful robot vacuum, are not going to stand for that. What you have to do now is hack the gadgets in your environment and use all sorts of everyday objects to fight back against this pirate menace. You see there's all sorts of little robots milling about which have their own behaviors that can help or hinder you in your quest. One thing you may have noticed there, you're just flying into the enemy. Since you're a robot vacuum, you love cleaning. Cleaning is your favorite. As you clean up dirt and blood, it powers up your energy. So you see in the lower left, the red bar is your blood meter. And that will give you access to blood abilities. So I'll explain more when those come up. But yeah, each world in the game has its own sections with their own unique traps and gadgets that you can use against your enemies. See there's a water puddle, which makes enemies slip, but it can also combine with our elemental system. So what we've endeavored to create here is an action comedy sandbox inspired by the 90s action movies like Jackie Chan movies that we used to love. Creating a lot of different tools for players to mess around with and find interesting and hilarious combos to take out their enemies. We really want to encourage replayability as well and ways for people to share their unique, funny moments and creative methods of dispatching their enemies. We're jumping around a little bit. So in this segment here, we've got a lot more enemies that have appeared. We have different enemy types as well. So you'll see here that the escalation of difficulty that comes as you progress further through the waves of enemies, more enemies will appear and there'll be new types as well. And as you continue to munch your enemies, you're gaining more and more power. And in the larger game, we'll have a progression system where you can unlock different abilities as well. But for the demo, we've got 3 abilities for you. So the ram there flies at the enemies and sends off this AoE shockwave, which is great for mobility and crowd control. So we're going to see the chaos escalate a whole bunch here. Flipping in the air, absolute madness. But that's what this game is all about. It's like crazy, over-the-top action, surviving against all odds as this tiny little robot vacuum with the heart of gold and a strong sense of justice. Here we're going to finish this up. Send this person into another dimension. And of course, since you're a robot vacuum, you got to clean up after yourself. Once you've dispatched all your enemies, it's very important to clean up. So at the end of each level, you're challenged with cleaning up all of the mess as fast as you can and as thoroughly as you can. But little Roombo's having the best time here. He could do this all day. Thanks for watching, and please look forward to being able to play the demo during PAX Online. It'll be available on Steam. And please make sure to wishlist Justice Sucks Recharged. Every wishlist helps. Thank you so much. Stay safe, take care, have fun with our game. Much love, and have a great PAX Online.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamatzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
welcome to this panel entitled Welcome Home, the Power of Playful Communities. I am going to be your moderator for this panel. I am Dr. Rachel Cowart. I am a research psychologist and the research director of Take This, which is the first mental health nonprofit to form working specifically within gaming communities and the gaming industry. I am also the host of Zeitgeist on YouTube and Twitch, which focuses on drawing the curtain behind the science of games. And we're going to be doing that a little bit today with our panelists, talking about the power of playful communities and how they form and revolve around games. I am truly honored to be the panel host of this incredible group of individuals. You know, a lot of times we talk about online communities and how they're less valuable or they're just less than generally face-to-face communities. And we're going to debunk some of those myths today. So without further ado, I would love for my guests to introduce themselves, who they are, a bit about them, and a bit about their own communities, starting with Tanya.
Hey everybody, my name is Tanya DePass, known as Cypher Tier Online. And, you know, if you've seen I Need Diverse Games Anywhere, that was me being mad about video games literally at 6 in the morning about 6 years ago. And from that, I now run a nonprofit, I Need Diverse Games. I am a partner Twitch streamer. I do a lot of RPG stuff, diversity and inclusion work. And my community is very inclusive, welcoming, and I'd like to think a safe space for folks. We've luckily not had to have anyone be shown the door very often, and you know, all are welcome until you show that you don't know how to behave.
Very good. You're also the host of Dungeon Crossing.
Yes, I am the host of Dungeon Crossing, which is where Animal Crossing and D&D meet in the basement of my Animal Crossing house, where I teach Gary Whitta, Shannon Woodward, Brian Gray, and Adam Nickerson how to play D&D with their now level 4 characters. We do that every Saturday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern, and 11 a.m. Mountain on both my channel and Gary Whitta. We do a squad stream. And, you know, whenever you get to see this, hopefully you'll come on by and get to hang out with us in Animal Crossing.
It is what we all need during the quarantine. I'm not kidding. It's the best. And next we have M.
Hi, everyone. I'm Maria Shanley, or Anxiety. I am a Twitch partner, mental health talk show host. So what we do is our goal is to bridge the gap between mental health professionals and those who are interested in learning about mental health information, and thus together breaking the stigma. What we do is we have open topic discussions on mental health. Again, I interview professionals. I talk to people who are interested in sharing their story and about what it's like to live with mental health conditions and overcome them or not. And also we have positive news days, and I think I mentioned open topic discussions. So that's that. And I've also written a book about my personal journey.
You have. What's it called? Plug the book. The book is wonderful.
What? Okay, an endorse. Thank you. But it's called Well, That Explains It. It's a series of personal essays that are backed by research.
Yes, fantastic. And last but not least, we have Tonzi.
Hi guys, I'm Tonzi. I am a drag streamer here on Twitch, a former Mixer partner. And yeah, I can't really compare to these lovely ladies below me, or I don't know where they are on the screen. But really, I just focus on being me. There's no really like schedule. We just play horror games, any game that we feel like playing. But the main message I try to send out to everyone is just be whoever you want to be, and break stigmas. You know, go above and beyond, and just be yourself, and don't care. And that's what I do on my stream. So,
and it's wonderful. If there was ever a beacon of love and light, it is Tonzi, for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
And also Tonzi has us all beat on the makeup game.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look at
I mean, and I tried, but no one can compare.
I didn't even bother.
Stop.
We knew it wasn't going to be a competition because we all lost. So today is going to be a little bit of an unconventional panel. We only have 30 minutes, and I want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to talk about their communities and their experiences. And each person on this panel was specifically invited here today because of their unique perspectives. So before I turn the floor over to them, I just want to make a small note. Gary Whitta was supposed to be here today to talk about animal Animal Talking and the role that online community around games has played when he created Animal Talking as compared to the more traditional types of interviewing he did before, like on podcasts. He wasn't able to come, but I just wanted to shout him out that he was meant to be here, and Animal Talking is amazing. I know Tanya's been on it before, and it's something that you should really check out. You can genuinely hear the delight in people's voices when they come to his set on Animal Talking, and it's wonderful. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the floor over. I'm going to start with Tanya, who's going to talk a bit about her community, cohesion, and forming safe spaces on the internet that can come together for larger impact.
Oh boy, where to start? So with my, it's just one of the things where I'm like, you're fine until you have to talk about something. You're like, yeah, it goes out of your head. So my committee formed around I Need Diverse Games, which is something that formed out of my frustration with the games industry, not seeing myself represented. And, you know, there's so many games where I don't get to be cis female, I don't get to be Black, still can't be, you know, more than a size 10 female in a game. You know, my hair is never in games, or it looks like yarn, it looks terrible. So a lot of that collated into me tweeting about some games that were coming out in, 2014, and adding the hashtag I Need Diverse Games, because I do, and we still do, even in 2020, after doing this for 6 years. And, you know, it sprouted out of my personal account. Now it has its own account, it has its own everything. We've even got our own Twitch account where we do some RPGs and other content. And the community that grew out of that whole thing is what buoyed me into streaming on my own, because I didn't start streaming. Actually, no, I take that back. I've been streaming since 2014 as well. So I'm almost 7 years on Twitch, a partner for almost 3 years. But that community that grew out of I Need Diverse Games is what came along with me on the journey to stream on Twitch. And, you know, I've always wanted to have a community that I never found online. Because, you know, as we know, inclusivity online is a pipe dream in many places, and it takes work. And a lot of people don't seem to realize that. They think, I stream, I'll make a Discord, and it'll be great. And it's like, no, you have to do work. You can't just build it and they'll come. You have to put in the work. So we've got a robust mod squad. Anyone who is a Twitch moderator is usually a Discord moderator. If they're in there, we've got a few people who are admins. And normally when I get to travel a lot, they're in charge of the Discord when I'm gone, and, you know, they are empowered to act as I am, at least those that are admins. And, you know, a lot of it is just discussion, because I never want to be the, like, I'm putting my foot down, I'm at the top of this pyramid. A lot of decisions are made through discussion with the mod team. And, you know, unfortunately, because the internet is a terrible place, we've now had to kind of safeguard our Discord and our community. I don't give out the Discord link as freely. But when people subscribe, I just remind them, hey, just connect your Discord and your Twitch. But, you know, we just kind of we actually have a code of conduct, which people are supposed to read before they say, yes, I've read the rules, I understand what's expected of me. So basically, the behavior that is expected when you're in the Twitch stream is also expected in the Discord. And that is to, you know, treat everyone fairly, be mindful of your socioeconomic status, realize that we do have a very global community, and that what is true for you maybe as an American is not true for someone in the UK or Australia or New Zealand. And that, you know, things like reverse racism and, you know, white privilege isn't real are not things that are going to fly in the Discord. Unfortunately, one of the people we had to ask to leave because of that was someone who didn't understand that as a very, I don't want to say as a very white person, that would sound really weird, but as a UK-based white person, they didn't understand why they couldn't use certain slurs, you know, being the N-word. And when their response was, well, you know, Desus and Mero, two very famous Black men, said it, and without, you know, with trying to discuss it, and they still didn't get it, unfortunately, that was a thing where we had to go, you know, maybe this community is not for you. And we tried to give them a break, and they still didn't get it. So unfortunately, I had to go. So, you know, the best way to put it is our community is inclusive, but we are not afraid to tell people they need to go. We're not afraid of real discussions. You know, we do have channels like about politics, about mental health, about health and wellness. And, you know, we just remind people, if this is a triggering topic, if you just aren't in a mind frame to deal with it, like I've got the politics channel muted in my own Discord, mostly because some people don't know how to have conversations. And I just go, you know what? Not today. I'm just not going to deal with that. But I think games are a catalyst that brought us all there. I've made lifelong friends because of the games that I made. The game that I started streaming, what got me to decide to get on Twitch was Dragon Age Inquisition. And I've been a very long Dragon Age fan, and I've made so many great friends because of that fandom, you know, and Mass Effect and, you know, all these games that have come out ever since. And, you know, that's kind of the glue that brought us there and keeps us together. But there's so many other topics people now talk about, like fashion, clothes. We've got people who are like sommelier level connoisseurs of wine and whiskey and things like that. So I think games are a great medium, not just, you know, games are not just for kids, they're not just entertainment. They are a medium, they're a teaching tool, they're a genre, and that's what brought everyone into the Discord and what keeps them there. And hopefully all the games that have come out in 2020 have kept everyone relatively, you know, doing as well as they can. And, you know, Animal Crossing has been the thing that has kept me kind of above board. And I never thought I'd say that because I'd never touched Animal Crossing before this year.
It's funny what you say, also about Animal Crossing, because that is like the game of the pandemic. That is no joke. But games brought you together, and now it sounds like you have a community that's really based on, you know, education and industry change, and I mean, a place where you can talk about politics. I mute all politics things on the internet, so I'm very impressed.
Yeah. No, I let people go, and then, you know, if things get heated, mods step in, or, you know, if need be, I'm just like. And that's when we have to kind of have the reminder of, hey, remember, we're a global community. If you're not from the US, be mindful of that. If you see things about police brutality, things like that, remember, racism is still global, despite what you might think. But don't discount when someone says, oh, well, this happened. Or, you know, if we start talking about Breonna Taylor or anyone else who has unfortunately been murdered by the cops, don't just act like, oh, well, I'm glad I live in not the US, because that would never happen here. It's like, oh, let me show you the news. Let me remind you that this is a thing. And, you know, for the most part, everyone's respectful. Of the nearly 1,000 people in there, I think we've had to, you know, kind of show the door to maybe 5 people over the course of the few years we've been up.
Yeah, that's not that. That's a very tiny percentage of the internet. 5 people, so that's pretty good.
I also pretty much like, no, you're not going to do that here. I adopted that stance. And if you don't know how to act, I'm going to show you the door. And sometimes I'm not. That's a polite way of putting it versus how I actually say it when someone has to go.
Boundaries are really important. But I think it's also maybe surprising to some to realize that communities that form around Animal Crossing or a simple just hashtag I need diverse games, just about a sentiment that people share, can create such a community. And Dungeon Crossing, it's my favorite thing. Thank you for sharing that, Tanya.
You're so welcome.
We're going to talk to Em now a little bit about social community. Again, another serious topic when it comes to mental health and mental health advocacy.
Yeah, so I started my community back in 2017 over the fact that I wasn't feeling well, and I'd always had this dream of writing and creating a space where people could come. I found that there was a lot of people talking about their personal experience with mental health, and then there was a lot of people talking, you know, there's a lot of professionals and talking about the other side, about what you should be doing and what's good for you. And I felt like there wasn't somebody in the middle kind of connecting those two things. And so I set out to do that. And originally I was like, okay, we're going to talk about mental health, and we're going to do it over, like, while I research an article about a topic that we're all talking about. And then we started playing Stardew, and that is where the community kind of slowly started trickling in, because the themes of Stardew kind of lend themselves to mental health. Like, if you get a certain amount of hearts with certain characters, you get to really know them and who they are as people. And in some cases, there's literally mental health emergencies in the game. But in other cases, you kind of, it opens up to those themes of, you know, what is PTSD? Just what is trauma in general? And it was really great. It was a stepping stone. And where we are now is fantastic, because it's a space where the feedback that I get consistently from professionals and people who share their stories, who come onto my show alike, is, wow, your community is so open, is so kind, and that's it. Like, it's a lot of people. I feel like it is way bigger than I am. This idea that just forwarding mental health education as a way to reduce the stigma. And I say it's way bigger than I am. We have a saying in the stream, if you feel like the world is dark and nobody can give you the love and the care that you need, go out there and be that light to others. And that's the concept that I feel like is bigger than any one person. I feel like people who adopt that belief of be the light for themselves, have that uniting principle of like, okay, we're all in this to make something better together, to help other people together for this better good. Even outside of mental health, just being kind and accepting and listening to other people's values and opinions and disagreeing in a polite way. We've also definitely, like Tanya was saying, we've definitely had people we've had to give the boot to, and it's usually people who, will cry that like, oh, nobody's hearing me out, but really they're the ones not listening. That's kind of where we've been hit most commonly, unfortunately. But so it's something that started over a relaxing game meant to kind of be a great way to wind down at the end of the day ends up being this beautiful place where people walk away having, we've had really tough discussions. We've talked about violence in video games. We talked about gun violence and mental illness. We have talked about parasocial relationships just recently. We've had like every and all discussion, and nothing has been swept under the rug, and everybody has always come to a place where we can not even agree to disagree, but just, I agree to respect your opinion, even though it's not similar to the one that I have, unless your opinion directly like hurts somebody else, obviously. But it's been an honor, and I think I say that, or I try to say that at least every day, to be able to come to a space where I know that I can authentically be myself, whether I'm having the best day ever or I'm having a crappy day and I just want to be around my friends and I just want to feel, that my concern is valid, or my depression is valid, and my anxiety is valid, and all those things that before I created this community often felt like, oh my gosh, am I making this up? Oh my gosh, am I doing this for attention? Am I really this terrible of a person that I experience these things? Am I broken? All of these feelings I honestly have kind of melted away in the past 3 years, because I know there's a space with other people who also want to know, like me, that they are not broken, that their mental health issues do not define them, but they're also a big part of them. And they also, will affect the way that they have relationships with other people and just interact with the world in general. And again, like I keep repeating it because it's true. Like it feels like a huge honor to be able to have this space, and it's its own ecosystem, I feel like, and it needs to be constantly cultivated from the sense of like, rules need to be reminded, new people come in, they need to be assimilated. I'm so sorry for that there was a little bing bing bing. There was a little sound, I don't think anybody heard it, but it's going to be in the recording. I'm really sorry about that.
Only you heard it, but it's okay.
Yeah, so that's that, and I'm incredibly honored, and I just feel like we're really creating a space where mental health isn't just like this scary thing, where it can be discussed and it can be accepted.
I mean, I think that many people might find it strange that you just described an online community. I wrote it down as open and kind.
We try.
I mean, that's right.
We're trying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've definitely bumped into people. It's sad whenever you have to remove community members, especially people who you feel like were an important part of the community. But whenever I have found that people will commonly, and this is not my quote, but the quote is, "Etiquette is not censorship," and people will use that as an excuse to be unkind. Well, they'll say something unkind and then be like, oh, well, you can't censor me because that's not fair, and freedom of speech and stuff. And we're like, yes, but that's hurtful to a fellow human being, so that's not nice. The nice thing to do is, the polite thing to do is to not have said what you just said. So that's a hard thing, because it does, I've never intended or wanted to be a gatekeeper of any kind, including on like how mental health information is spread or, you know, who says, but it is a weird feeling of having to kind of, along with admins and moderators, to be in that space, to be able to say like, no, you actually, that is not a nice thing to say. And that's not subjective, that's objective. You should not have said
That's
that.
objectively mean. It's like what
Right.
Tanya was saying.
Yeah.
Like you give them a chance and then it's like, I mean, to have these spaces that people, I don't think commonly think of gaming spaces particularly, but online spaces generally as kind and open and forgiving, and know that you're not the only examples where this is the case, but it sounds like boundaries are really the key to that.
Yeah, huge for sure.
All right, last but not least, my dear on the end, Tanzi is going to talk a bit about the power of creating social community around gaming and self-expression.
Yeah, I really don't know where to start with this, so I guess I'll just start with like how everyone else did. I started streaming originally on Beam, which became Mixer. I think that was about 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know. I'm old at this point. I'll be 25 next month.
Oh my God, shut up. His face is perfect.
Had to throw a little sass in there. But I really wanted, my original want and desire was to combine the two things I loved: makeup, video games, and being the center of attention. I love attention. Please give it to me. But no, I wanted to express myself in a way that not a lot of people understand, and also throw in video games because people understand video games, but also throw it in their face. And I think that's kind of where I've grown my community in a sense, is because I'm not kind about it. And I'll openly admit that. I really shove my opinion in people's faces. I have very strong opinions. And I think that's kind of where I've grown my community, is around speaking the truth, or at least what I think the truth is. And really that comes down to, are you a good person or are you not a good person? And I wrote this down because I didn't want to forget it, but Anxiety was talking about like freedom of speech. And a lot of people like abuse that power, and that really grinds my gears. And that's like a part of it, is like, you don't, just because there's freedom of speech doesn't allow you to be a bad human being. If you're trying to control other people, you're wrong. There's no arguing about it. If you're affecting someone else's life, trying to control someone's life, giving your opinion on someone's life, you're just wrong. There's no discussing the matter. You're like, live your life. And that's kind of where, again, my community has been formed. I want to create a community where people don't have to even question who they are. Come in my community, be exactly who you want to be. As long as you're not hurting other people, as long as you're not controlling them, you are welcome to hang out with me, play video games with me, and be in this community of love. Even though I'm harsh, I speak my opinions. It's nothing but love. And I love every single one of my viewers. Yeah, I kind of forgot the question, but I'm just...
Oh, no, that's great. So what would you say then is maybe like the greatest advantage of creating this community and fostering this community around games? Because games, it's like you said, it's games they can understand. Maybe some of the other parts they don't understand, but the games bring them in, and then they get the whole package.
I mean, I think for me, I don't know if this will answer your question, but video games in general, they may like be flashy and fun and stuff, but on the like back side of it, behind the scenes is what I'm trying to say, it's like a very negative community. Video games and the gaming community is actually just filled with toxic, like, I'm just going to say how I want to say it at this point. There's a lot of toxic males in video games, and that's kind of like where another passion of mine comes in, is I want to destroy that. I want to get rid of that from gaming, because gaming for me, like when I was a child, was like fun, and it was a way to escape, and it was an adventure. And now working in the gaming community, it's toxic men spitting out their opinions, sexism, homophobia, racism. And that's kind of like where a big passion of mine is I want to like remove that. So that's kind of like where video games come in for me. They are a fun passion, but behind the scenes, that's like really what I want to promote is like video games are fun and for everybody. And it's not okay to gate people because they're a woman or they're gay or they wear makeup or they're black, you know, like it's just crazy to me that people want to control other people. And especially when it comes to something I love, like video games, like that was my childhood and that's my love. And to know that something I love and I'm so positive about has such a negative thing connected to it, like makes me sad.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, that's why I brought you all here today, because toxic gamer cultures, it is a real problem and it is a real issue. But it sounds like the three of you have found ways to kind of create little pockets of support and love. And, you know, games are special because they are so nostalgic and they really do bring us in and bring us together. I'm also a firm believer that games are for everyone and should be for everyone. And, you know, when you see the negative and bad behavior, it can turn people off. So part of my goal of this panel today was to kind of debunk some of these stereotypes that every corner of the gaming world is infiltrated. Not every corner. Here are 3 corners that you can find that are not fully infiltrated.
I think the again, it's a very weird thing to kind of be the judge or jury on this topic, to be able to say, yes, it's okay to have your opinion, but that ain't it, chief. But at the same time,
I don't think it's judge and jury. I think it's more in the place that we are cultivating. I look at it as when you come to the stream and you come to the chat, you are visiting my virtual home at that moment. And I've let you in the door. And if you act out, if you spill things on the rug, pee on it, and then act like, oh, well, but you invited me in, can I do whatever I want?
Right.
For me, that's the way I treat it. And even more with the Discord, because there's a limit to what you can say and do in a Twitch chat. But when you're in a Discord where you can put links, you can put photos, you know, depending on how the Discord's set up, you know, if it's a place where you can interact, there's so many ways to have miscommunication, because what I always harp on, especially on chat and in the Discord, is that tone does not convey over text. People want to go, well, I was just joking, or that's just how I am. I'm like, that's nice. You won't be that way here. Or when people come in, you brought up parasocial relationships. You know, the way that people come in and get too familiar, or they feel like I subscribe to you on Twitch. That $5 a month entitles me to treat you however I want. And, you know, it's getting that mindset out of people and remembering that we can disagree on pineapple on pizza. We can disagree on, you know, if it's a blue or a black or whatever the dress thing was. What we're not going to disagree on is whether I, as a Black female in this country, get basic human rights. If that's what you feel like, then you can go. If you want to come into a stream and go, well, Black lives don't matter, because now I very intentionally have Black Lives Matter as a hashtag in my stream title. I don't care what I'm doing. Rainbow Arcade is in there. So if you got a problem with me being Black or queer, this is not the spot for you. So I don't think that we're being judge and jury. We are setting boundaries for what we will and will not accept, both in our chat and in the communities that we're cultivating, be that our Twitter followers, be that our Discord, however we're interacting with our communities, because I really hate the word fan and it makes me cringe and like want to crawl away when someone says they're a fan. That's my own baggage. But that's why I never want to look at it as I'm an arbiter of X, Y, or Z. It is, here's the boundary. I let you in the front door. And if you don't know how to behave, you know, like in, you know, Fresh Prince and Jazzy Jeff, you'll get shown the front door, which I shouldn't joke about because he did get treated really badly on that show. But that's the way I look at it, because I always feel like a little weird saying I'm the judge of whatever. Now, if I let you literally in my apartment, that's a whole other conversation.
That's the next level.
Yes.
Well, I want to thank you all for being here. I know this was short and sweet and to the point, but I hope that it helped for the people who are watching to see that gaming communities are not superficial. communities. They can be communities of real social and emotional support, real spaces of comfort. I know people say like find your tribe, but I think all three of you at some point mentioned about how you love your community and how your community, sometimes you consider them family, sometimes you consider them friends. I mean, it's more than just what most people assume that it is. They're real relationships and real communities. Thank you again for taking your time to share your thoughts. And I hope that you have taken away some new information about the power of gaming communities.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles. It also includes 3D printing and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she
is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit like an American Southern accent. But she is endlessly optimistic, which is a power of hers, but also a flaw. And she's extremely strong, even though she's very, very small. So it's been really fun to play with her soft side as well as her strength, and her femininity as well as her violence, and her endless optimism as well as her deep realism that she maybe sometimes hides or fights or is now discovering. But in Idle Champions, she serves really well as a great tank and plays very well with a lot of the other characters in her universe as well. Evelyn's loyal steed is named Morning Glory, and in the game, just once, Morning Glory was transformed into a Pegasus for various reasons, so Evelyn's ultimate is to fly in on a Pegasus and wreak beautiful havoc. The process of helping to put Evelyn in Idle Champions was so much fun. Being kind of the creative reference for something like that and watching it come to life, even to the point of, I specifically remember they showed me an animated version of Evelyn, and I was like, I don't think her boots' wings should move like that. I think they should move like in this rhythm, and making even changes like that. It was so cool that they were so interested in making the character so like what I thought, and then seeing her in the game, even when I walk by the Idle Champions booth now and they have it on the screen, I'll be like, oh, that's me. I helped with that. And that's something that I don't know if I ever thought I'd be able to do. So it's been really, really fun having her in the game, and having people play her and enjoy her in the game and teach me how they're using her in the game has been awesome. It's been funny because I am in all video games. I'm a lore junkie. I like to do things because they're cool for the story. And so there's a difference between people who are like, oh, I've min-maxed exactly the numbers that Evelyn's best for, or the people who are like, oh, I like to put Evelyn next to these people because I like Evelyn playing with these characters. And actually what's cool is in Idle Champions, a lot of those things are the same. So it's really neat that I like having all of Evelyn's friend characters around her, and that's usually a good thing for the game too.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't.
Well, hello. Welcome to PAX.
Welcome to PAX.
As they, as has long been, the traditional greeting, as we burst onto the stage, joined by the spirit of Rick Ross.
Can you sing it? I mean, would we get in trouble if you sang it?
But the spirit, legally, we can have the spirit, but if we try to utilize any of the actual content, then it becomes less spiritual and more legal, I think historically that's been the breakdown.
Okay.
But it's vital, absolutely vital, to let everyone know. First of all, the greeting phase has commenced. Second of all,
the drawing phase has to commence.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the drawing phase obviously is well underway. You have reached this panel already in session. But it should be said that a while ago, maybe 4 or so years ago, we realized that through the power of the hot dog fairy, which was a unique creature born of PAX East, that has sort of ritually been included in the final work.
Last panel.
Yeah, basically worked in some way. And there's a few variations on this imp. There is a cheesesteak fairy. There's been a lobster roll fairy as well.
Yeah, Philly got the cheesesteak. East became a lobster roll fairy.
Yeah, and then fairy. Well, at South, there was like a whole fairy pantheon. There was like a margarita fairy. There was even a queso fairy, which, I mean, obviously I support fully.
I mean, I had visited the margarita fairy a lot that day, I think.
Yeah. Previously.
Yeah.
Just want to shout out obviously to the margarita fairy. But that is all, just a preamble to say that during our hour and a half panel, the Make a Strip panel, a piece of PAX tradition that goes back, more than 15 years now. We are going to be raising money for the official charity of PAX Child's Play, which we did found a very, very long time ago.
Super long time ago. And it is now literally out of my garage.
Yeah, exactly. Like, not euphemistically.
No.
It actually happened where, we were forced. I think that sometimes we have an idea that is a good, cool idea, and then other people agree with us, and then it ends up being a lot of people. And there is a logistical aspect of it that we didn't really think about. And the logistical aspect here is that there are actually hard limits. Ordinarily, individual people never discover this, but there really are hard limits on how many packages you can send to a residential place per day.
Oh yeah, the mailman will let you know right away.
He'll let you know right away, and he'll let you know with his eyes.
Yeah. He'll let you know when he brings the third station wagon full of packages to your house.
You'll be able to know that something is wrong because you've never seen a mailman cry.
Yeah, he'll say, "You can come get the rest."
Yes, he'll say that. And then you'll try to say that, but it's for charity. But that doesn't,
This mailman doesn't give a shit about charity.
Well, no, it's not about that. There's only so many things you can fit in the truck.
Yeah.
And so now, of course, we work that out directly with the hospitals. There's a lot of direct delivery. And then whenever we have to send out larger groups of things, we package all of that. There's a whole team that does it. But those efforts, some of which have been displayed here at the show, you might have already seen a panel to this effect. But in addition to, toys and games and support for the child life staff at these hospitals, Child's Play also funds incredible research and the direct application for how gaming and technology, particularly virtual reality, can be a life-changing thing in these contexts. That's the context. Now here's the entreaty. My understanding is that there is a number on your screen somewhere. If you see it up at the very top, it says donate here. childsplay.donordrive.com/event/hot-dog.
Just trust us. It's a risky click, I know.
No, I was just going to say, if I saw this, I feel confident that if I were to open that mail up on my phone, it would say, you don't really know this sender well enough to be clicking any hot dog links.
Please don't.
Just do yourself a favor.
Trust us on this one.
Click this. If you click one hot dog link today, this is
Make
the
it
one.
this one.
Make it this one. You know what I mean? Get something for your trouble. With that being firmly established, welcome aboard. Thank you so much for spending part of the afternoon here with us. No doubt some of you have come just to see how we're preparing mentally, physically, spiritually for our golf match against Not That Will Smith and Gary Whitta coming up on Tuesday night at 7 p.m. PDT.
I'm not stressed at all.
I am, I am like that wavy tube man. Like that's my level
of chill.
Of chill.
Well, you sent me a text message yesterday that was just a picture of your scorecard. 15 under?
Yeah. 14 under in that particular case.
14 under.
But all I'm saying is that, so if you're not familiar with golf, that's very good. Even big
14
there's only
18
under.
holes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's only 18 holes in the whole thing. I did okay. And that's just one aspect, one part of the arsenal that we'll be leveraging against those wastrels.
The other part is our near 30-year friendship. That is unbreakable.
It's Michael, you know as well as I do, that friendship is tested every hole. Some of
especially when I hit it into the water.
Some of these makeable putts.
Oh, listen, you are incredible at putting. I wish I could putt like you.
I wish I could drive off the tee. Here, listen, we don't got time for this. All right.
Sorry.
You gotta get your shit together. Here we go. Dave at Heroic Replicas from Milton, Ontario asks, what was your favorite parasocial relationship you've ever found yourself a part of, either side?
You're going to have to help me out with parasocial.
Parasocial relationships in this context, basically it means like, let's say that you...
like people that you meet while parachuting.
No, that's not them. There's a whole other word for that. We'll get into it. Don't worry. I got some slides. No, the basically imagine a scenario.
Oh, ghosts? Like ghosts that you know?
No. Imagine a scenario where you draw or write a webcomic and you have done so for decades, and that creates a kind of relationship and fellow feeling, even if you haven't met a person necessarily, right? That's the sort of relationship that they're describing there. Gosh, has there ever been...
That has that specific of a word?
Well, we need that word. We need some way to describe the kinds of relationships we're creating now.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's true. The sort of relationship you would develop with a person that you only see online or...
Yeah. the parasocial relationships that I enjoy are the ones that become relationships. Like I used to, and I'm not saying it's necessarily the best idea, and I probably shouldn't do it as often as I do. But I am in the, in the words of Shaggy 2 Dope, down to clown. There was a period of time where I would, if a person mailed me and said, "Hey, do you want to hang out sometime?" I would literally do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's scary. You did do that a lot.
I am not saying that it isn't scary, and I'm also not saying that I did not immediately regret it occasionally.
Yeah.
That being said, down to clown. And I have friends to this day that I made under those conditions.
Strangest parasocial. I don't know. I mean, there was one time, there was a period of time, sounds like a behind the goddamn music thing, especially here. I'm like at my house, right? Like this is.
Do you have a black and white filter that we can apply so that your life can descend into chaos for our amusement?
You have to understand, at one point in time, I was very famous. Like in the early 2000s, Penny Arcade was like a real deal.
Oh yeah, no, Penny Arcade was like, there was a period in the early 2000s where it was actually like the way some people think it is now.
The way it is now. It's not like that anymore, and it hasn't been like that for decades. But I'm saying that when my son was a very young boy, so this will date he's 16 now.
Yeah.
I had to run into a grocery store to get bottle tops for a bottle. And I'm checking out, and all I need is the bottle tops because I got to get back to the car and we're going somewhere.
Yeah.
And the girl checking me out looks at me. She goes, "Okay, do you want a bag?" And she looks up at me. She goes, "Oh my God, Penny Arcade!" And she dropped down onto her knees and started bowing. I swear to God,
we can't. No, that's not.
I grabbed the bottle and I ran.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is the thing. It's like, here's what you have to understand.
That was the weirdest one.
Here's any time there is a movement or a motion in a worship direction, I just try to remind that person that I'm from Spokane.
Yeah, exactly.
And before I was from Spokane, I was from Sumner. Like, there's never going to be a.
You can Google those.
There's never going to be a situation in which I've earned anything like that.
No.
And to the extent that it's just, we don't got to be like that. I reach down and I help that person back up.
No, I run.
Yeah, well, and that's fine. But I mean,
I get scared and I run.
That's how our union functions.
Yeah.
Target. I was just going to say, I come from a place where we refer to Target as Target, just to elevate it.
That was the fancy place to go.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of cool stuff there. Those dish towels.
Yeah.
Mwah.
I mean, a lesson that has stuck with me forever. Like, I mean, parents tell kids stuff all the time.
You're not wrong.
A lot of it.
They do that shit all the time.
But like, I still remember being in Kmart and being nervous about like my friends seeing me in Kmart or whatever, and my mom being like, "Hey, if they see you in Kmart, they're in Kmart too."
Like, yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember
there was a period of time where I really did want to be liked.
Yeah, there's a period of time. You got over it. There's a period of time. There was a period
very long ago. You have to understand.
I remember when I was in 6th grade, and I could tell that there was a lot of pressure coming in, and people really wanted me to care about pants.
Yeah, pants
and I could just
shirts.
I could just tell that like the pants thing was a big deal. I was just like, and then I was like, I mean, I feel like I got a choice here. I can either become a pants aficionado, or I can just continue to mow lawns and rent video games. Tarjay from Walmart asks, if you had to live in any major grocery lifestyle brand store for 1 year, which would you choose? Oh, man.
What a bizarre question.
Oh, well, I mean, for me, between those two, it's like, you think, okay, well, Whole Foods, like at a certain point, if we're just choosing one off the top. It's
first
like,
thought
yeah.
is like a Fred Meyer or something that has like a sporting goods section, a life section, where they've got those like test beds.
Exactly. No, Michael, I should warn you that it is only 414. And somehow, probably to make up for some grievous moral error, somehow this chat has generated $5,000, which was the
our
amount
goal for the hour and a half.
Yeah, I know. If anything, they've inconvenienced us. I mean, I don't even know how to change that bar. I don't know how to increase it.
Well, we should change it to 10,000 or I'm not drawing that fairy. Yeah. For the kids, I'm holding hostage the fairy for the kids.
Listen, I'm here to tell you right now that hostage taking for the kids is not one of the operative phrases. It's not one of the ones that we use.
They're going to benefit from it just the same.
I guess that's true. But yes, so you're right. Honestly, there's a lot of hacks for this question. Fred Meyer is the perfect choice. It's incredibly spacious. I think that you probably could live there for a year without anyone knowing.
I bet people do.
My experience with the Fred Meyer by my house is that there are large portions of it that basically don't exist at all as retail space.
Yeah.
When you go down into the basement, I don't think anybody knows what's down there. And they don't see a lot of light.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely remember being a retail employee, and
at Toys R Us, we're there sort of like designated wastelands.
Well, there were aisles you don't want to get caught in, right? And so if it's your job, to restock shelves or sweep or whatever your job is out on the floor,
yeah,
you just find ways to avoid certain aisles. Like, I didn't want to get caught in the Barbie aisle because I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to get caught in the action figure aisle because there's always collectors asking, hey, I don't see like this specific Yoda. I'm like, yeah, I don't have it. Well, I know you got him in the back. You get one in every box. Open a new box. Like, I don't want to have that conversation.
Open a new box?
Oh, yeah.
I don't get anything for this. What do I get?
Nothing.
Yeah, right. Exactly. No.
They would take all the action figures off the shelves and hide them in different places around the store.
Yeah.
So that I thought my shelves were bare.
This is not.
I don't understand. New box.
Michael, why would you lie to the channel like this? This is a real thing.
This is a real thing that people do.
They would take them off so that you would have to go back and then open a box and then restock it with the Yoda?
Yes. Just to bring out that one Yoda. It was like, oh, well, this is the Yoda that's got like the fucking snake in his butt or whatever. I don't know. I don't remember.
I honestly, I bet that one's worth a lot. I mean, I might engage in skullduggery to secure such a figure. Yeah. Listen, so I think that you've called it. I think that Fred Meyer is the obvious choice. That being said, if I lived in Trader Joe's, I feel like we could exchange valuable items.
Jerry, have you had their cookie butter ice cream? They invented a material called
a superfluid, if you will.
I assume generated by thinking machine supercomputers.
Oh, dude, is this like the Biscoff shit?
It's called cookie butter. It's better than that.
How could it be better than the cookie spread from Biscoff?
Get yourself over to Trader Joe's. This sounds like a commercial now. We're not being sponsored in any way by Trader Joe's.
Although,
God, I would. You could pay me in cookie butter.
Huge savings for you, Joseph.
Just jars of it. Show up at my house. I would talk about Trader Joe's and their great deals.
Waiting to be filled. Now, Left Hand Luke from London asks, are there any physical activities you can adequately perform with your non-dominant hand? No. The fact of the matter is, and Mike will tell you as much, Left Hand Luke, I can't really accomplish things with my dominant hand.
He's not wrong. Yeah, he's got no
I
coordination.
want you to tell me more about this dominant hand. So you're saying that one of your two hands is capable and effective?
Is skilled in some way.
I don't have that hand. That's not one of the hands I have.
I mean, my left hand is used to doing shortcut keys for Photoshop. So I would have a tablet here. I'd be drawing. I'd have a monitor.
For sure. Okay, so your left hand, because you actually, and sometimes it's built into the device you're using. Sometimes it's a separate device.
Yeah.
But you had to develop that affinity, right? But these days you use an iPad Pro.
Yeah, I can lift it up just like an inch. You can. So I'm just drawing on an iPad. So this hand is doing all of my undos, my rotates.
What are the interactions that you do with the left hand?
So tap with 2 fingers is undo. So I can go back a ways.
Oh,
tap
okay.
with 3 fingers brings back.
Okay.
Tap and hold with 2 fingers. I can rotate just like paper.
No shit.
And I can zoom.
So is it easier to rotate the paper like that, or just rotate the whole device on your lap?
It's much easier to rotate the paper if I can.
Huh. Well,
once the device is in a comfortable spot, like I've got it on a little pillow here.
Yeah. So so your non-dominant hand is
awesome.
twice as dominant as my dominant hand.
Yeah,
I think is what we learned today. And of course, don't forget the donate link up at the very top. There was some skullduggery on Michael's part.
No, for real, 10,000
or nothing.
Or nothing. But I won't move the goalposts again.
Okay. Let's just hurtle forward with great speed. Benjamin from Pennsylvania asks, "Oh boy, I can tell just from the length."
Yeah.
I've recently become friends with a small mouse who sits in the brim of my hat and gives me pointers on how to speak in public, what to include in the small newspaper I run, even helps me tinker in my workshop. Oh boy. How can I ever repay him for all the good he's done?
Give him a tiny toy car.
Now you're crossing the streams. Those are completely different brands. Oh. Okay.
Which mouse was that?
That's the Ben and Me. Like it's the Benjamin Franklin mouse. It's a cartoon, I think.
Are you sure that's not Beverly Cleary's Ralph S. Mouse?
Well, the Ralph S. Mouse, obviously, that's the third book in that series. That's the Mouse and the Motorcycle, number 1. Then Runaway Ralph. I mean, it's sort of the middle child of that series. Ralph S. Mouse, that's when he gets the car. That's when he says vroom, obviously to go forward, but moorv. I read those books a lot.
Yesterday?
Don't fucking test me on my Ralph S. Mouse, or indeed anything in the Clearyverse.
God, why isn't there a Cleary cinematic universe?
There is in my mind. Ask me about my dreams.
They've made Ralph S. Mouse movies over the years, but they never really seem to tie it all together into one cohesive universe.
They can't capture it. Oh boy, I'm starting to wonder if Laura, if the rigors of PAX Online haven't sapped Laura's psychic strength. Delg, from what was, I assumed until recently, still Pittsburgh, asks, Tycho, if I am to assume, as I have been taught, that the extent of what we know is solely what can be described by physics, then what should I say to the apparently extra existential being who dominates the skies and raises novel life, perhaps unlife or paralife, since life may be too reductive? God, this might be Chris Straub too. Forms from the collapsed atoms in its footsteps that have been hanging around my neighborhood, trying to get me into its Mayan, I assume, pyramid scheme. Should I tell this thing it can't exist, or is this just an unusually convincing cult pitch? If the latter, thoughts on joining? Look, I want you to start a cult, and I want to join it, Doug.
Welcome to our first, I think, entry into the PAX Q&A fan fiction.
Well, I mean, listen. Speaking of an extended universe, a cinematic universe.
Yeah, really.
These stories were so plentiful at PAX East, what we have begun calling the last convention. They were so plentiful that we had to have an awards ceremony at the end of the Q&A just to honor all those who had put so much time and effort in.
Maybe too much time.
Well, we don't like to discourage.
No, that's true. I'll never discourage art. Even if my Q&A is the vehicle that they choose to express themselves,
listen,
the medium.
That has to be considered the Q&A's best expression.
You're not wrong.
As a venue for the next generation of artists. It'd be like those bugs that like lay eggs, and then when they hatch, they just devour the host. That's the optimal scenario, I think, for us.
Okay.
68. Okay. All right.
Okay. We didn't talk about this egg thing.
We didn't cover that ahead of time. No eggs for me.
Are we voting on being devoured? Is that?
No. 6,800 Earth dollars.
What?
So far, I know. You did not scare them away.
Well,
and then I
at
chastised
10,000,
them.
I will certainly draw the hot dog fairy.
I don't trust it anymore. Old Frankenstein from Twanstilwania asks, if I've lost feeling in my hand, all I have to do is stretch or shake it around a little to get the sensation to abate. If I've lost feeling in my soul, what should I shake around or stretch? Michael.
I don't know who these people are, man.
They're
I don't know
Laura.
what they expect from me.
They're Laura from work.
Like, you can see 100% of what I'm capable of right now. You're looking at it.
This is me at the maximum level.
This is me at the apex of my ability.
I can sit in a chair.
I can sit in this fucking chair, and I can draw these little pictures.
You can sketch and doodle.
You can sketch and doodle.
Dude, can you draw a pirate?
Yeah, of course I could draw a pirate.
Can you show me? Can you draw a pirate from the side? Is that something you know how to do? Right? Or can you draw maybe a turtle with a little hat? Because if I like what I see here, I think you may have what it takes to become a professional artist.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
God, that feels really good. Thank you.
I think
if you're a certain age, you remember that commercial.
Yes. Now,
when you got sick and stayed home from school.
Oh, but did you ever do that test?
No, I never. You had to send away for it.
But you could have drawn that pirate or that turtle.
Yeah, Jerry, the reality is by the time I saw that commercial, I knew I could draw. And that to me looked like a fleece.
Oh, I see. You can't be tricked that way.
Yeah.
See, I mean, I once got something in the mail that said that I might have what it takes to be a poet. So did you know that they do that to writers too?
No.
Yeah. It took me a while to figure out that it was actually a ruse.
That sucks.
It was a near thing.
Do they like ask you to rhyme some words and they're like,
No, they don't even do that. Basically, they say we can put you in this compilation of new poets.
Oh, we can get your work out. They're not even going to teach you because you're great.
Yeah, you're already great. See, they know. Listen,
God, they know the writers.
We can say, we can say maybe that they're engaging in some skullduggery. What we can't say is that they don't know their prey.
Yeah.
Mandrake from Sevenfold asks, the archers are at the gates, my lord. They keep saying, ouch, phrasing. I hate this. How do I get them to stop? Oh, boy. All right.
Oh, the show Archer. It was a good show.
Oh, yeah. It's still a good show. St. John St. Aloysius from Miss Pierre's School for Boys of a Particular Archetype asks, oh, Laura. Sirs, I tire of dwelling on your Oreos and Tamid Tims. Let us take a moment and meditate on the elegant ladyfinger, the snack of fancy little boys like myself everywhere. What the hell? It can be paired with creams, liqueurs, even sugared fruits. Why must you debase yourself with these peasants' biscuits? Now,
This sounds dangerously like anti-Oreo propaganda.
well, yeah, I think that they definitely have a position vis-a-vis the Oreo, and the reason that but the Oreo is not above reproach. The Oreo does possess a sweetened cream.
Careful.
But the cookie wafer has a dark, almost dirt-like character.
That's why you're supposed to dunk it.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, Oreo is fine even by itself. It's a good cookie. I think it's still top 10 cookie. But when dunked in milk...
Oh, you're saying that the milkification process...
Yes.
It elevates...
the perfect cookie.
I see.
I
see. It
We're
alters
not
it.
getting paid by Nabisco at all. But again... cookie
Ready.
butter, packages of Oreos.
Let us know. And obviously, Sinjin, thank you so much for writing in. Jolene from Jolene asks, everyone has a favorite country song or singer, no matter what they say on their MySpace. Who and what are your favorite singers / songs? And if you don't think you have one, why is it Dolly Parton? And here you come again. God, the Dolly Parton oeuvre is ridiculous.
Listen, I mean, we both grew up in Spokane.
It's ridiculous.
So
yeah.
I have no I don't have any. I absolutely like country music.
Oh yeah, there's no universe in which I can't come out and try to make the case that there isn't some ballin' country ass music out there. The truth is, I could probably lead off with a few.
Garth Brooks.
Yeah, Jolene balls out of control. Garth Brooks, it's like, where do you go? Do you do Friends in Low Places, or do you do the Thunder Rolls?
I think me personally, Friends in Low Places.
Friends in Low Places. I mean, Friends in Low Places is like some of the John Bon Jovi thing, where it's like as soon as you get into it,
I mean,
it's a psychic force.
The one that we took a vacation once to a ranch, just like a horse ranch where you go, and they played that came on like during the barbecue the first night, and as soon as I heard it, it was just like perfect because I was out at this ranch. There were horses there.
Well, and I was surprised to learn that these cacti have some kind of a fruit on them.
Yes.
The prickly pear.
Prickly pear fruit. The
Yeah.
margarita they make out of that.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
Pretty good.
Do the cacti make it themselves?
I have no idea. I just drank a lot of margaritas in a cotton grove. And I saw Noah climbing on a tree, and this lady's like, "You better get him down from there. That thing's full of scorpions."
Scorpions!
Yeah, it was our first time in the desert.
But by this time, you're 3 sheets to the wind.
Yeah, the desert is no joke. Like, even if you go someplace that's like
It's
a nice
okay.
place, like it seems okay. Like they're like, "Oh, you're gonna go for a hike?" Yeah. Oh, watch out for all the fucking snakes. What? Don't fall into a crevasse and die.
Yeah, you can find a snake or two. We got a snake or two in the middle of Washington State. Believe it. Rabbit from Rabbit, asks, so Jerry's must-play, nobody else gets it game is Kentucky Route Zero, so I assume. Rabbit, you found me out. That is definitely 100% the game I force on people, and it's also the game whose esoteric nonsense t-shirt that I own is just one more vector for me to abuse other people with that game. So I assume, yes, you're correct, Rabbit. What is Mike's equivalent? So what is the game? What is the Mike game that you feast on?
That nobody else gets?
Right. I mean, typically the way back one that we usually pull out for these is Wetrix.
Yeah, I was so good at Wetrix.
I don't know another person who has ever had like something nice to say about Wetrix in particular.
It's a terrible puzzle game. I mean, the idea is it's based on fluid dynamics, and you would have to sculpt these 3D
mountains.
terrains. Yeah.
Was that on the N64?
Yeah, and the Dreamcast, I think.
Yeah.
And you had to try to contain water. Pockets of water. It was so bizarre. I mean, it was completely analog.
Yeah.
Sculpting, and shaping these dishes and bowls to try to collect water.
Yeah, I mean, that's my guess is Rabbit, because I've certainly never heard one more person talk about it the way Mike does, let alone with reverence.
For some reason, I got it. It made sense. Because I can collect
I had played like Weltris. Do you ever play Weltris?
What was Weltris?
Weltris is sort of like, imagine Tetris, but instead of 2D, 3D, and you're dropping the pieces down from the top, trying to fill layers.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good, but it turns out that adding that other dimension makes it pretty fucking hard.
Yeah, I bet.
Shodan from upstairs asks, would a silicon life form deserve to be granted the same rights as an organic sentience? God,
I'm not the guy to ask this.
I love this. I just love this.
I want to read a book about somebody who's got an opinion.
Yeah, I promise you that book exists several times over.
Yeah, that's why I read Asimov.
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes, but I mean, let me talk to this entity for a while, because the entity will be able to make the case.
Yeah, they need to make the case.
Yeah, it'll be perfectly clear. Like you won't be able to.
Yeah.
Like it will be ineluctable once you hear it. Carl.
You won't be able to elect it.
You just try.
Try and luck this.
You fucking piece of shit. You try to get in here and luck this. It ain't gonna happen.
It's ineluctable.
It's ineluctable. Carl from the pits of hell asks, if you're making a quesadilla and you fold the tortilla, all right, Carl, I'm modeling this in my mind. And you fold the tortilla over all the good stuff inside, instead of getting a second tortilla, have you made a quesadilla or a half a quesadilla?
In my house, you've made a half a quesadilla.
Yeah, that's the delineation.
Yeah, do you want a whole quesadilla is 2 tortillas?
Yeah, my thinking is that you've made like 3/4 of a quesadilla. Because,
what are you talking about?
Well, it's the same amount of good stuff inside, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, really?
No, because you have to make sure that it's going to fold over enough to keep that little pocket. Whereas if you're going 2 tortillas, you go right out to the edges, put the other tortilla on.
Who cares?
Who gives an S? Who gives an S word?
Well, what if you? Oh, it's funny, Michael. I just see that Not That Will Smith has loaded up PGA Tour 2K21, no doubt in an attempt to assuage
He's practicing
those fears that have already begun to gnaw at him. Indistinguishable from a gastrointestinal disease is this fear. I think that what you have made is a quesadilla. It's a quesadilla, and then I think that it's possible to make two quesadillas simultaneously by laying the extra one up on top, slicing in half, and then doing it that way. And I won't brook any information to the contrary. I won't brook it.
Don't brook it.
Here's a black envelope.
Okay.
But I think we might not be able to trust it. Pastor Fred Meyer. I don't already.
Okay.
I don't buy it. From an adequately stocked grocery store. See, now I know we're not talking about Fred Meyer. Every time I go to the Coinstar, it's not working. So I go to the Coinstar, which is not working. And this is every time I go to the Coinstar. And then I go to the Coinstar, and it's not working. Every time it's like this. Every time I go to the Coinstar, it's not working. Anyway, I go to the Coinstar, and it's not working. And this is every time I go to the Coinstar.
That really got me. I don't know why, but that really got me.
It's a delight. It's a delight that we can have this joy again and again.
That material.
There's no shortage.
Just laser focused on me.
It's rich. It's rich.
The dumber, the better, please.
Yeah. Cabernet from Sauvignon asks, if you were a wine, what kind of wine would you be? Oh, man.
Probably like a dessert wine.
Yeah,
like
almost
a Moscato.
certainly. Yeah, I would be brandy. Let's distill.
Singer?
No, let's distill that shit.
Is that what brandy is?
Yeah.
Really?
Brandy is super wine.
That's why it's so sweet?
It's part of it. Ixtli from the lost continent of Mu asks, Moish, Krakatoa, and Gerbil Hula Kids.
Hey, that's us.
It's us, I think. Let's move forward with the presumption that it is. I plan to take over the world and rule it with an iron fist.
Ruh-roh.
What should my campaign song be? Well, you gotta find some way to get the information out there. But in a format that people are going to be okay with. It's got to be smooth.
Yeah.
It's got to have an angle. Let's say Blank Space by Taylor Swift. Oh, you're not going to believe this. That villain will, during our Q&A panel, is texting me about how to set up his game.
Can you tell him that we're on the PAX main stage?
I am doing a panel right now, Will. And then just to boost it, I'm going to say, God.
That'll let him know.
Josh from CT asks, what is the most vile alcoholic beverage you recall consuming? Your history with beverages of this kind is relatively recent.
Yeah, you started making your own alcohol in the office, and I drank some weird stuff that didn't taste right a couple times, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. The most vile alcoholic beverage I recall consuming, Josh from CT, is when I used to be a dishwasher / busboy at, do you know this story?
Chapter 11?
Yeah. At Chapter 11, Experience the Hometown Difference. I felt very clever because sometimes they would let me do the sign. And I came up with a slogan, turn to Chapter 11 for the holidays.
Did you really?
It's like a book thing, turn to check, like it was a book.
And they put that up on the reader board.
Yeah, well, I put it out there.
Oh.
Honestly, I'm not sure I asked them. But they let
just told you to go put up the reader boards. Okay.
I didn't have all the letters exactly. I had to turn a letter upside down, and it didn't look like 100%, but it was fine. The most vile alcoholic beverage you recall consuming. So when I worked there, I was 18 and 19, which you might recall is not drinking age.
So I've heard.
At least where we live. But that's only if you don't work in a restaurant and fastidiously collect every half-consumed drink that comes back to the dish pit.
Ugh.
And put it all together in a single carafe.
Oh, God. Oh, that's so vile. How do you survive that? That's why you can eat anything now.
I think that's it's like the trial of the grasses.
Yeah. If you wake up from that, you never have to worry again.
It's some Witcher type shit for sure. Well, Michael, you'll be pleased to know that we're sitting at $7,814.
Well, I still have to finish inking this panel. Then we'll start coloring. It's going to be close. I will make sure that the hot dog fairy gets in.
I believe in you.
We get to 10K.
You have what it takes. Sherlock Holmes from 221B Baker Street asks, A murderer is sentenced to death. He must
You think
choose.
that's the real Sherlock Holmes? I think, isn't that the right address?
What? Yeah. I mean, that's honestly, that's the giveaway. So, I mean, Sherlock Holmes is basically like on this panel.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. So put that on the schedule if you can. A murderer is sentenced to death. He must choose between 3 rooms. The first is full of raging fires. The second is full of assassins with loaded guns. And the third is full of lions that haven't eaten in 3 years. Being an astute observer, he picks one door and lives. Which is it? Laura is in this Zoom.
Wait a second. What was the first door to?
Raging fires. Assassins and get Laura here. Come out.
I don't know, man.
Emerge. Yeah. So
I can unmute, but I'm not going on camera.
Oh no! I listen. The frame isn't even set up for that anyway. It's okay.
Yeah.
I would never ask a civilian to do what
Do
we
this.
I would never ask them to do it.
Thank
but
you.
This would I be correct in assuming that this is a Laura from work joint?
This is a completely user-generated question. I'm not even kidding you.
Well, now that I have you,
Yes.
please increase our IQ tenfold with the
You have any
addition of
ideas?
yours. And which of these is going to work?
Which one is this?
We got the first door is
Oh,
full of
I
raging
know.
fires.
Ooh.
We got the assassins with loaded guns, and we got the lions that haven't eaten. Oh, you know what?
You want the dead lions. You want the dead lions.
Yes,
They're
I was
so
just gonna
dead.
say they haven't eaten in 3 years because they can't. And
Yeah.
and now it's just a weird place where a guy keeps his dead lions.
Precisely. You're going to use those lion corpses. You're going to throw all the crappy stuff at all the
Oh.
other baddies. Like, you're
Well,
good. You've got material in there.
That richness only accrues
What a
over
great
time.
little brain teaser.
What a delight.
What a delight.
Laura, thank you so much for
Thanks,
emerging
guys.
from the shadows.
Bye.
All right. Honestly, yeah. I want more questions that are like puzzle rooms, please. Ethan from Cher de Port asks, what do you think VR would need in order to become more than a niche offering? What a great question.
Well, I mean, I think you would need some surefire way to combat motion sickness for a certain segment of the population. Speaking for myself here, I would need some kind of patch. And I've tried Dramamine and stuff, and it's just not always enough.
It works a little bit, right? And the thing is that there's actually applications that you would like to see. Like you like the experience of being in VR, but you cannot long endure it because of your human frailty.
Yeah.
Right? Is it or is it not true that when you tried iRacing in VR, that you actually clocked better times?
I did, yeah.
In your simulator.
I was faster, significantly faster in VR. I
The
assume.
same skill. Yeah, but I'm saying exactly the same level of skill,
Yeah.
same environment, same equipment. The only difference, I think, is that you were granted that additional, like just proprioception or something inside there. Like just better sense, like better
Yeah,
space.
I
Better
think
sense of space.
I think it has to do with the sense of space. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the main thing, well, first of all, it's incredibly expensive.
Yeah.
It's incredibly expensive and it makes people throw up. And so, I mean, those are pretty substantial hurdles. The truth is, I mean, I wonder if to a certain extent, some of it isn't generational. I wonder if when you were younger, if you would have been less prone to it. I don't experience sickness in VR.
Yeah.
And neither do either of my kids. But I don't
My
know if
kids
it's just
don't.
Yeah, but it's like kids can like kids do things on. Have you ever like tried to get on a swing set and swing as an adult?
Yes, it's very weird.
It's bad.
And you get a weird headache.
Yeah, and then you don't feel super good. Right. So I don't know if it's just because they're kids or if it's because there's actually some people are just better at it than others. Some people are just smarter, handsome, cool, sensual.
I don't think that has anything to do with it.
I think it's a big part of it.
It's funny to see Noah just got I got him House Flipper on Oculus.
Oh, I was just gonna say they have that on Quest now, right?
Yeah, so he's in the entryway, and I just look over, and he's down on his hands.
No, this is it. I saw the trailer. I was like, oh, Roya loves House Flipper. I should get her that on. Oculus Quest.
Yeah, he loves it. It's apparently great.
And then I saw the video, and the person is down on their hands and knees scrubbing with a brush. And it's like, I will buy this for you as long as you hold a brush
while you're doing it, right?
While you're doing
your room.
I was just like, I feel like somewhere a machine intellect is just
laughing at us,
cackling, and the sound is so harsh.
Well, and then it's sometimes I'll walk through my dining room where I have like a photograph of my grandpa who served in World War II.
And you'll wonder what he sees.
And then I look over at my son in VR, like painting a fence. And I wonder, like, what does he think is going on?
I just want to have a fence painted at the end of it.
And, I'm just happy he's having fun. He loves it. It's a great game.
Oh, no, I don't care that much. By the same token,
if I could get that energy applied to his real room,
God, we'd be looking like $1 million fucking dollars,
right?
Around here. Water Slide Ed from the public pool asks, these goddamn kids with the T,
okay,
keep pissing in the pool, and it's making me crazy. The water's changing all kinds of colors. It looks like a Kool-Aid commercial in here.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, what's your favorite frozen ice treat to enjoy on a hot summer's day?
Cookie butter from Trader Joe's.
Ice cold cookie butter. Cookie butter lozenges. I have to say that I am quite partial to an ice cream sandwich. I find that ice cream sandwiches never cost as much as they should, given how good they are. They're always a great buy. And then obviously at the ice cream truck, when it rolls through.
Yeah.
Historically, I've enjoyed the bomb pop, that rocket pop with the 3 colors. Although, I don't know if it's just a trick of memory or if it is because they have gotten smaller. But I remember a bomb pop being roughly the size of a grain silo.
Yeah.
They're smaller now.
I like mint chocolate chip ice cream. Especially on a hot day, I find the mint refreshing. Are you making a face at me?
Oh. Mint chocolate chip.
What? It's good.
The last refuge.
Or mint brownie.
Scoundrel.
Sometimes they'll do like a mint brownie ice cream. That's yummy.
Here, Mr. Milk from the world premiere of Mr. Milk asks, somebody once told me the world was going to reward me for just trying hard and persevering. I'm beginning to think this isn't true.
Yeah.
How do I reconcile this crushing realization? Oh, man. Well, I mean, I only know what we did, which was to have something to do whenever I wasn't doing whatever was necessary. Have something to do where you can put all of these feelings.
Yeah.
Would it surprise you, Mr. Milk, to learn that I'm recommending art? Dre Wanner from Fizzy Business asks, the last thing you put on your mouth is now blessed with heavenly wisdom and has grown angelic wings. It will follow you around and grant small miracles in your day-to-day life. What is your new conduit of modestly godlike power? God, what did I
a
have?
plastic kitchen cup that I found on my computer desk and used to get some water out of the bathroom tap, and then realized that I didn't really know where that cup had been.
My lips, I think, very recently brushed against the Pixel 3 from the Goog.
Nice.
And so, honestly, doesn't that seem like a deeply modern kind of fairy?
It does, yeah.
Oh, Sherlock Holmes is back. Oh, man, what a delight. Thank God for you, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. Now, Laura, I might be calling you back in. So, get on the button. Get on the blower. Sherlock Holmes from 221B Baker Street asks, 2 men go to visit a female friend. She offers them drinks, which they accept. Their drinks are identical in every way. One of the men drinks fast and survives. The other takes his time but dies. Why did one of the men die? Oh, man.
What?
Laura, if you're there.
Yes.
Oh, I see the mute has gone. Now,
Can you
Laura.
read it aloud one more time?
Don't worry. This is going to be for everybody. Obviously, this is for the chat as well.
Yes.
We're all nourished by Mr. Holmes. 2 men go to visit a female friend. God, is that important or is that a red herring? She offers them drinks, which they accept. The drinks are identical in every way. I think who she is exactly is important.
So I think that might be a red herring. Yeah, I think what you're hearing is correct.
Here, hold on. Here, just come here. Oh, never mind. Brenna is saying that she is not ready.
Brenna is correct.
She is saying that she does not want to be visible in these times.
What's the answer?
So if you drink the drink quickly, the ice that's in there wouldn't affect it, right? But if the guy takes his time, that ice melts. If there's bad stuff in the ice, you're dead.
It releases a poison.
There we go. Oh man, Brenda just burst into the room saying, "It's the ice! It's the ice!" And I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
Do I need to fix the fridge?
I was like, I can't. I'm doing a panel right now.
It's the correct amount of enthusiasm for this.
It's the correct. Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much, Laura.
Sure.
Gosh, Sherlock, are you still here? Are you in one of these? Schickler, hey, the sextology is being made manifest, Michael. Schickler's back from Horsetown.
Okay.
Asks, Penny Arcade breakfast cereal. What's it look like? What's it taste like? What's it called? I mean, I'm willing to accept your name, Schickler. I mean, that's fine. But in terms of like, what does it look like? Yeah, what do we got? We have like, the situation that I think would be the best is like if you need like a special bowl to eat it.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's say that inside it's like Nerds. A box of Nerds has got like that divider.
2 sides.
Yeah. So what if there's like 3 cereals, and then there's like the bowl that you eat it in is like 3 panels. It's like a wide triple bowl.
Unnecessarily complicated for a cereal.
I want to bring the ritual back.
I was thinking it could have just little Gabe symbols. And then I was like, well, I don't know how you would do stripes. So I was like, well, we probably just wouldn't have a type
go in there at all.
But it just seems like a lot of work to figure out how to do like stripes and.
Okay, well, I feel honored. Arthup from Intro Webs asks, what hobby, skill, etc. did you acquire during these hellish times that you probably never would have had things gone differently? Would Mike still be as into racing games?
Absolutely not.
Who knows? What fun things has Jerry discovered about himself while stuck at home for weeks, months on end? The truth is, you had sort of like the racing bug actually bit you.
Yeah, it technically
before.
Did. I don't know. Like if I was still able to go out and do stuff, if I would have maintained the interest in having a rig here in the house and all that.
Yeah, that makes sense. gosh, I mean, a lot of the skills that I was putting together required a lot of particular pieces of equipment that live still at the office, and I haven't needed them. And the truth is, I've actually had plenty of work to do.
Yeah.
In the meantime, somebody else might know better than me if I've developed a skill. I don't know. I play a lot of ukulele, I guess.
It's a good one.
It's pretty good. It's portable. It's a nice thing to have. I'm trying to think. No, I haven't. I have not been improved in any way, shape, or form. In fact, if anything,
I've been diminished.
It's gotten worse. Yeah, exactly. I've been diminished. We are creeping up, Mr. Krahulik. Mr. Race Car, I should say.
I don't have the gloves on.
I guess that's true.
They're right down here.
But you can transform at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
We are right at the precipice of 9Gs, which means that you may soon be forced.
That's good.
To iterate your promise. Chag Nubular from My Personal Sphinx asks, as a person who took a while to grow into my own face, I end up hearing the term late bloomer or ugly duckling a lot. I prefer to think of it as going from a Magikarp to a Gyarados. A sudden and intense change from one state to another. Sublimation, another term you might enjoy that describes something like that. Plus, some people, like Pikachu, look about the same all their lives. Yeah.
Jerry's like that. My gosh.
Get it.
I posted a photo of us from like 1999, a month or so ago, and you look identical.
Yeah.
And I look like a baby.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely true. Having some kind of a hair on your face has definitely altered that vibe. Like sometimes, like when you call me and your picture comes up on my phone, I don't even recognize it as you.
You gotta get a new picture of me, man.
I don't even know who that is. Let's see. Whereas others, like Dratini Dragonite, go through serious changes at certain points in your life. What was your evolution cycle in Pokemon terms? Just Dialga. From the jump.
From the jump?
From the jump. Smooth. Front to back.
I don't really know. What was mine? I don't feel like I've gotten hairier.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's
maybe something
Pokemon.
in that fighting chain.
Yeah. I definitely feel more comfortable now, and all the traveling and everything we've done. Like, I feel good about this evolution.
Yeah. You had to develop into it.
Yeah.
Like we were made to become okay with it.
Yeah.
It wasn't the natural state. Madge Davenport from Chesterfield asks, my couch has turned into my desk. I live on my couch now, and nobody can blame me for it. I have run out of comfortable ways to sit. What remedies can you offer to my flattened posterior and hunched frame? Do I just need a nicer couch? Yeah.
Probably it, yeah.
I was just going to say, treat yourself. I mean, it sounds like it. I mean, we can't say that it's not money well spent. If that's where you're spending all of your time.
Exactly.
Yeah. Get that for yourself, and don't go to, don't get an IKEA couch. We have an IKEA couch and it looks nice, but every time you sit on it, it's like your ass is being crucified.
Yeah, they do not hold up.
M. Bison from the Street Fighter movie asks, now that PAX transcends the physical, what do you say about joining forces and creating PAX Bisonica? I mean, I feel like 5 is plenty.
Yeah.
I feel like number-wise we're good. But if we decide to, recalibrate our efforts, Mr. Bison, I assume the M stands for Mr.
Why wouldn't it?
Then, obviously we'll be in touch. Dova, again, from Better Seattle in Business School, asks, as your business has grown over these many years, What terrifying business terminology or verbiage have you had to learn that makes you break out in hives?
God, you know the one I hate, and I've been called this to my face, is a creative.
Oh.
Remember that guy who's like, I hate creatives. Okay.
And it's, yeah, I think that's a pretty common, this creative is there. I mean, I understand why they have the term monetize.
Yes.
But I really do think that you have to be thinking about the work that you're making first and who that work is for. And so a lot of times that's the issue that I have with these terms, is that these terms are just sort of like self-replicating.
None of them center creativity or art.
Well, yeah, they problematize it. If
Yeah.
we want to find another word, those are actually barriers to monetization. These pesky creatives that manufacture all the work people value.
We just need their deliverables.
Ugh. Bleh. Bleh. Just Me from North a Bit asks, do you ever read through any of the questions you don't get on stage, or are they lost to time, living only in the finite memory of Laura from work? It would be very meta if Laura put this one in, but I don't think that she did.
No, I don't think so.
No, we don't read through any of them because sometimes such questions are evergreen and can be applied to any future PAX, thereby diminishing the amount of work that Laura from work must do.
It's true.
Oh my goodness, 9,458, my friend.
Oh, we're so close.
Oh,
And
my
I'm
gosh.
almost ready to draw this hot dog fairy.
And like I said, we know exactly what to do with it.
I know right where he's going to go.
Dr. Wiley from a hidden robot factory asks, boys, I need some fresh robot master ideas.
Uh-oh.
The best I can do on my own is like Fireman and Heat Man and Flame Man and Napalm Man and Magma Man and so on.
Man, I will tell you.
You boys seem creative.
I will say that in junior high, coming up with my own Mega Man guys, I mean, that was every day.
Everybody was fucking doing
That's what
it.
I was doing.
Everybody was fucking doing it, man. And, you know, it's a similar thing now. There was a period of time where it was all Pokemon and Pokemon evolutions around here. Types, abilities. Yeah, I mean, think about that. Minecraft. Like, think about how much creative work Minecraft has inspired.
Oh, yeah.
As a game. And it's also really changed, like, it's changed what kids will tolerate from games.
Oh, if you can't build something in a game?
No, they have really serious expectations about that. Let's see. It's got to be simple, but it also has to be kind of silly. I feel like there has to be an opportunity for something with ramen. The Desert Leviathan, from a serpentine spiral of bones rising from the dunes, asks, let's say that you were hypothetically trapped in your favorite video games. However, you were trapped by an asshole genie. Now, I assume, Desert Leviathan, I assume that you mean that this genie is an asshole. But there are ambiguities here.
What do you rub to get this genie?
I want you to consider on your own time. I'm not going to investigate it. An asshole genie who has maliciously perverted your stated desire. Oh, yeah. What is the game you love from the outside, but from the inside would be your torment in prison? Oh, yeah.
What, if we get trapped in our
you get trapped in
favorite video game?
Well, no, you get trapped in your favorite video game. But here's the issue: is that there's video games that we like to play, but you would never want to dwell within.
Right.
Right. I mean, I am a staunch proponent of Souls games, but these are bad places.
Yeah, I mean, I would not want to be hounded by ghosts as Pac-Man, chased through endless mazes.
Perpetually, yeah, through an endless maze with no escape.
Yeah.
No, that's rough stuff. And I think Deep Rock Galactic, although I love to play it to the maximum level, is good. And also another one that we should toss out is probably Destiny. I love playing Destiny, and I love the story of Destiny and the
Don't want to
art.
be in that world.
Oh my God, you die over and over and over again, and then it just keeps happening. And that's,
I wrote
and somebody wants you to be happy about it. It's like, no.
I wrote some Destiny fan fiction and posted it on Reddit under
a pseudonym,
a pseudonyme,
a pseudonyme
about that very thing.
It's true. Okay, let's see what we got here. More cues. Me, or /me from /shrug asks, oh, I see. Some IRC shit. What's your favorite part of the PAX Online stuff that isn't the stream? That's easy as hell. That's the easiest thing on earth. If you have not been into the Discord, it is really deeply unlike any other Discord I've ever seen. And the amount of care and cool things to discover inside there with the help of the !look command, the amount of like weird little narratives and secrets that you can find and trade, really, really cool stuff. The vibe in there is just good in general, but it should also be said that Dr. Exoskeleton always seeking new minions. And if that phrase means nothing to you, you should do a quick search for Dr. Exoskeleton online and find out about a really, really fascinating subculture at PAX that has been ported directly into the digital realms.
Yeah, people were, I saw some discussion, I think, I honestly don't even know how I'm seeing messages from Gavin, about a webcam fairy. Should it be a webcam fairy for PAX Online?
Oh, that works. Here. Yes.
You couldn't learn like new skills because you were learning algebra too.
Oh,
and like
that's true.
You know how to be a teacher.
Oh, that's true. Now,
You need to change your background.
I should be said. Oh, so everybody at home, let's be clear, okay?
Sorry, bye.
It's fine. So Brenna came in with Ronya, and there's a couple things that need to be looked at. Okay, first, Brenna says that I didn't learn any new skills during quarantine, and certainly I feel bad about having not done it. But I did actually learn a new skill, which was just an old skill, which was how to perform quadratic horseshit in algebra.
Oh, yeah. Now we're all teachers.
I did have to learn how to execute that stuff and then teach it to another living human being who did not want to learn it.
Who was not interested at all.
Was not interested at all. Also, it's vitally important that you know that my daughter thinks that my background is not cool.
In the comic?
No, here behind me. She doesn't think that she doesn't think that this incredible creation is exquisite, and it's not the only thing that she's been wrong about today.
Have we hit 10K?
Well, let me look. Probably not. From these brigands. Nope.
Close. 9.6.
Nope. 9.861.
9.8. Very close. I think I'm going to need time to draw the webcam fairy.
Well, you're going to have to invent it, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking that 5:15. A couple more minutes.
Is that the time?
Yeah, because that'll give me 15 minutes to figure out what the webcam fairy looks like.
Well, no, Gav has got you there. Like, we need a custom PAX. Dude, that looks good as hell.
What looks good as hell? The comic?
I've been looking at the question and answer stuff. That looks good as hell.
Thanks, man. I'm flying through it.
Jesus.
I don't think it's going to be 100%, but it's going to be 98.
Well, listen, as long as we hook it up, as long as we get that thing popping.
Let's see where we end on the hot dog fairy. If you we're holding off donating, now is the time.
Yeah, let us know. Like and subscribe. Yife from Colorado asks, Mike.
Ah, it's me.
Really? You've had quite a glow up over the past few years. Really?
What?
Michael, no, Yife is saying that you have visually improved. I really like the beard, and you seem to have more confidence in your appearance as a result. Would you say this is true? Is it like having a mask? Is it like
having a mask?
Is it like having a mask that it's like okay to have on and nobody can give you shit about it?
It is, and honestly, I really like wearing masks. Even in addition, like I love being. I hope it just stays like this. I love being hidden.
Is your fantasy that it'll just eventually the hair will go up also?
Yeah, I want to cover the entire thing like a Wookiee.
You want to become a sphere of dark, coarse hair?
Yeah.
Michael, it pleases me to tell you that we have $10,420.
All right.
$420.
I'm gonna start figuring out what this thing looks like.
Let's get it. And I see what you did there. I can't grow a beard, but I wonder. This isn't me saying this. This is Yife. I mean, I can't grow hair of any kind anywhere. I can't grow a beard, but I wonder how weird would it be to just start spirit gumming a fake one to my face every day? Is there anything as good as your homegrown facial hair?
I don't know. I mean, I'm always impressed by other people's beards and feel like my beard is not great. But I look at Josh's beard and I feel like his beard is really great. It's straight.
It's got a lot of density.
Yeah.
Right? So do you have to feed it? I mean, I don't know how it works with hair.
Yeah, you have to feed it. It's like a fish.
Does it just eat whatever you eat? Is it like when you have a child growing inside you? Like you eat something and then it gets a crumb or something?
You just gotta it's just hair. You have to clean it. You have to wash it. You have to oil it.
Really? Yeah. So the oil is necessary?
You have to comb it. You have to sing to it. You have to love it.
Yeah, as your own child.
You have to teach it.
Indeed. It has to learn. Una from Akron, Ohio asks, I live close to the National Football Hall of Fame. The building is shaped like
Brag, why don't you?
Yeah, exactly. The building is shaped like a Pope's hat. And there are quite a few visitors who just come to see the weird-shaped building. If you wanted to build a monument to something, what would it be dedicated to, and what weird shape would you make the building? Oh, man.
I have no idea.
A monument to something.
A monument to something?
What if we built a monument to monuments?
What would that look like?
A monument.
Oh, that saves us a lot of trouble.
Right? It's just a big monument. You're like, what's that about? It's just monuments. But to what though? Just
Think
monuments
about
itself.
monuments.
And it's oh, cool. Right? I mean, it's you come by. You do that tour, I think.
I do that tour.
I would run that tour. Kim from Philadelphia asks, aside from Omen and Jim, who are your favorite characters to role play as? So a lot of times when you're in the DM role, when you're behind the screen, as they say, you get to play a lot of different characters. And so Omen is one of the characters in the C team that I have a chance to play as, but Omen has two mothers who are also have very interesting personalities. He has two sisters. He has a daughter. And so being able to try on all those different characters in that really complicated mesh of relationships is a lot of fun. But the newest character that I've made for a project is Jameson Keene from the Vampire Chronicle, run by Jason Carl. It's an official game. You should definitely take a look at it. It's called Seattle by Night. It's stuffed with some cool friends of ours.
The hook of that character was really funny. You were a Nosferatu, so you were like the classic disgusting vampire.
Yes.
But you imagined yourself the sort of face of the operation.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it turned out really good. And it is really only one season, 8 episodes total, as I recall, or 8 hours total, I think. No, 16 hours, 8 episodes. But it's out there for you in these trying times. I mean, you have Tom.
I was just going to say, I had a good time with Tom Hollandaise.
Yeah.
First time vampire.
Same. Yeah. It's your first time to the meeting.
Yeah.
Felix from Paper Bag asks, what is your most cat-like trait? I would say the need to constantly bathe.
I like to lay in the sun. Like if a shaft of sunlight is coming in on the carpet.
Do you curl up right in it?
I just like to lay down in that.
Right, just like right on the ground. Alyssa just dropped me a note to say that we hit 11,400. It's almost up to 11,500 now.
Well, I encourage you to go check out the Child's Play website.
Yeah.
Look at the work that they're doing, especially talking about putting child life, gaming and technology specialists in hospitals. Like this is a role that we completely invented and funded.
No, we invented it.
Catching on.
Exactly. We invented it and funded it, proved to hospitals that having someone to act as an expert and a nexus between that technology and the children that they serve, and then to have them share that knowledge with other people in this role that we've manufactured elsewhere. It's pretty life-affirming shit. And
they did a panel this afternoon there's some very interesting stuff. I mean, they were saying even sometimes just being someone else in the hospital who has heard of anime or knows what Minecraft is.
Well, because their experiences and interests are going to have some overlaps too.
Right.
And it can be, I mean, the biggest, like the scariest part about that is the isolation. And some of that isolation is going to be cultural.
Yeah. Right.
You're not hooked into those. You don't really understand memes, for example. I guarantee you these people understand a meme or two. Dax from Melbourne, but spelled Melbin, which of course I appreciate, is if you could visit for a day in one location in the D&D universe as yourselves, where would you go and why? Well, that's the easiest thing on earth. You would go, you would go to Sigil?
The City of Doors, man, and you go wherever you want.
I'm scared as hell of Sigil. I would go to the Inn of the Last Home, and I would get those spicy potatoes.
What?
I would get those spicy potatoes. I mean, not that Kryn doesn't have its own problems. Dova, yes, that one. From the Cat Lady Nerd House in Better Seattle asks, Internet friends, please regale us with your favorite cat shenanigans stories. I am slightly disturbed. In the last week, specifically here in the last week, my cat has learned several, and I mean several new meows.
Really?
Yeah. So the cat was gone for a couple days. Like this neighborhood just thinks it's their cat.
Okay.
So it's like, I'll go out and try to find my fucking cat in my neighborhood, and then I'll look in someone's window and he's just looking at me from the window. And it's just like, but I don't like, that's for me as a social encounter. Like there's no win for me there. I'm going to say, hey, my fucking cat's in your house. Why don't you like let my cat out? It's time for my cat to come home.
How about you keep your cat in your fucking house?
Well, because he meow.
If a cat comes over to my house, I would not let it in because cats have all kinds of diseases.
He meow. I mean,
But I would just assume that was some bad cat owner.
Well, I think that There's probably some people who believe that. But we hung a bell on the front door with the idea that eventually we'd be able to train our dog to use this bell when he needed to go to the bathroom, but only the cat uses it exclusively.
Okay.
But there's still a cat in your home.
I have 2 cats. I have Maui and Momo.
Right.
They really just sleep all day. Momo scratches at our door at 8 in the morning every morning because that's when it's time to like get fed and get up and everything. But I don't need the scratching to start at 7:30.
Yeah.
And so we've tried everything. Like you put tinfoil out there, you spray the stuff, put down double-sided tape, like everything we could think of.
You should put a sign out there that says, "Don't scratch anymore, Momo." That's probably gonna be it.
Can't read.
Well, you don't know that.
We put Kara put a big tub. Like she ordered a plastic tub that was the width of the hallway there, and filled it with water. So now to get out of our room, we have to step over a moat.
She made a moat, but yeah. So that. How long have you been using this?
The moat?
Yeah,
a couple weeks at least. It's been great. We heard one scratch the other day, and we came out and we're like,
"How did you do it?"
I don't know if it was the cat was like balancing over it, and then
it's like some kind of like Mission Impossible shit, but like with cats. Ransom Thomas from an as yet written crime paperback asks, which is the better title? The President's Neck is Missing or Tame My Wife, Please?
The President's Neck is Missing is incredible. I want to help write this.
Ransom Thomas, you got to get a hold of us.
Please reach out for a collab.
Reach out, biz@penny-arcade.com, and let's make your dreams a reality. I haven't looked back at the stream yet. Oh, did you cook up the fairy?
Yeah, I'll show you. Hold on a second. There's the webcam fairy floating up there.
Wow. What a delight.
Thank you all very much again, by the way, for donating. It's
indeed.
Much appreciated.
We will put it to work in an instant. Oh, now is that the Logitech Logi?
It is. I was just looking up at my camera to try.
All right. Logitech, obviously not a sponsor of the stream, but consider it. Man, we're coming right up on the end of this panel. Somehow an hour and a half has evaporated.
Yeah, I know.
In no time, someone from somewhere in the time-space continuum asks, I have zero artistic ability. Same, high five. I'm a decent writer. I do my best. I have no skills that would benefit you or your company. And I have a tendency to run into walls. Is there a job for me at Penny Arcade?
I'm going to have to say no.
I mean, not currently. Not currently. And I have to say, you do need to work on your resume a little.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, Michael. Are we going to wrap this thing up on a Sherlock Holmes one?
Oh, boy.
Sherlock Holmes from 221B Baker Street, London, England asks.
That's how you know it's really him.
Yep. He's giving it away there. You are confined.
Which is so unlike him.
It is. But there's also like a test there too, right?
Yeah, we caught him.
Mm-hmm. You are confined to an Alaskan cabin in the dead of winter. Now, Laura, I know you're out there. With only one match, you must light a lantern, a gas stove, the pilot light of a water heater, and a fire in a fireplace. Which do you light first? Well, I mean, it seems like the fire in a fireplace, right? Then
Why?
you got.
What are you basing that on?
Because then you have a source of fire.
Oh, that is everlasting?
Yeah, I mean the gas stove is also pretty good.
What if you can't get the fire started with only one match?
The pilot light, yeah, but listen, we're not investigating that darkness. What do you think, l'étranger?
Well, what do you light to get anything started first?
God damn it.
God. These.
We got 2 minutes. Come on, we can move on.
Wow.
It's the match. Oh, Brenna just came in, and I said it's the match, and then she nodded at me like you would a stupid animal. Brent Detweiler is just like,
the match.
Oh, Jesus.
The match, everybody.
Cora Detweiler from Louisiana asks, how much would you be willing to pay for a device that allows the user to fill a vessel full of cooked shrimp and receive automatically shucked shrimp, squishy and free of their chitinous exoskeleton? A lot. I mean, you can also just purchase shrimp that way. Yeah,
I mean, I realized I had to come to terms with the fact that I don't actually like shrimp.
Oh, have you been eating it and being like, one of these times? Ugh.
Well, I mean, I would eat it sometimes. I would get it. But what I like is breading and cocktail sauce.
So have you found a way to
get?
Have you found a way to get that working?
Breading pops or something, little bits of breading.
Dude, what if you could get breading pops with a cocktail sauce center?
Oh my gosh!
Just
sign me up.
You would have a very difficult time stopping after popping one of those.
Well, it's just about 5:30. All I have left to do is put the text in. So that is all but done.
Okay. Well, here, let's get one more cue in here. Or is it done? Oh, it's 5:30.
It's 5:30.
We got to do it. We did it. I'm going to look over at the stream. Strip is looking right. Can I handle that text in a second?
Yep.
Sounds good. PAX Online. Global. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for rolling through. Obviously, thank you for supporting the work that Child's Play does as well, to the tune of $11,851.66.
Wow.
And obviously keep up with them. They've started doing their own streams out there to get to know you. And of course, try not to miss the panel. Head back, grab it from the VOD. All that stuff is going to be going up on YouTube as well. And you'll have a chance to understand what that money actually does. And I think that you'll be shocked by the sophistication of that system. And anyway, until next time, we'll see you.
Bye, everybody.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand,
And you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we build. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over, They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and that's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure cancer. Cure cancer.
Come get some!
Is this all you got? that?
Thank you.
Now I have my phone silenced, so I don't see the text coming, but now I have to keep my phone out so I can see the text coming also. Please stand by. Wait, I heard myself.
There's a yay we can hear.
Okay, I think I can hear myself.
Hooray.
Hooray.
Go.
Huzzah.
All
I just
right.
got done writing my note too. Man.
Do I get an extra point for notifying the general public here?
That's right. So I'm going to start us all over again. Hello and welcome to the Omegathon, the audio version.
Now you don't have to worry about what you said.
Hopefully you were with us last night and had a chance to meet our wonderful 6 Omeganauts. If not, and you're joining us for the first time, we are running a Grand Prix. They are going to be running 8 games with the final game being played between the top 2 in this Grand Prix. And they are playing for a lovely $3,000 prize supplied by Corsair. So pretty sweet pack of gifts in that fashion. We are playing QWOP tonight, and it's pretty straightforward. They have 7 minutes to get their best possible score on QWOP that we can see, that they can produce. And I will give them a halfway mark and about a 1 minute left mark so that they know what time is left. If they're still running at the end of their 7 minutes, we have a tiny bit of a buffer, although our non-audio portion took up a chunk of that buffer. But we'll keep them going so that they have a chance to finish that out. So that we get right to it, Wolf, you were ready to go a second ago, and then we ran away with audio. Let's see. I am going to wait until we get the thumbs up for Wolf to go through. That looks like it. All right, Wolf, I am starting your timer right now as we get going. What people missed was we asked you, how, yeah, go ahead and go.
All right.
Asked how you felt about QWOP, and you said you beat the game after our test.
Yep. So
which made everyone else super happy.
Trick is to just go on your knee here and bounce, and then you can get to the end.
That is the giveaway trick for going first. Now we'll see how everyone does. If we all tie at 100 meters, I don't know what we're going to do.
Usually get a little faster than this. So. All right. Got to get a good bounce going.
Well, at 30 seconds in, you're 9 meters. So you're on pace. There we go. Look at that. That's a working rhythm almost.
Exciting stuff.
Oh man, that rhythm is enough. We get the music. It almost sounds like someone is competing in an actual track meet right here. We can just feel the tension. The whole crowd is wondering why this guy is on one knee, limping forward.
Because it works.
It's going to be one of those emotional memes that pops up later. You can do it. Just put your mind to it.
And your knees.
Travis, they can't see anything.
The stream is, I can see it on the stream. Discord sees they can't see the game.
I'm getting messages that they can't.
Oh, I have the stream up and I can see the game, although I'm super zoomed in on Wolf's torso. So my stream looks like Wolf is just running along just fine. Discord, they'll keep going, and Josh and the team back at PAHQ will be working on this. But yeah, we're super zoomed in, which means no one can see that your guy is hobbling along. Oh, now we're super zoomed out, and now it's gone. And that got real weird because now my head is your dude's head, and your head, Wolf, is the dude's shoulder. So cool. Just keep going. Yeah, don't worry about that part. We're coming up at 47 meters. That's the hurdle coming up here.
Snoring.
Yep. Nope. Just kick it right out of the way. That's what everyone just missed is a hurdle. Hurdles are not a thing. Just climbing over top of it and sitting
How do you get over it?
Yeah. No. Just one full step and back to the knees. Oh my gosh. Boy. Audience,
that's
who can't
impressive.
See this, I apologize because what you just missed was the most spectacular feat of human athletics ever recorded on video.
Wow.
feel like I might have been pressing O that entire time instead of P. Because now I feel like I'm doing a little better.
Well, we're at 4 minutes, so you're nearly halfway and almost to the end of the course. Whoa, there we can see it. This picture is shown up great for me all of a sudden on the stream. I hope all of you see what I'm seeing on the stream now. Don't let them down, Wolf Fox, because at this point, now it's gone. Now we're back into Discord and people can see nothing. But your time or your distance, 78 meters. You're halfway there at halfway time, at least. So we're moving along pretty solid.
Yeah, it's funny is I had done this as well.
Or
I was like, well, do we have to stay on our feet?
Yeah, you just have to get your best distance.
Yeah, this just started working for me, and I was like, all right, I'm done.
Oh, man.
Jump, it says.
Yeah, that's good enough. It's not bad.
All right, 101.4
Wow.
meters on first attempt.
Do I really have to go after that? Pick someone else?
I think we're done here.
So I actually found something weird when I was playing through this today. So if you get to the end and you hit your head on the point after 100 meters, it doesn't count you as being out, even if you start moving backwards and hit your head, which is normally gets you out. So if you start going backwards and then just keep hitting your head against the ground, you'll fall through the world. And it won't let you quick restart.
Interesting.
If I can get there, I can try to show you.
You gotta give it a shot in the 2.5 minutes left. You got to get that rhythm down, though.
Yeah.
But falling through the world is just going to be like a heavy flex on everyone. Look at me. I've made it through. I've fallen through the sand pit.
I only did it once, so. But you have to get to the end every time to try it, so I'm not going to put too much effort into it.
I'm going to try and melt my brain and see if the audio of the other Omeganauts are coming through in stream. But I can't tell because all you guys got quiet.
I didn't want you to melt your brain. You kind of need that.
Oh, maybe the instant closed captions will tell me. It kind of looks like, oh yeah, no, it's coming through. Good. I want everybody to be able to hear the rest of you just gasping in horror. With 1 minute left, minute 23 as he's nearly halfway.
Crying a little bit. I'm gonna go to the corner now.
Yeah, I was not woke on this strategy. I was actually trying to run.
Well, that's the beauty of going in last place here is you'll get a chance to see everyone's strategy and pick.
Now we're all going to be running on our knees.
I'll just knee crawling all the way across
I'll have
the
to
course.
give this a try.
Knee sled of shame.
I cannot figure out the knee thing at all. I've been trying.
1 minute left here to cover those 50 meters to fall through the world.
Yeah, I can't promise I'm going to be able to do that.
If he does it twice, does that count as 200?
Yeah, it's 200 meters. That's maybe, how we have to do this. If you all have figured out to run the distance is now add up the total.
I mean, that's only fair.
Who can get slightly past the end line?
How many times we can get to the end?
All right, we're coming up on 15 seconds. I believe it. I believe you can get there.
Some mighty thighs this man will have.
And like the most shredded kneecap ever. Just
no calves.
All right, that's officially your 7 minutes, but we're going to let this run finish.
I really want to see you fall through the world.
I'm not sure if I want it if we're going to count both the times.
You hyped this up completely. Jump.
So, I'm not going to be able to do it.
Oh.
I'm not good enough at falling forward
and getting through.
Yeah.
Well, on the just in case, I'm going to write down this 100.9.
Oh, Lord.
Just in case we have the need for doubles. All right, Baby Fett is going to be up next. Let's see. I'm going to jump over here and stop watching you.
My thing's freaking out right now.
Oh, that's handy.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
He was doing some backflips.
I've got a note that says the stream has ended. Cricket noises from on the live thing, but I can see you in the Discord. So we're going to get going on the timer because I believe that they will get this fixed. So your 7 minutes is going right now, Baby Fett. You're running. We're full of Mr. Beast ads, and that is not a great start.
Yep.
No. Man, the show off that you did beforehand.
Right?
Like you used all your distance in our tech test.
I'm gonna do what he did.
All right.
I don't think I can get to the as fast as he was going because that was very.
Yeah, it took a little practice to go fast.
He was in that rhythmic state.
Right?
Making it happen.
Like how? How did how did you do that?
Well,
you were running 20 to 40 meters earlier. Go back to your running rhythm at least.
Yeah, do the running.
Later.
Yeah, I didn't get 100 meters.
Well, listen,
You
it's
still gotta
better
get more
than
than
negative
us.
2.
That's still second place.
Yeah.
It's still 6 points.
So far.
No, I'll get there. I'll get there. I got this.
There it is. This is the actual I was a runner. Nope.
You,
Okay.
you jinxed it.
That's what happens
So
when
where
you
are we
try
at
to
right now? 4
play
or
like it's
5?
supposed to be played.
Best there. It looks like a 3.9 meters currently. So that was a little short.
Oh no.
This is what we expected from QWOP. This is what everyone came to QWOP for.
You're welcome. This is what I'm
Should
here
have
for.
banned the cheat. Travis should have banned the cheat.
Right. You should have told us to stay on our feet.
All right. Nope. Sorry, I said something. It's my fault. It's because I said something. I'm going to look away. I'm just going to watch the clock. Let you know that 5 minutes is left.
Oh no!
All right. Well, it's 4.6. That was further.
So I need to get going on my knees is what I need to be doing. Oh.
That is
Nope.
the backflip.
Points for style.
For everyone watching, we were using Baba Fett's stream as our test stream to get everything up and running. And like 48 meters, I think, is what we saw.
45.
45?
Different when you're on the spot.
That's,
Yeah. Definitely a little different.
Let's pretend no one is watching with the rest of us. There it
It's
is.
just us.
I mean, that's what
Just
I'm
us here. We're hanging out on Discord, just friends.
Nope. Oh.
Oh. Redeemed.
Nice.
How long did it take you to get the 100 meters like that? How long did it
The
take?
split mode, just make it happen. It's, you got 4 minutes left. You could get there.
Right, I got this. It only took a few minutes to get to. How did you do that?
Just got to realize that the physics aren't right.
Yeah. This game was not designed to actually mimic human movement.
Not how everybody runs.
Oh no! I was doing so good too before.
We witnessed it, but
Yep.
now it's the Omega curse has happened.
Oh no.
People watched. We could mention that it's like 1,200 people watching you do this right now, but that can stress you out. We probably
That's
don't want to
mean.
say
You
that.
know, that's no
awful.
no
That would
biggie.
be.
Thank you for
Well, I didn't know that.
thank you for that.
We'll blame that Oregon air quality right now.
I'm a little.
That's what it is. It's getting into the lungs.
I've got the black lung. Oh,
that was me not saying anything. I was quiet the whole time. 23.6 though, that's pretty good. Better than that -6.
Oh man.
It was there. I even held my breath.
I think I might have to.
You got 2 minutes left. It's bad running for him. You need to breathe while you're running.
I really hope that you guys are as equally as good as me, because
that. Oh God, I was seriously holding my breath that whole time. You have 1 minute left.
I got this.
No pressure.
All pressure. All the pressure.
26.1 is very respectable.
Nice.
Oh.
30 seconds left, which means get this run going.
Oh. I got this. I got
Now,
it.
if we're gonna split walk the entire 100 meters with 15 seconds left.
Yep. That's. I mean, how far past the 7 minutes can I go?
Well, this is your official time stop, so you get to keep going until you crash. If I keep talking, you're gonna fall on your head. So I can cut this short anytime.
No, don't do that. Oh.
All right, 26.1.
Oh,
26.1 is super respectable.
Oh
though.
man.
That is very good.
That's no 45, but
Well, you know, you take the best that you could get there. All right, Mr. Thomas, how are we feeling about this?
come on. What are we doing here? This is ridiculous. I think I got my best is 11.
Just think of, just realize this. Right now, you'll be in third place. No matter how bad you do, you're in third place.
Oh yeah, that's a great feeling. Yeah, no, that's good. All right. Well, let's give it a shot.
This is where we remind you that potentially these over 1,000 people watching, maybe some of them are your students.
I hope so. While we're at it, make sure you're registered to vote, everybody. There we go. All right.
Oh, look at that. Look at that plug.
I'll take 9. All
That
right,
was
there we go.
9.2 and just a give up flop. This up, done.
Up and down. There we go.
Is that 11.4 your best?
That's my
best?
highest ever. Yeah.
All right, so we have to remember a 9.2 because
9.2. Yeah.
we didn't have you refresh your browser. You're cheating with that extra best in the corner.
Oh, if you want me to refresh, I'll do it right now. It's not a big deal. There we go. I'm still going. And
No, only because we don't want to mess up any of the video feed. So we'll remember 9.2 until you break 11.4.
And there we go.
Baby Fett, now that it's over, do you just feel better?
no. No, I don't.
I'm feeling all right.
I'm sure.
Oh man, well Fox, had I known that like making you go first would not only show the finish line, but also show the winning strategy that no one has copied yet.
Yeah, I tried. Okay.
True, that's true. You took
I've been
3 minutes to try it.
practicing the entire time, trying to figure out how he did that bounce thing, and I just can't figure it out. I watched some like 12-year-old do that tutorial earlier today. I'm like, there's no way to let us do that.
The tutorials make you even more angry.
They did. They totally did.
I watched a tutorial. He was like, okay, this is how you march. Okay, now this is how you run. And I'm like, no, you don't run.
Here's the can. This is how you make your high kick.
High knees. There you go.
No, too high.
Wasn't there an Omegathon event where you did like the Nintendo running thing once? I know there was a DDR.
I was like the track and field.
DDR. Track and field would be a great one to pull back.
Come on, man.
But actually make them stand because everybody's going to sit on the ground and want to go with their hands instead of
That's what I was thinking.
There we go. I think what's more concerning is that I practice this game more than I practice any of the others, and obviously that's a problem.
We're at 4 minutes left on your time.
Awesome.
That 11.4 is up in the corner just mocking you right now.
All right.
That's a pretty solid march you've got moving right there. That was almost a hop skip for a triple jump. Oh.
Nope. Can't get that rhythm to go forward. Come on, man. There we go. Come on. Yeah. Head. This is about what it looks like when I go running, but yeah.
Feel that one felt good. That one looked like you were in that rhythm.
Yeah.
Oh, extend. Nice recovery. Nope. Oh.
I'm glad everybody on the back half of this this 6 year is like, all right, I don't feel so bad anymore.
I don't know. It's all right. We just got Wolfox out of the way, and then everyone else can just compete. See, normally in the Omegathon, the advice is don't come in last. But this one in the Grand Prix, it doesn't even matter. You're still in. You get an opportunity to go last tomorrow in Jones on Fire. I wish that I had some visibility into that virtual Omegathon on Discord just to see how many people have jumped shipped and joined Team Wolf in the last 14 minutes. You got 2 minutes left.
Cool.
You know, I would like to see some pro gamers try to do this though. Like, see how they do.
That's who put those tutorials together.
Aliens.
I saw somewhere in the chat that that one of the guys who worked on this game, or the guy who worked on this game, might be checking it out today. I don't know if that was a thing that's actually happening right now. But if he is there and he is checking it out, I apologize for what I am doing.
Hopefully you stuck around for the first run with Wolfox and then went, great, they're playing my game so good, I'm going to run off and party. I'm going to go celebrate.
Did anybody check out the concert last night? That was awesome.
I didn't have a chance.
No, I didn't either.
All right, you got 1 minute.
I got off and started playing Warzone.
Every time it looks like you've got that rhythm down, you're in it, you're taking leaping
I hope you're paying
strides.
attention, Travis.
In that timer, 37 seconds.
No, to the meters.
Oh. Listen, we still have a 9.2.
No.
Is this more infuriating, or when your students go, can you explain this assignment to me, that you already explained 3 times? Which one's worse? All right, 5 seconds. This is it. This is the one. Oh my God!
no.
1 second. If you start running, I'm gonna give it to you right there because you took the step.
No.
No. No.
I thought I was going to face crawl for the rest of it.
All right, 9.2 meters.
Oh, yay, 9.2.
Oh man! All right, GTA.
They're tough to beat.
Hopping in. I'm jumping over to yours. All right, GTA, you ready to go?
Ready?
Yep. Your 7-minute timer starts now. That's the wrong direction.
Oh. Here we go. Right way.
That's it. Oh, it's that knee action.
my-
Look at that.
Oh no.
One
Oh no.
knee.
He's got the knee.
Oh, here we go.
I'm choosing it, but it's distance
It's
is all that matters, right? We've got 7 minutes.
All that matters.
So wiggly. It's amazing.
I
graceful.
just don't get it.
It's definitely a style.
Listen, you're an English teacher, not a health and human physics teacher. This is how the body works.
I run in real life, so this pains me. It's very shameful. But...
Just imagine seeing this man on the track, just going, just Man, you've walked yourself into third place. You're coming up on a sweet second place.
Oh no.
26.1.
Yeah,
just there we
even
go.
Wearing my fitness shirt.
Moisture wicking.
Warmed up my legs this morning.
All right, you've kneeled your way to second place. Bumping
So if they
Baby
tie,
Fett.
what's the tiebreaker?
Well, then we see, how far they get with the total in 10 minutes or in 7 minutes, which,
That's
Wolf
bad.
Ox is
That's
sitting.
bad. That's
Oh.
really bad.
All right.
I mean,
34.7. That took you 2 minutes. So there's time for this wonderful approach to happen.
Yeah, that never happened during testing.
There's a great comment in the chat. It says the classic blunder. Everyone knows the calves are useless.
When it comes to running, it's all quads.
All in the quads.
I'm going to throw one more thing in the mix and just see if I could watch Discord as well. Because why not? Although it's just my face looking down now at the phone.
Nobody heard it. Don't worry.
What's that?
Whoops.
We should have just did a bunch of air horn noises in the beginning when
Wah, wah.
when Wolf was going.
You're coming up on your halfway mark in time and also in distance.
Hopefully it's enough to get to the end.
How do you feel about the hurdle coming up, though?
Yeah, it's good.
Just going to kick it down, too?
Getting over the down hurdle. That's the hard part.
The hurdle's your friend.
Here it comes. Hiya! Nope, just out of the way. Oh, you bounced off?
You just push it.
Just
bring it along with you.
Yeah.
Do you get extra points for taking the hurdle with you?
Clearing the hurdle might be the definitive win then at that point. If we have
Slows me
tie
down a
in
bit,
distance.
but maybe I want the hurdle.
Just to balance on it. Oh, no.
I mean, it works.
Wait. Oh, there, it's back.
Back. Fingers getting tired.
Oh, oh, oh.
Don't worry, you only have to hold it together for another 2.5 minutes. That's through. All just do you attempt to step over or just drag it along? Just keep with that powerful right thigh.
I wonder if you can get that last jump with it.
I'm going to use it as a skate if I can.
Oh, that's that backwards direction. Oh. That left leg, hold that anchor out.
The music is so faint. It's like, I mean, I guess he's
like
going.
You're
but...
going. You are running. I mean, if you call this running, it's happening. You're progressing.
Forward.
You're at 1.5 minutes.
I was hoping for more time. That fall at the start really cost me.
I don't know if 2 people getting all the way to the end here make me feel better about picking QWOP or just angry.
Aha, you thought you had them.
Taking it slow here.
Uh-oh.
Well, 40 seconds left to inch your way across.
Was it 100.9? Was it?
No, that's cheating.
101.9.
Oh, no.
Distance was
His
only-
foot won't go down because of the
hurdle.
You're worried about cheating while you're all
He's
inching
going
for
to the end
7
of the
straight
world.
minutes? Really? This is where we're at right now?
Now the question is, do I have to fall on my face?
Or do you just keep going?
Or can I keep going?
How far can you go?
How much time do I
Well,
have left?
you have 1 second. That's time up. So
You to
So-
cheat the system.
Looks like he hasn't made it yet.
Should I keep going?
Just go.
Yeah, go for it.
I can go off the screen,
but does it record your score or does it just then record 34.7?
100.
All right.
Oh,
108.1.
Wow.
Nicely done.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
Crystal Bubbles. How you feeling?
Yeah, not great. I need to refresh my browser because it's doing something weird.
It was wigging out. That guy was like
Doing the
pulling lots of
flip-de-doos.
flips. Listen, remember for you, this is just a middle of the day break from work, just to play some games with some
sure.
friends.
Yeah.
All right, your 7 minutes is going.
I don't have a particularly speedy approach to this game.
Listen, this move is as good as the knee down move. In fact, your dude's still on his feet.
For now. My hands are already tired.
Only 6.5 minutes to keep it up.
Okay, cool.
You got
Thanks.
93 meters also.
No!
You can make that part. Oh boy.
Oh,
no. Oh. It's a little ballet point right there. Nice recovery.
Phew. Do we actually know this runner's name?
His name is QWOP, isn't it?
Yeah. I think in the lore, he is QWOP. Running for his country.
So what did I have to beat not to come last?
Not to come last, you have to beat 9.2. So you're already there.
Oh, thank God.
You're fighting for the 3rd place spot at 26.1.
Man.
Hey, I mean, I could have like full on like 7 minutes of fumbling and get like negative 0.2. So
Just flopping backwards.
Wooden spoon. Wooden spoon.
I need to know more about this wooden spoon. I don't know how I haven't heard about wooden spoon is for last place in all these years at PAX Oz.
GTA, is that a thing? Like, I didn't think.
Oh no! Oh no! Wooden spoon. 21. No, that was not even enough. Oh man.
Oh no! No!
21.1 meters.
Oh no! I gotta do it all over again.
Oh.
Is what a thing?
Wooden spoon for last place? Is that an Aussie thing? Or is that just a Crystal Bubbles thing?
So it's certainly not a Crystal Bubbles thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a state thing.
I have never.
I've definitely heard it before.
Okay.
I think in the States that would be the
All right.
participation award.
Yeah. Wooden spoon sounds way more threatening in the States than a participation award.
Oh. God.
Mr. Thomas, how you feeling about the rest of the games?
Better than this one, I guess.
All right.
I'm a little mad now that I saw GTA's method versus Wolf. Wolf, like no disrespect or anything like that, because now that I've been playing while watching you guys, I'm now at 28 meters myself, and now I'm mad.
I don't know if that's
as far as I got.
I don't know if that's worse than Boba Fett, who got 45 meters or whatever in the lead up practice, and then
Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm stuck.
Stage fright. That's what I blame it on.
Yeah.
Get your legs together, man.
You're at halfway through, and at this pace,
it's okay.
we're gonna get to 10 meters, maybe. That's okay. You got your 21.1. You banked that first run.
It's even giving her the music.
No! No. Nah. Oh, this is the only way I can get forward. This game is so silly.
3 minutes. You can do it. Just that lunge all the way down the track.
Can you imagine walking like that?
Like, for any distance, it's fine. I mean, I can imagine walking that more than I can with GTA or Wolf's method, just because your knee would explode.
Oh, yeah, let's try the other way.
Yeah, that's it. Pull yourself along with that right leg instead of push.
Oh.
No. And now moonwalking. Thanks, QWOP. Yep, this is quality entertainment here.
This is what the people came to see. They didn't come to see someone actually make it a full 100 meters.
That's what I believe. I don't know.
Go forward. Oh my God.
You're a minute and a half.
No, don't get cocky.
Don't get too flashy. Don't actually try and use your legs.
Why would you do that?
You.
Oh.
Why you not? Okay. It's
1 minute left. 51 seconds.
okay.
To be specific.
He's not moving. I'm clicking, but he is not moving. He's given up.
There we
Oh,
go.
no, there we go.
I've got it in me. 20 seconds left.
He's just got to rest his legs for a second.
Yeah, he's like, man, I've been squatting for so long. I just need to go, just stand for a moment. All right. You're at 5 seconds, so this is your final run.
Okay, that
But
seems fair.
if you take it all 100 meters,
Is he actually moving?
I mean, it's slowly crawling forward.
Getting there.
Those decimal meters are happening. Oh,
All right.
oh, all right. 21.1.
Ah.
That is recorded. All right. Let's see. Swap out. All right. Targaryen Oak.
All right. Well,
7 minutes.
I'm gonna start. Oh,
Oh,
I might need to
there it is. It's that flip.
Okay. All right. Well. All right. I'm gonna start with what I had been trying to.
Hey,
you know, kind of build momentum. And then eventually.
This is a similar crystal bubbles.
Eventually, work my way into a run.
Wow. That's how you do it.
It's momentum.
Sort of. I won't guarantee anything.
Oh.
All right, you have run yourself past Mr. Thomas.
Woo!
You have secured not last place.
Keeping the bar low.
All right. I was, I was trying the. I don't know if that's gonna work for me. I don't know how that started, but I'm just gonna stick with this, I guess. I had all this time to analyze the other
All of the running
methods,
tactics.
and I guess
Then
I
once
didn't
you
really
get
pick 'em
down
up.
to it.
So I'm
I mean,
just
your
gonna-
guy just looks like he took an arrow to the knee, and he's like, ah.
This might be. I might be able to work with this.
Oh,
no.
oh.
No, not gonna be able to work with that. All right, well. Gonna hobble along.
I like that the music is only coming when both feet touch the ground, so we get this. Dot, dot, dot. Yes. Oh.
Oh, God. All right, that didn't really work. So what about this? Nope, I can't figure it out.
You got to get in that splits mode first. There it is. That's nope.
Nope. Right. Okay. Here we go. That might be too far.
Just hold
Maybe
that
not.
pose. Yep.
All right.
Oh, the split walk.
Now we're not getting anywhere.
It's a slow and steady turn.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is the turtle pace.
Like
Nope,
if you're
this
gonna
is
do it that
jumping
way,
it.
you gotta commit.
With 4 minutes left at this pace. Let's hit a little bit more drag each time.
The Magikarp run. Okay.
Your next target is 21.1.
Oh, I didn't want to do that.
So,
all right. Well, all right. I'm gonna go back to this way, I guess. Just not that soon.
you're at the halfway mark, so 3.5 minutes left. God, it looks so good right there. This is Usain Bolt in action. Oh,
You jinxed it.
I did. I'm sorry. I'll hold my breath, although at the pace you're going. If I pass out, someone round out the...
Maybe we can make this work. Ugh. Oh. Oh. Oh, come on, don't let me down now. Skipping along.
Oh no.
Oh, 26.1 is coming up.
No.
Oh, no.
Sure.
Now you're shooting for 100 plus.
I don't
But
know
no
about
pressure.
that. He's getting a little hung up here. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what happened, but I'm so focused right now.
Everyone just wants to see if someone can make it to the hurdle standing.
Well, we'll hopefully be able to test that theory. Okay. Okay. All right.
There
now,
it is. Oh, don't psych yourself out. No. Oh, no. Well, in 20 seconds left.
Okay.
That means you got time to finish this run, but you can keep going. We have a little bit of time on the stream still, so you get a chance to finish your 7 minutes out.
Well, this was actually my actual best, even through practice, so I'm proud of myself.
All right, let's see. So 47.9 slides you into third place.
I'll take it.
So we can count both of my runs because I technically didn't go down.
All right. Here's where we land with this. Mr. Thomas coming in at 1 point with his 9.2 meter run, securing himself the chance to copy and see how everyone runs Jones on Fire. Also to know how high that bar is set. Crystal Bubbles gets 2 points in on the board, locked in place with going second to last. Then Baby Fett coming in 26.1 meters. Targaryen Oak at 47.9 coming in third place. Wolfox started us out with an amazing run. He got 100.4. but GTA came in with this 108.1 hurdle sled that helped make that distance happen. So pulls it out. That means tomorrow at this time we're going to start off with GTA playing Jones on Fire first up, and work our way down through the score. If you haven't had a chance right now, you definitely want to hop over to the Omegathon channel on Discord and choose your Omeganauts. You may or may not have been swayed by some of that knee hopping that you've seen, or you may, pull for Mr. Thomas in there and take that underdog vote, because everybody always loves an underdog. How do you guys feel about QWOP? How after it's happened?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Thumbs down from Baby Fett.
It was great. It was great at first, but
I'm okay. I'm okay not to play it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always find it fun to find out which games people never play again after I've ruined it for them in the Omegathon. And at least QWOP is not one that you feel like you're missing out when you don't play it again, because it's not one that you might normally be playing. So there's the silver lining on that side of QWOP. So thank you to everyone who came and joined us on this. It was at least a good time for me to sit back and watch and not have to compete on. Jones on Fire tomorrow is a fun little action runner. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, it was featured, I forget which year, but I think 2 years ago at PAX in the indie one of the indie showcase games, and is a lot of fun and really cute, and will, I think, be less frustrating overall than QWOP, and maybe slightly more competitive for tomorrow. So,
and we don't get the rules till tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I know. No, I'm not going to tell you the rules until we get together tomorrow. I want to make sure that you're practicing in all the fashions that you can practice. I'll remind you guys, though, make sure you dump any of those extra perks that you bought, because remember, you got to make the run perk free tomorrow, just to keep that playing field as level as we can make it. So thank you once again. Like Mr. Thomas said, hey, don't forget to go register to vote. That's a good tip to throw out there. And I'll take this moment also to throw out Child's Play. I was pointing at my signs, but I'm not on the screen anymore, so I can't do that. Child's Play, give us a chance to support us. You can learn all about what Child's Play is doing, childsplaycharity.org. Figure out how you could be a gamer who gives back and supports children in hospitals. And we had a pretty great panel earlier today that was run with the game techs that we fund. So when the videos are all posted up, it was on PAX 3 this afternoon, and they talked about the way that they're doing all their work inside the hospital and using games to help kids there. So find out more about Child's Play there. Go pick your Omegathon inside the Omegathon Discord channel. Thank you once again to Corsair for sponsoring out this prize, because we've still got plenty of time to figure out who is going to get this going, because this Grand Prix does not have anything locked in place. And hey, the good news, Mr. Thomas, is we're not eliminating you. Normally, we say goodbye to an Omegonaut, and you get to stick around and go all the way.
I'm still here to annoy you all.
So thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow. Although I'm waiting for a slight wave to know if I have to keep talking for 3 minutes. Oh, we're good. We can stop. That's great. They're going to go to the ad rolls. All right. Thanks so much. I wasn't really sure if I had to fill 1 more minute, but see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
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 and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little good berry, or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular-ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamatzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to, one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it, or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one, that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
Hello PAX and welcome to an Oxventure. Now we don't have a lot of time, so we need to tear through these introductions real quickly. I'm Corazon DeBain, a human pirate rogue, the best one. Keep going.
Nailed it.
Egbert, the Careless. I'm a Dragon Ball Paladin.
Great.
I'm definitely not the best
That's
one.
it.
Maybe second from last
Move on.
best.
Move on, Egbert.
That's what you get. I'm
You've had your time.
Prudence, the Tiefling Warlock, Eldritch Blast all day, every day. Next.
I'm Dob, the half-orc bard, middle of the pack, baby.
Woo!
I'm Marilyn, the Wood Elf Druid, and I'm the best because I'm a cat.
Cool. Nice.
Literally everyone else in the world, and I defy ranking. Because I think I'd be picked last, like in school.
Oh,
anyway, right, we begin this adventure up the same mountain that you were up in Gnome Alone, the last Oxventure. You have been
Gnome Alone.
It's just, I know. You have
Too
been
late.
shown.
It's canon now.
You've been shown the way out by some gnomes who chased you from their complex. Max and Captain Shattershield have decided to go and try and salvage the balloon, so they have left you. But
Is that what they
thankfully,
call it?
thankfully, Dov has rejoined the party.
We all felt the spark in the air. Don't deny it.
Thankfully, Dov has rejoined the party. He was discovered. Would you call it
that
scrabbling
guy.
around in the dirt, Dob?
Well, no, I wouldn't. I would call it
archaeology.
A
Cleverly
dignified
foraging.
scrabbling. Oh,
What are you doing there in the dirt, Dob?
I was searching for vital roots that are none of your business. I stuffed
What
roots
a
into my
coincidence.
pockets and mouth.
how did you get here,
This
Dob?
balloon drifted just to where you were foraging.
I've been. Wait, hang on. Balloon?
Yeah, we crashed.
yeah.
We crashed in a
Crashed
balloon.
the balloon. We did go on
We
a
met
balloon
some
ride without you.
gnomes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got
It was
my
exciting.
my mind got flayed. I'm fine, by the way.
Cool. Oh, okay.
There wasn't
Worry
much to
about it.
take, to be honest.
Dob, answer me truthfully.
Did the Mind Flayer staff today?
Yeah.
Sorry, Corazon, you were about to ask me a question. And I feel like that question may have changed now based on what I just said.
I would like to pickpocket the roots from Dob. Because they're obviously important to him.
Yeah, maybe a dex sleight of hand check, please.
All right.
And then that's a wisdom perception check from you, please, Dob. This is an
Oh,
opposed
damn.
roll.
Okay, that's a 15.
7.
You do not notice the roots being lifted from your person, which is impressive because you did specify that you put them in your pockets and mouth. But like how you imagine, like
sticking a
Corazon
finger in there.
yawns. Well, yeah, waits for Dob to do the sympathy yawn. It's like whoop. But anyway,
Right,
you
now I have the roots.
the Oxventurers are all back together. So you start to sort of pick your way along this path that you know leads to civilization, and you're kind of coming through a little ravine with like really steep crags on either side. When all of a sudden you hear a voice above you yell "Hark!" and silhouetted against the sun is a wizened, ancient-looking man in kind of filthy robes. It's kind of
Don't make eye contact, anyone. Let's just keep
going.
Head down.
Oh,
Oh no! Oh no!
When did you
Make
minute-
contact.
The minute Dob hails him,
Dob's hearts
he picks his way down this crag. This thing is near vertical, but he comes down as sure-footed as a mountain goat, and he kind of lands in front of you with a sort of alarming creaking of bones.
Okay.
Be ye here for the speed quest?
Ye we be.
Yee wee bee.
Ye
I
we
mean-
be.
I mean, how speedy are we talking? We've got about 55 minutes.
Ah, yes, perfect. Lots of people come this way for the speed quest. 'Tis like a regular quest. But you have to do it in 55 minutes or less. It's a rush, literally.
So you have to use like pro strats to sort of glitch through walls and get to later
Yeah.
parts of the quest. And
Sure.
things like that.
Is it an any percentage run?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I
What about
enable TAS.
tools assisted?
Yes, ye may use any tools or weapons or equipment you have about your persons.
Great, good.
Right, good.
Good. Welcome along. My name is Bromine. I shall be guiding you on your quest.
Can we call you Bro for short?
No.
We call you
There's
Brom
only-
for short.
Brom shall do. There is only one person on this earth who may call me Bro, and that is my sister.
Okay.
Cool. So what's the quest involve, Brom?
Come, I'll tell you on the way. The
All right, let's
clock
go.
is already ticking.
It is.
Right, let's let our guard down and follow.
Yeah.
He sets off at an alarming pace. He's got a little stick and he's just like hobbling away.
He goes, there is a community further along the mountain pass. It is being menaced by some beast. It comes at nightfall, and...
Is it you, Brom? You have to say that it's...
he screeches to a halt. 'Tis not I. I would not go through a bin.
Okay. Are you sure?
You wouldn't go through a
You
bin.
look like you got your clothes from a bin.
No, I just got my clothes a very long time ago.
Okay,
Maybe you should
From
go
a
through a
bin.
bin. You might find some new clothes.
Well, then I would be no better than this beast. Come. It is going through their bins. We must watch for the creature and drive it away, lest
we're
it
dealing
eat
with a
more of
raccoon.
their
It's a
trash
raccoon for sure.
and make a bigger mess.
All right, yeah,
It's
this
all right.
sounds
This
like
will
the
be
sort
easy.
of
We'll have
quest
this
we can
wrapped up in
handle.
55 minutes. Yeah,
Sounds
capture the
straightforward.
raccoon, let it back out into the wild, or I don't know,
Cool.
boot it into the forest. Yeah.
Good.
I bought my raccoon killing knife, so...
No.
A fine tool. And then he says, well, here we are. And you sort of emerge
Kill a
from this
raccoon in a
path.
second.
And there is quite a nice sort of mountain community. There are sort of lots of like log cabins, and there's smoke coming from chimneys, and there are sorts of people bustling around, and calling to one another. There's a man sort of hammering away at an anvil. He says, "Yeah, here we are. Here is the realm for your quest. I shall leave you now, but call on me if you want, and I shall return." And he
transforms into a truck.
He turns into a truck. And he
rolls out.
Just drives over the mountain.
What a strange man.
Yeah.
All right.
Good
so we
job.
need to-
Nightfall is within 55 minutes, right? Presumably.
Yeah,
Yes,
we need to booby trap every bin in town.
You would say it is approximately 5 minutes to nightfall.
Okay, good.
You've been
Oh,
travelling
damn.
a long time.
Egbert,
Right.
bomb in every bin.
Snares.
I've got
Already
3
people are
bombs, so
yawning.
shall I put 3 bombs in 3 bins? What do you
Wait,
reckon?
how many bins are there in town?
We need to see what the beast is.
No, we don't.
8
It might just
bins.
be a cute thing with little hands.
Why don't
We
we
can
have...
stand guard. We can stand guard on 5 of them, and then 3 of
And then
them can have
I've got bombs
Egbert's
Yeah,
bombs.
it's the perfect-
With
Okay.
some sort of I don't know, motion trigger. I don't know. They're just fuse bombs, aren't they? Though,
Yeah.
really, Egbert. So
I
that
can
means
light
they're
the
just going to
fuses.
go off at some point anyway.
Why don't we gather all the bins together in the centre of town?
An
And they're all in
irresistible
one place.
trash pile.
Yes.
Trash pile. Okay, yeah, I love it. Let's make a
But
trash
enough about
pile
my
in the
Tinder
town
profile.
square.
Good.
Okay, so you're making a trash pile in the middle of the town
Yeah,
square with all
we're
of the
gonna
bins.
Yeah, all of it.
Yes.
I mean, we haven't actually met any of the townsfolk, so they're going to be a
No
bit
time,
confused.
Egbert. No time.
All right,
Dob, I have a great plan. You should be in the trash pile
I get in the
burst
trash
out like
pile.
a birthday cake.
Yeah.
and
I-
sing
I-
"Happy Birthday, Mr. Monster."
Grease me up,
Breathy
Mr. Corazon. I'm wiggling into the trash heap.
All right, I cast grease on Dob.
Right, I wiggle in. I've wiggled in now.
So are we going with the bombs still while Dob's in there or not?
Keep
No
your
bombs.
powder dry, Egbert.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
We
Hold
may
on
need
to
them
them.
later.
Okay, so you start generating an enormous trash pile, and a woman walks over and says, "Excuse
Yes, you've all
me,
started internet blogs.
what the hell do you think you are doing?"
We're here to help you with your monster problem. Our good friend, Mr. Brom, told us that you've been having a monster problem and they've been going through your bins. So we've taken all of your bins and we've put them in the town square, and we're gonna lay a trap, lay in wait, and then ambush the monster or raccoon, possibly.
Do you not think this is as big an inconvenience as having the thing come to our bins anyway?
It's nightfall. It'll all be sorted by the morning. You won't even know it's happened.
Yeah.
We'll put them back.
You're
We'll
about to
take
take
them
a
back.
sleep.
What
Do you need your bins
nightfall?
back?
Suspicious. Why do you care so much about the bins? I think we
Because
found
I
our
am the
monster,
leader of
everyone.
this community. My name is Alma Gustafsdottir.
Right. Well, just
This
go
is
to
a
sleep,
mess.
and by the time you wake up, it'll be fine. I'm sure we remembered where we got the bins from, guys.
Yeah.
Right? Did we
took
remember where?
Yep. I wrote it all down here on this bit of paper.
Okay. Good.
I put numbers underneath them.
Yep.
The sun starts to dip below the horizon. She goes, "Ah, oh, I must hasten." And you see her dash into a cabin just as the sun dips below the horizon. She basically falls through the door and falls down asleep.
Nice.
These people are very punctual about bedtime, it seems.
I rise slowly out of the trash pile like Apocalypse Now.
You can have inspiration.
Yeah,
Part
good.
of banana peel to.
Yeah. Guys,
okay,
folks, team, what's exactly the scheme here? I'm in the trash pile, obviously, which is a great start.
Yeah, so the monster is going to come in and start eating you, and then while it's busy doing that, we'll kill it from the back.
I've heard all I need to hear. I descend back into the trash.
Should we set up some kind of trap around the trash pile? Any kind of traps?
Yeah, Corazon, you're good at traps, right?
Yeah, I could probably fashion something. I
Fashion a
imagine.
trap, a snare, or something.
Yeah, I could probably hook up a tripwire to some like bells or something to give us an alarm.
Yeah, we
Or do
kind
you
of just want to know. It
I was
might
just
be
going to wait for
nothing.
Dob to start screaming.
I mean, that would be an alarm. It would be slightly later than the first alarm.
That's true. All right,
can I set up a sort of a tripwire and bell scenario? Nothing lethal because we don't know what we're dealing with yet.
Sure, yeah. Just make me a dex sleight of hand check, please, to see how well this goes.
That is a 13 plus 4 plus 3, so 20.
Yeah, great. You rig it up. You're like, damn, I'm good at this. I should become some sort of rogue.
Some sort of trap master.
Some sort of trash trap master. Okay, so yes, there are tripwires and bells everywhere. So where is everyone else stashing themselves? We've got Dob in the trash pile.
No, go on, Negbert.
I'll just go and hide on a roof somewhere. I think probably nearish the trash pile. If it's within leaping distance, all the better.
Yeah. I'm on the opposite side of the town square. Spider climb up onto a roof behind a chimney on the other side of the town square. Yeah.
Cool.
I use regular climb.
I'm camouflaging myself as a town cat. Meow.
Very, very good.
I'm just gonna melt into the shadows near the trash pile.
Just make me a dex stealth check, everyone, to see how well you're hidden. Not you, Marilyn. You're a cat. It's fine. Egbert, you do hear somebody going, "What the hell is that noise? Is there someone on my roof?"
18.
I say no.
Oh, that's fine then. And then you hear snoring. 18, lovely.
13.
13.
No.
Oh no. That's a 4.
Okay. Good.
Is my 9 also a trash roll, Johnny?
It's kind of a trash roll.
Am I just standing behind a chimney but not concealed by it at all?
Yeah, you're a dragonborn hiding behind a tiny clay pot chimney.
Do I stack it off the roof? Do I remain on the roof?
No. So you elegantly spider climb, and you're like, brilliant, and you kind of grab hold of the sort of corner of the roof and lean forward menacingly, like you're going to adopt a pose like a gargoyle.
Yeah,
and
that would
you
have been
just
cool.
tip over.
Oh man, that would have been cool if I pulled it off.
Yeah.
I drag a load of roof tiles off with me.
Okay. You all lie in wait. Some of you quite literally.
I hope no one saw that.
Not very much time passes because it's a speed quest. But it doesn't take very long before you hear one of the furthest most tripwire bells goes ding ding ding. It's actually Prudence. It's probably nearest you. It's ding ding ding.
Prudence.
Yeah, yes.
Investigate the bell. What is it?
I am. What do you think? Yeah. All right, don't tell me what to do, Corazon. You're not my dad. And then I go and investigate the sound of the bell in the direction of the direction of the bell sound.
But in the way you were going to do it, rather than the way
Yeah.
Corazon was
Yeah.
expected to do it. Yeah.
You're doing it because you want to, not because you've been told to.
Right.
How are you proceeding?
Cautiously, stealthily.
Dex stealth it is.
No more dex. I was
Charismatically.
like, charismatically, I sneak towards the sound of the bell.
Swagger across.
Go on, that you can add your charisma modifier instead of your dex modifier.
Oh, you indulge me. No. Can I hide in a doorway or something like that? I feel like approaching the bell might be.
Let's try it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I make my way towards a doorway that might be closer. Give me a better look at the bell. Oh, and that's a 14. There we go.
Okay. All right. You wait and you peek around, and while you see the string still kind of bobbing, and the bell is still kind of swinging, but without the clapper hitting the sides. There doesn't seem to be anything. And then you hear
There's nothing here, guys. It's all gone.
You hear a sound very close at hand, and there is a strange sort of musky smell, and you can just hear.
Dob? Oh, it's not Dob. Dob, cut it out.
And then, as you pause, a large shape probably comes up to about your shoulder height. It's a quadruped with a very large head and shaggy brown fur.
Oh my god!
Lopes past
it's a
you
mega
close enough
raccoon.
that you could reach out and touch it.
Yikes!
It seems to be heading toward the trash pile.
Okay, I use message. I cast message towards the trash pile where I know Dob is concealed, and I say, Dob,
Yes.
there's some kind of mega raccoon. It's about my shoulder height. It's got brown fur, smells very musky. I think you might get along, but it is heading in your direction right now.
Send it to Greg, your Tinder profile.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a solid copy, Prudence. Thank you. How proceed? You know what would be ideal, Prudence, is like, what if there's a sort of innocuous way that won't be obvious that we could cast a little extra light around the trash pile, like a street light.
You want to get a better look at the
I want to
beast.
get a better look at this shadow in the darkness. Yeah.
In that case, I message Corazon. Cast a message over in the direction of Corazon. Hey, Corazon, we're going to need
Prudence, I've
some...
lost you.
Hello.
Prudence.
Oh man, this technology is never going to catch on. Corazon, we need some sort of lights. Can you give us some dancing lights, but maybe in a way that is less dancing?
I only do one level of dancing lights, Prudence, and that's full blast. Ciao. I make the disco lights.
It's fine. It's a beast. It doesn't understand magic. It probably. Yeah, go for it. It might be confused. It might be startled and stunned, in which case we can, all dogpile on it and tie it up.
You do hear the progress of the whatever it is kind of stop for a moment, but then it continues to travel along toward the trash pile. You hear another kind of bing, gling, gling, gling as it trips another wire. Dob, you are now acutely aware that there is something very large heading your way, and despite the stink of the trash, you get the same kind of musky scent from it.
There are now 4 glowing orbs around the trash pile, illuminating the surrounding area.
You could prestidigitate it to make it smell better before it eats you, if that would help.
I make myself taste better before it eats me. If I'm going to use prestidigitation for anything.
All right, I pursue the beast and I look at it now with my tiefling eyes to see whether I can get a better bead on it now.
That is the largest bear you have ever seen in your entire life.
Oh!
It's a bear!
It's a bear, everybody!
Merylwen, seduce it.
There is perilously close to you, Corazon. You feel what is obviously a claw kind of come into the trash and start raking open the pile. You've not been discovered yet, but from where you are and the speed with which it's kind of snuffling its way through, you reckon it won't be long before you're discovered.
Oh no! It's going to eat Dob! I do a running elbow drop onto the bear.
No!
No!
I remain limp.
Okay.
I
like
turn
a
back
WWE
into an elf and I'm like,
flying
no! Egg
Merylwen completes the transformation. She's like, make me a strength athletics check, please.
Sure. That is a 10.
That's not going to do it.
With the modifier, no, I probably missed, don't I?
You smash onto the roof, the back of this bear.
Roof of the bear.
It feels like a roof. You kind of land on it, and you just kind of get bounced. You're like, whoa! You know when you get bounced out of a bounce house, like a bouncy castle. It's that kind of like, and you hit the deck, and you're like, and the bear turns and goes, and starts to move towards you menacingly.
Well, I saved
I
Dob.
cast animal friendship!
There it is.
Let's just look at this. Animal friendship.
Animal friendship.
It's the tweest spell we know.
I cast animal enemy ship.
You cast you cast Animal Friendship, Marylwen. The bear kind of like looks up, sensing something, and looks straight at you, and snarls, and turns its attention back to Egbert. The spell has no effect. This thing is now walking up, and its snout is traveling up to the point where it's about to sort of get real looking you dead in the eyes, kind of beady.
I turn into a bear.
All right,
great. Just what we need. 2 bears. We've already got a surfeit of bears at Merylwood.
But which one do I shoot?
And joins the bear.
Yeah, you double the town's bear problem. So Merylwen has turned into a bear.
Can't get a clear shot.
The bear puts a giant paw on Egbert's chest and starts to push him down into the ground. It doesn't seem to have noticed that there's another bear here yet.
Oh dear.
Get him, Merylwen. Get him.
Guys, as usual, I didn't really have a plan. So if you could come up with one soon, that'd be great.
The bear is sniffing at your snout a lot. But at the sound of Merylwen, kind of raises his head and just kind of comes up on his haunches and just waits to see what you do.
Hi.
I say, oh no, another bear. Probably.
I bought a magazine.
Oh no!
It steps forward and is like and roars, clearly wanting you to sod off. What are you doing at this point, Corus? Are you just reading a magazine?
Yeah, I bought some reading material.
Okay,
so
cool.
I'm gonna see where this goes.
You
Occasionally,
see
I'll look up over the magazine. And go back.
You can see a bear being very unhappy with another bear, and you think one of those bears is your friend.
Cool. Let's just see where this goes.
Can I roll out of the way now that the bear's up?
Yeah.
I'm going to roll out of the way, please. Thanks.
Merylwen is probably going to want to fight you for its territory. It's bearatory because, territorial, right? So I think you're going to have to fight it. You're going to have to
need to urinate
show it what's
absolutely
what.
everywhere, Merylwen.
It is
Yeah, what do
starting
you got in
to
the tank,
advance on
Merylwen?
you in a kind of prowling sort of get out of my territory sort of way.
Bear
It's not
fight.
happy about your presence.
Bear fight!
You know,
So planned seduction is off the cards, is what you're saying?
For now.
Corus, make me a wisdom perception roll while you look over the top of your
My
magazine.
Pirate's Digest.
Yeah.
16.
Okay.
Is it telling you to? Is your Pirate's Digest telling you to eat more vitamin C? Because I'm always telling you that.
The bear dies.
Yeah, that would stop all this.
So it's I mean, in fairness, it does take quite a lot to tear you away from an article about this season's 4 to Gallant sales and all their lovely new colours. But you notice that the bear.
The bear dies again.
You notice the bear while advancing on Merylwen also seems to be looking around at the buildings quite a lot. Seems to be something troubling this bear. It seems agitated in almost a slightly fearful way.
Huh. Ooh. Can anyone mind read a bear? Does anyone have a way of talking to bears?
Yeah, Merylwen does. Merylwen, you might want to talk to this bear because it seems quite kind of fearful and anxious about something. I think probably fighting it would be a bad idea. Anyway, this is a really good article, so get back to me if you need someone to be stabbed in the back or something.
Okay, I'm back in elf form. And then I cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. Yeah, go on. You feel the connection go through.
Now's the time to start flirting.
Hi, I'm sorry to be really confusing, but I was just trying to. That was my friend, the scaly one, and you were squishing him a little bit. I didn't want you to squish him, but hi, I'm Merylwen. What's your name?
You see the bear's eyes fly wide open in panic, and it roars at you. And as it roars, you hear sort of coming back inside your head. He bellows. No one can know. And then he turns and starts sprinting away, absolutely sprinting. He sprints sort of across the town square and comes to a weird, there's a collection of buildings. There are a couple of houses, sort of the blacksmith's forge, with sort of the coals are still glowing in there. And then there's what passes for a tavern. You see the bear. You see the bear. That's a 1.
Poor stupid
struggle
bear.
to take. Oh no! I promise it is a 1. I showed you a 7 twice, but I rolled a 1. The bear struggles to take the corner and basically leaping in a last ditch attempt, the last second to get out of the way, crashes through the wall of the tavern.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
You hear screams from inside, as clearly there
dear.
were some people defying the bedtime, nighttime, order, and having a cheeky nightcap.
Merylwyn, what did you say to that bear? It's terrified.
I just said
badass,
like,
Merylwyn.
Yeah,
That's awesome. You must have said something really hardcore.
Yeah.
Did you swear?
I bet you swore. I bet you said a swear word.
A bear swear. Yeah.
A bear swear.
The worst
Cut
ones.
off your bear ears.
I just like apologized for confusing it by being a bear. It asked its name and it said no one must know, and then ran and face planted into that tavern.
No one must know, and then into
That I'm a
Anyway,
terrible bear.
I'm gonna run after the bear.
Are we dealing with a werebear?
I'm being like,
Probably a good
are you
idea.
okay?
I also feel like we somehow haven't visited the tavern in this town yet, so let's go. Let's all go there. Why not?
Okay.
That's true.
Sure.
There is rum there.
Johnny, I would like to emerge excitingly from the trash pile, please. And I want to sprint across to the whole tavern hole, and I want to cast Calm Emotions on the bear, which you will know, I believe, only affects humanoids. Because I'm
okay.
testing a theory.
You appear butt first from the trash pile.
Yes.
And you,
As I said,
dashes
excitingly.
over. Yeah, basically it's pandemonium in there. It's not that kind of bear. Oh, I see you, Ellen Rose. I see you.
Denied.
You're gonna get us all killed. This is how parties wipe.
The bear is smashing over tables and just
it's a
generally
real grisly situation in here.
It's a sign of the times.
Real pause report.
Get your camera out. This is a real Kodiak moment.
Oh God.
I'd like to disassociate myself from this.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's alright, it's alright. The rest of us have the right qualifications.
Oh my God.
That's not even a bear!
I know, it's a marsupial. I know!
The bear is turning over tables, smashing things up, and generally like roaring and swiping at people, trying to keep them at bay. They have snatched like ornamental oars from the walls. One of them, feeling particularly brave, grabs a soup kettle from the fire and throws a whole fish stew over this bear, which throws its head back and roars in fury. It pulls back an arm to swipe at the man who threw the kettle. And that's when it kind of stops and puts the paw down and kind of just... Its head goes very low, its ears are still back, it's clearly not happy, it's clearly afraid. But Dob, it seems you've successfully managed to calm the emotions of this interloper.
Yes, good. All right, excellent.
What just happened?
Well,
Yeah, what does it mean, Dob?
It's as I said earlier.
it's as Corazon said, it's a werebear situation. Or at least it's a humanoid bear situation. All right, I would like to place my hand on the side of the bear's head, and I would just like to place my.
That's
head
awfully
against
close
it.
to its mouth.
I would just like us. I
Place
press
my
my
head in
forehead.
its mouth.
I press my forehead to the
I
bear's
reach
forehead.
my arm down its throat.
And I
Place my hand gently upon its testicles.
I whisper in its fluffy ear. I know, and it's okay.
You hear a and then it sort of shoves you back with its head and turns to flee. It skitters away and disappears into the trees nearby.
I try and run after it.
Sure. Yeah. Let's make a strength athletics check.
Okay, so that's a 13.
You cannot keep up with this bear. However, you do notice that the the stew, like the fish stew that was thrown over this bear, is kind of sloughing off it as it runs, and you reckon it will leave a trail that would be quite easy to follow
Because
in
it smells
the
of
morning.
fish really bad.
Yeah. In the morning, you will be able to follow this trail, and as anyone who is familiar with this part of Geth will know, dawn is in about 4 minutes.
Short nights here. Must be summer, right?
Merylwen, if you're in bear form, you'll have better smell, and we can all ride on your back.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah. So, have you gone back to the tavern to tell them about this?
Yeah. I've run back to the tavern. I'm like, look, I lost him, but there's like, as annoying as it was for the bear to be covered in soup, it's actually useful for us because we can follow the trail. But yeah, Dob, you managed to calm it down.
Yeah,
The
Oxventurers,
emotions.
huddle up. So I just used... Now, you'll all be aware of the fact that sometimes the spells I cast don't seem to follow any kind of strict rules. However,
logic.
I think
Or anything, really.
I think in this situation, I cast a spell that should only work on people, on that bear, and yet the bear was calmed, soothed, when nothing else would soothe it. My calming spell did the trick.
All
which
right.
Makes me...
Brag.
What can I... Don't make me cast calm emotions on
I
all of
cast.
them.
I didn't want to say at the time, but I also cast calm emotions at the same time. So it's we don't know whose
Double proof.
we don't know
Double
whose
proof.
spell worked. It could have been either of us.
Double
We
proof.
don't know which one to hit first.
Yeah.
So
it's
you're
one of my
saying this
spells.
is some kind of bear person?
I'm saying it's some kind. I'm saying that there's
Werebear.
that bear is some sort of humanoid, which would explain why Merylwen's first attempt at animal friendship
Didn't work.
I see.
Because we're not
You've
dealing with
scienced
an
it,
animal.
Dob. You've
Now
scienced
look,
There's no spell for human friendship.
no, you got to work at it.
Yeah.
There's no shortcuts.
That's the worst part about humans.
Well, we've learned a lesson. So should we end the adventure here?
We've all learned that the real bear was friendship.
If we talk about friendship much longer, it is going to end. So why don't we
It's
chase
clearly a
this bear?
person who's been transformed into a bear, or a person who is dressed in a very, very sophisticated bear animatronic exosuit.
In either case, I want to know about the exosuit, or perhaps about the bear curse, right?
Yes.
If we are going to follow this bear to his bear cave, what are we going to try and like lift the curse? And how would we even do that?
Dunno.
We want us. I mean, we need to stop him harassing people's bins. That's the sort of the end goal of this speed quest, right?
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
If we don't, I mean,
Follow it in the
it's
morning.
pretty low stakes, isn't it? Even if we totally fail in this
No,
adventure.
it was soup, not steaks.
Oh god. Oh, it hurts me.
Outside, you hear.
I'm off. I find Steed. Can I find Steed, please? I'd like to
Yes.
find Dogbert.
Ooh.
I'm going to ride Dogbert along, and he's gonna pick up the scent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remind us, what is
And,
Dogbert? What is a Dogbert?
Dogbert is a big, like, mastiff type dog
Rideable
that I can
mastiff.
ride around on.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Yeah, you emerge from the tavern. You can just go through the hole in the wall. All of the men who were in there are still there, and they're like, "Who are all these people? Why did they not introduce themselves?" And then
Sorry,
they're-
no time!
They probably don't have a speed quest.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're
I'm the
Transylvanian
rum
now, but-
inspector. I just need to take this rum back to the distillery to make sure it's good. I leave with a barrel of rum.
Fine.
That I can carry.
Outside, a bird crows. It goes, cock-a-doodle-doo. And the sun yeets itself into the sky. It's very much morning now. And sure enough, I mean, Dogbert is already like chomping at the bit to follow this trail because there is still a lingering smell of fish stew, and there are large chunks of turnip and carrot and onion and fish and herbs. Probably a lot of dill in there.
If we don't get out of here soon, people are going to expect us to tidy up. So
I know, and that's the worst possible
We did
scenario.
promise to put the
so
bins
let's-
back, but oh well.
I don't want to do that. That doesn't sound like a prudence job. So let's get out of here.
All right.
Okay, as you hear the voice of Alma Gustafsdottir go, "What in hell is going on?"
Cheese it! Cheese it, everyone!
you
Cheese it into the forest.
woods. Just
Why do you
yeah.
always have to cheese it into the forest?
Okay, you follow the trail, and there's a lot of chunks in this soup. It goes for quite some time. You follow it for like a few hundred meters straight into the trees, you follow sort of the thing, and then eventually you find like the rest of the stew, kind of just with a lot of shed fur, kind of like a big pile of it.
Yeah.
Who puts
and then
fur in soup?
Shed's back.
Shed comes back to life and dies. The trail is still there, but it is a little bit harder to follow. So could you please make me a wisdom, survival, or intelligence nature check, please?
Everybody?
Yeah. Well, anyone who wants to kind of
Okay.
help pick up the trail.
Okay.
Dogma is rolling around in the stew and hair.
15.
13.
Okay.
My wisdom is 17 minus 1, 16.
Great.
Wait, which
Alright.
one is it? Which one? Wisdom, nature.
Wisdom, survival, or intelligence nature.
Okay. Yeah, that's a 9, even with all
Okay.
the modifiers.
Berylwen is distracted by a tree that looks particularly good to rub one's back against. So it's just kind of like... Everyone else, it turns out that human's trail is not that hard to follow after all. Especially since it
Yay.
appears to be looping back toward the town.
Oh snap! Oh snap! What? It's one of the villagers, perhaps.
Yeah.
They were trying to throw us off the scent, as it were, and lead us into the woods, but they've just backtracked. So
Well, let's go back
let's
to the
keep
village
following
then.
the
Let's
trail.
follow the trail.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right,
yeah.
everyone, cheese it back into the village.
cheese it back.
So much cheesing going on.
No time to clean up.
You re-emerge into the town where you see Alma there with a big broom, just grumbling and sweeping up your trash pile.
Alma, you shouldn't have. I was about to. Oh,
we were
but you've
gonna
done
get
now.
to it.
You
So
had
it's just
better.
shenanigans.
We're gonna.
It looks like you've nearly finished though. So.
I don't know what you've done already. So
Yeah,
She
you're
goes-
probably in the flow of it. So
She goes back to sweeping, and it's just like you hear her like sort of saying a lot of oaths that are not savoury for the internet, and she plans to get hold of Bromine and make him pay.
I cast minor illusion
Yep.
on something that is sort of broken and untidy to make it look clean and tidy.
Okay. How does that last? How long does that last?
1 second.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Okay, yeah, cool. She like you see her
Look over
like
there.
pause, and she's like, oh. She seems really relieved that you've helped a bit.
Cool.
She seems pacified. Obviously, in a minute, she's going to be incandescent with rage. So you should probably
We'll have Jesus in the forest by then.
have a look about the place, if
Okay.
you will.
Yes.
Is anyone nude?
Are there any nude footprints?
I mean, I am.
Any
but
nude
that's-
people walking around other than Corazon?
There is like an elderly man who's just wearing like a loincloth, but he is outside scrubbing himself from a bucket of cold water. So you suspect that he is just performing his morning ablutions. Maybe a wisdom perception check, please, everybody.
Everybody, wisdom perception. Pew.
7.
Oh, that's a 19.
It's a dirty
18.
Okay. So, let's see. You see sort of people are sweeping up the tavern. A lot of people seem... You notice that most of the people in the town are going about their daily business because they only have so many hours of daylight to deal with, and stuff needs doing. People are sort of smoking fish and all this kind of stuff. You notice a lot of them are very nervous. Like, rumors about this creature harassing the bins had been going around, but now they know sort of more about what it is. They're clearly unsettled. Prudence and Corazon, you notice that there is one man in particular who looks quite nervous. When someone is just focusing on a task to hide the fact that they are really clearly unsettled.
Yeah.
You can see the blacksmith is there, just tink, tink, hammering on some metal. You scan over him, you're like, he's scared too. And then you go, wait a minute, and you look back. Because his forge is cold. And he is just hammering a piece of metal.
Suspect! I sidle over to the blacksmith and say, hey, what you got there? Looks like a cold forge, my blacksmith friend.
Offer him some honey, see if he bites.
And
Yeah.
so, yeah, Cold
I'm
Forge,
on one of
what's
his
with
I'm by
that?
one of
Yeah.
his shoulders.
I'm on the
Corazon's on the
other
other side. Yeah.
Wow, Cold Forge must be hard to do any blacksmithing with a Cold Forge.
Yeah, this must be a new kind of blacksmithing.
Yes, it's my specialty. It's cold forged steel. Do you want to buy some?
No,
Give it up, blacksmith.
I imagine it would be unbearable.
I look
to
at him
have that
closely
kind of- yeah.
for a reaction.
But when I say the word bear, what happens to his eyes?
Oh,
I certainly couldn't
It's him,
bear.
Corazon. It's Corazon.
His nostrils flare, and he's like, oh.
I sidle up as well, and I'm just
Okay.
having a sniff around.
I
Okay.
spin him around and cuff him.
Cuff him
Well,
with your pirate handcuffs.
because I did already have the die in my hand, so we're going to get
Okay,
to that
fair
in a second. Prudence, what's your armor class?
Uh-oh. What is it? What is that question? 12, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Surely not. Surely not. The scared blacksmith.
Okay.
Corazon. Help. Help.
Yep.
Could you please make me a Constitution saving throw, Prudence?
Oh no! I mean, I can. All right, okay. Well,
Just
you
like
should know that I've got Constitution for days, Johnny. So that's a 5.
Okay. I mean, what the first thing you notice really is that you've taken 14 points of piercing damage.
What?
As the blacksmith has turned into kind of a large bear humanoid
14?
hybrid, and it's just gone, and then shoved you over and started absolutely running again.
Oh, dang!
Oh, it's
like,
on.
Oh, he took a chunk out of me. Everyone after him.
We'll
Okay.
probably probably
I'm
roll
after
initiative
the
at that
bear.
point.
I
Get it.
chase him on Dogbert.
It's initiative
I'm
time.
chasing as well, and I kind of roar at Dob in a heel way.
I don't know what you're on about, you crazy bear, and I can't sleep at the escaping
Ain't
person.
nobody
Okay.
understand
Hey.
you, she-bear.
All right. Roll me initiative.
Oh,
Oh, all right.
oh, we're there. Okay.
Everybody, I
you
insist
bet.
that you ruin this bear.
17.
Oh, 9.
19.
17 also.
11.
17.
This bear man.
Job. 11 is
bear man.
Merylwen, and was that a 9, Prudence?
There's
There's a 9.
bear
9 over here, yep.
man Running
Okay,
down the
Egbert,
street.
you're first.
Has Dob cast sleep at it yet or not?
No one's done anything yet, right?
Yeah, I'm
Egbert,
gonna...
if you wanna pass your turn over, we can stop it running. If you want to do stuff to it.
No, it's fine. I'm on Dogbert. I'm probably an even match speed
Yeah,
wise, probably.
Yeah, I think the request to cast sleep came in just a little bit too late, so we'll carry on with initiative order.
I'm gonna stand on top of Dogbert, like I'm surfing on Dogbert's back as we sprint towards it, and then I'm gonna use that momentum to launch myself forward into a flying tackle and try and tackle it to the ground.
Amazing. Okay, that's a strength athletics check, please.
Is this to grapple or just to get up on Dogbert?
That is only a 7.
Oh.
I mean, it looks really cool when I
You
stack
get
it.
up onto Dogbert, you're like, oh my god, I'm actually finally doing this. And then you don't so much jump off as you sort of just do a weird roly-poly. You're just like, and you land...
Crunch, 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 crunch.
Yeah, you land basically like at the feet of this werebear, which kind of...
Here again.
It jumps over
You
you.
must stop
so-
meeting like this. Really.
It jumps over you like a football player trying not to, get
Okay.
stacked from a slide tackle, and it turns and growls. So it's not fleeing anymore for the moment. Dob, now it's your turn.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still going to try and cast sleep. What the heck?
We rolled the same initiative.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So yeah, it's you can choose who goes first.
I mean, I was going to bring it down with grease, so just to stop it running away.
If you're going to do anything, you should go first, because if I do send it to sleep, anything that happens after that will wake it up.
Will wake it up.
It has stopped fleeing, though, right? You said, Johnny.
Sure. Yeah. But
if it stopped
You can make it fall over.
I've
I
had
mean,
too
if
much
it's
grease.
asleep, it'll be asleep. So go for it, Dob. I thought it was
Okay,
still running.
I cast sleep. Apart from anything else, my sleep spell gives me a good sense of how strong a foe is. So
Yes, indeed. So roll it. How many do you get now?
but an additional 2d8 for each slot level above first. Oh god, it's a spell slot question. Shall I just make it 68 because that's the normal but +1?
68 dice.
I roll 68
time.
dice.
Yeah, I thought it just got... Yeah. You can add an additional 2d8. So it's normally 5d8. So if you cast it in a second level spell slot or higher, you'd be rolling 7d8.
Yeah, and I'm for sure doing that. You know
Okay,
me
cool.
and my spell slot management.
Oh, yeah.
All right, someone else count the maths on this.
Okay.
4. 1.
5.
1.
6.
4.
10.
7.
Okay, 17.
4.
21.
Wait, how many have I rolled?
6.
8.
29.
It doesn't even blink.
Oh, no.
Right, guys, this is
Oh.
this is a strong old bear.
Oh.
And I put my hands on my hips and go, "Oh, that is a strong old bear." And I guess that's my turn.
Okay, Meryl then. Oh,
I was expecting more, Dom.
Corazon.
Grease it.
Grease
Alright.
it.
Grease it right up. Grease it down.
Okay.
Greasy
It's
bear.
old school.
Yeah.
Grease that bear.
The bear needs to pass a
Dexterity
check.
saving throw.
Okay. What's the DC?
Spell save DC is 14.
Yeah, an 8 won't do it. The bear stacks it.
Yay!
On to me.
Bear down.
Um.
No, he's next to you, isn't he?
Crushing Egbert.
Crushing Egbert.
Now finish him off, folks. I say.
He lands next to you. Yeah, not.
Do you mean Egbert or the bear?
Whichever.
on the ropes.
Yeah.
Corazon
That's our
says,
chance.
whichever. I'm
Player's
done.
choice.
I'll be in my
Prudence.
trailer. Wow, alright, me and my
What say
14
you?
points of damage limp towards the bear. I Eldritch Blast it, of course, with a double-pronged Eldritch Blast, Agonizing Blast duo of
Okay.
blasts. But one of my arms is almost hanging off.
Yeah. So, kind of.
So it looks
that
real
one's
painful.
Gonna rock it back like a
Yeah.
shotgun blast. Oh,
I pop it back
no.
into the socket, and then I cast Eldritch Blast.
Oh wow.
Right, okay. Here we go. So, 2 rolls.
Mhm.
2 rolls.
Looking to beat a DC of 11.
Okay, alright, well... Oh, yeah, okay, well on one that's 10, and on the other that is a... that's a 17. So,
Okay.
what?
1 hit. Okay, roll.
One
damage.
hit. And then I'm
good
going
on.
to roll you damage. And I'm going to add my charisma onto it, because that is an agonizing blast, y'all. So,
Mhm.
get agonized. Ooh, okay. That is plus my charisma. That is a 12.
Okay.
Is that the noise
Right in
it
its
makes?
bear schnoz. Right on the bear snout. Yeah, I do like finger guns. Pew pew, Eldritch Blast. In the
it-
bear snout.
It roars in pain and frustration and starts like pouring at its
Yeah.
snout. It's like,
How do you like that? Probably not a lot.
It
Yeah.
doesn't
Bear
like
man.
that at all. It's going to. Okay, so right, it's prone, so it's going to be disadvantage to this.
Yes.
AC, please, Egbert.
Oh,
What
you
do
got
you
loads
roll?
of it.
17.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It sort of like it slashes out with a claw and just misses, and just rakes back a pile of leaves. Right, we go
That's
around.
our
again.
Egbert.
Egbert, what do?
We're lying on the. We're both sort of on the floor right at the moment, and he's
Yep.
like,
Covered in grease.
acting in his snout.
Covered, yeah.
Yes.
I'm not. Oh, am I covered in grease as
I
well?
mean, at this point, I'm sure you are.
I mean,
Oh,
are you
yeah.
within a 10-foot square of the bear?
Yes. Yes, I am. All right. Well,
Enjoy the free grease. You're welcome.
I was going to try and tie its legs together, but I can imagine trying to tie a knot while covered in grease is.
What kind
Well,
of
I
grease
like-
is it, Corazon?
Just, greasy grease.
But like chicken grease or
Yeah, but
would
is it
imagine
flammable? Is that what?
Look, I don't
is that what
ask
you're
where it
asking,
comes
Prudence?
from. It just comes out of a special
Gland.
I have. I guess because I'm producing it, it would be animal grease.
Oh, all
It's not
right.
plant grease.
You know, sometimes when you wish you hadn't asked a question. Carry on,
Yes.
please, everybody. Yes,
I just express it from my body.
I said.
All right.
That's
Well,
answer enough.
if it's covered in flammable grease,
Yeah.
why don't I just use my breath weapon thing on it?
Remember, you can attack
You
twice,
are.
Egbert.
Can I?
Burn the bear. Burn the bear.
Burn a bear.
I don't want to kill it. I don't want to kill it.
Yeah.
Have I got a, have I got like a
Remember when I cast a fire spell on the grease?
Yeah.
Did it
It
go
was
badly
great.
wrong?
No,
and
it was
Prue and
fine.
I kind of had a bad time. We burnt the
Yeah,
building
it's
down.
fine. It's fine. I've got resistance to fire. I'm not fireproof,
Okay.
but I do have resistance to fire.
Yeah, that's
So-
true.
Burn
So
the
if the
bear.
fire does 1,000 points of damage, you would only take
You're-
500.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna do it. Why not?
Yeah.
Do it,
Sure.
Egbert.
Okay, so 15
Rah,
foot
rah,
cone.
rah. Burn
I need to
the
make.
bear.
I need to make a dex saving throw, don't I, to avoid.
I
that?
Give
probably
me a
do too.
bee.
But yes, it's a
Uh,
dex saving throw.
Okay, well I rolled a 2, so let's just safely assume that the bear is on fire. Just roll me a d4, please, Egbert,
A D4.
and don't roll a 1.
I'll do my best
Uh-oh.
not to do that.
Yep.
Which one?
It's the caltrops, little pyramid.
I don't think I've got one of those.
Okay.
You don't have a
You
pyramid.
must have one.
Roll for him.
I don't have one of
Mystical
those in my
pyramid.
little box.
I'm so excited for someone else to roll for Egbert with this enormous responsibility.
Yeah, I
have
don't wanna
rolled
do
a
it.
3.
Yeah.
Good. There we
You
go.
Thanks.
remarkably do not catch fire.
Yes.
Oh.
So
Tell you-
roll me the damage, please, for the bear, and then let's double it because grease.
Well, yeah, but also I get an extra D6 damage on my breath weapon anyway at this level, so
Oh, great.
it's gonna be 4. Is that gonna be 4d6 then? Because it's 2d6. No,
Roll me.
it's 2d6 damage on a failed save plus an extra d6. That'd be 3d6. That'd be 6d6 for the
Yeah, we
grease.
can do it that way. Sod it. I was going to say roll 3 and then double it mathematically, but just roll 66. Why not?
2, 1. That's 3. 5. That is 8.
8.
6. That is 14.
14.
2. That is 16. And a 5. That's 21. Presumably it bursts into flames, Johnny.
It really does. It stops, it drops and roars.
Hey!
Basically, it's just it's an absolute agony. It's just roaring endlessly.
Yes, good. Good.
You hear shouts coming from the town as people kind of rush to see what the commotion is.
And they see the mayor on fire, and we're all stood around.
the
Sorry, no.
the bear human hybrid sort of keeps rolling, and as the flames sort of die out, you see the form turn back into the blacksmith. I think we're out of combat now, and he's got, please, have mercy on me.
Yeah.
Hold me
fine.
back, Corazon.
Here's
Why
your
are
mercy.
you on
I
it?
No, I'm not holding you back. Here's my mercy,
Oh,
I
okay.
say, and I kick him in the ribs.
No, please. I know I bit your friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was startled and
Well, the
scared.
medical bills are going to run to the thousands, friends.
I was.
so-
I look.
I would like to touch
trying...
foreheads with the man,
Ow.
like we did when we were bears.
Dob, can you stop making
You weren't
out
a
with
bear,
the,
Dob.
with the suspect?
In a way,
He's
I was a
missing-
bear.
He's missing quite a lot of skin from his forehead, so he winces at this, but he submits
Yeah.
to it because he assumes that you're going to kill
My
him.
forehead kind of like stick in a way
Yeah.
that when we part foreheads,
Yes.
some of his is going to
Yes,
come
it
off
does.
on mine. All right,
Yes.
good. I do
it's
that.
Like licking a frozen coal, but with blood.
Ah,
And I
the
say-
worst thing you've ever said.
And I say, friend, how long has this been happening? How long have you been bear transforming? What's the deal?
I suppose it's been about a year now, and I wanted to stay in the community, so I tried to hide it. But the bins. the
Sweet bins.
bins.
Reach into the choir here, buddy.
You hear outraged shouts from the mob behind you. They're like, "It was him! He was the monster! We should burn him!"
Yeah, I align myself with the mob.
We already burned him a bit.
We already burned him a bit, and he didn't
All right,
like
calm
it.
emotions on the crowd.
They're like, maybe
Oh,
we should
babe.
burn him. He does seem to have been burned a bit. It's like,
Have you
Guys.
learned your lesson?
Guys.
I didn't mean to hurt anybody. I'm sorry about your arm.
Yeah, you should be. It's almost off. It's hanging by a thread. All dangly. Look at it.
Now that everyone knows your secret, surely you can do your blacksmithing in bear form with terrific bear strength and be the best, most famous blacksmith in the land.
Are you going to grip a tool without opposable thumbs?
With this, we'll rig up a sling or something, Corazon. As long as
All
it
I'm
takes.
saying is the medical bills.
I happen to be very wealthy. If I give you a lot of money,
Yes. Yes.
And if
Let
I
me
give
stop you there, blacksmith. Yes.
Okay. Could you ask the town to not kill me, please?
Yeah, definitely. We'll negotiate.
What are you
going to
do to control this
Are you
behavior?
sure? You sound very casual about this transaction.
Cash up front, and then we'll negotiate for your safety.
All right. Okay. All right. But you have to protect me as we go back to the forge.
Why should this bear man have to control his behavior? I think it's completely reasonable to turn into a bear.
Carry on.
Because he's messing with the bins. The bins.
The
bins.
Dog,
Can you think of the bins?
The precious bins.
Yeah, like he's cleaning up trash, if anything. He's
yeah,
helping.
we can spin it to the town, and he can live
Yeah,
here
yeah,
as a
yeah,
bear, and yeah, it'll be fine.
He slowly trudges his way back into town. Alma Gustafsdottir is just hitting him over the head with a broom as he goes. She's incensed that it was him making all that mess. He leads you back to the forge, and opening like a metal reinforced chest that's clearly of his own making, he shows you he's got about 200 gold pieces. It's like,
yeah, this should just about cover the medical expenses. I say.
I think I know what to say to the townspeople.
Pocket all the money.
Okay.
I
We take
turn
the
to the
gold.
townspeople and I
And then-
say, friends, if you don't accept that this blacksmith turns into a bear sometimes, we'll come back and kill you all.
Yes! Everybody wins. Dub, I love it.
Oh,
that's quite some
not the way I
diplomacy.
was expecting that to go.
How did it
but-
go over?
Make me a charisma persuasion check. Or no, intimidation.
Goo Dub.
Intimidation
Give me a
is
D. Give
intimidation
me a O.
is
Give me
charisma
a
still.
B.
Natural 20.
Oh.
Yes!
They are definitely more terrified of all of you now than they are of the blacksmith, and they just kind of go pale and they nod and they start to back up. Alma drops her broom and kind of inches
Yeah.
away.
That's right.
Let this be a lesson to you townsfolk about allowing your people to live as their true, authentic selves, whether it be a terrifying bear or otherwise. So there.
Bromine comes running into the town centre with a tiny gong and goes, and he goes,
Quest complete! Well done! That was great! Oh, wonderful!
Nice, and we brought it in at around the round hour mark. Good job, everyone.
So yeah, you prepare to leave this town, having threatened to kill all of its occupants, and having given the blacksmith a new lease on life. Prudence, obviously, your arm doesn't feel great.
No, it's almost off.
And just
Have I
between
mentioned?
you and
It's about
just
half
between you and me, you can decide to keep this a secret from the rest of the party or not. But you might have been cursed with a little bit of bear
Oh, dang! Oh, dang! I
How you
might.
feeling,
I might.
Prudence?
Oh,
it's a distinct possibility. That,
Feel good.
Yes,
Feel
you
good.
have.
Feel good and great, Corazon.
Okay.
Yeah? Because it looks nasty. I mean, do you want anyone to look at that?
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
no.
start sniffing it like.
No, I like it now. I'm keeping it.
I mean,
You know what I like? I like how our
smells
little
like-
band of adventurers is only 1/5 bears.
Wow,
it
I've
smells
certainly
like-
seen enough bears for one day.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to run across another bear anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. Beryl, when it smells like Cthulhu's corrupting influence. It smells terrible. Yeah.
Got it.
And that's the story of how you did a speed quest.
Thanks so much for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoy your PAX online and your EGX online. We're doing a live Q&A tomorrow, Monday, the 14th. At 7 p.m. UK time. You can still get tickets. There should be a link somewhere to follow if you want to come along and ask us questions about the Oxventure or Outside Xbox, Outside Extra, about Dicebreaker, anything you want to ask us. Get a ticket for that. Come along. We'd really appreciate it if you can join us.
That'll be 2 Eastern time and 11 a.m. Pacific. There you go.
Nice.
Off the top of my dome.
Thank you to Johnny for running another great Oxventure. Check out Dicebreaker on YouTube for more brilliant videos, and we will see you next time. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaur tycoon simulation where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos, or your employees, and they have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office, and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. And I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence. And these will allow the guests to see in. So I'll just add some path here. And you know what? Let's drop our egg while we're at it. And if I fill this up with grass, most of this is already grass, so let me fill the rest with grass. There. So this exhibit now I can click anywhere on the wall or on the ground and it'll pull up the exhibit pane. And there's a lot of interesting information here. And we're trying to get the taiga biome. So you can see we have to add some ruggedness and some wetness. So let's go ahead and add water. And you can see it's transforming, and there we go. We just got over to the rainforest. But we need to get up to taiga, so we wanna add some ruggedness. I'm gonna do that with the train tool. Add a mountain here. There we go. Now, let's hatch our dino. No, let's make a perfect exhibit. So now you can see here we need some bushes, some trees, and some rocks. So I'm going to go ahead and add those. Okay, you can see the meters filling up. I want some bushes that are meant for grass tiles. And you can see biodiversity is filling up. And I want to finish it off with some rocks. So granite. Perfect. Biome looks pretty good. Let's hatch our dino. There we go. This is Olive, our first dino. And people are going to start watching Olive. Pretty cool. And gotta get some donation boxes for them to give money. There's a lot more to do. We have to get food and a door on the exhibit so the vets can inspect the dino. And yeah, there's lots to do. So, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into how this game works, and there you go. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have a chance, check out Parkosaurus. You can get it on Steam currently. Yeah. Alright, thanks.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles. It also includes 3D printing and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
System.
Wow, it's really smoking quite a bit.
Take it off!
Welcome to Dinner and a Video Game, the show where we cook dinner and play video games. I'm now your host, Aaron Blaird.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Dinner and a Video Game, the world's worst video game cooking show. Are there that many video game cooking shows? I don't know, but this is definitely the worst one. I'm your host, Aaron Blaird, and over the next hour, we are going to be making falafel and playing Fall Guys. That's right, it's Falafel Guys. I'm so sorry. We're going to be joined by our special guest to play Fall Guys in a little bit, but let's get started making our falafel, and let's meet our ingredients. You know, I like my salt how I like my rain. Purple. Big Prince fan. There you go. Got some salt. There you go. Now cilantro. The ingredient the recipe here calls for fresh cilantro. I don't believe in fresh things. Some people say it tastes like soap. Some people say it tastes like cilantro. I don't know which is worse. There you go. Look, I love garlic. You love garlic. We all love garlic. We got some garlic right here. I didn't know that they made Tupperware in this small of a container. I think it's probably just to keep like your garlic cloves and maybe your human teeth in. You know, got to keep those human teeth fresh. You know, I always now here's the thing. I don't know how to pronounce this, but I think if I mispronounce this in church, I'd get thrown out. So whatever this is, it's supposed to be in there also. So just leave that unpronounced right there. And then of course, you know, I consider myself I'm always I like to kind of keep myself in astronaut training, you know, because just in case NASA calls, I want to be ready to go. You know, I want to shot up into space. So I'm kind of also always living my life like I'm an astronaut, which means I love food in tubes. So here we go. You need some dill? There you go. Comes right in a tube. I think if astronauts cooked, they would probably, this is the kind of dill they use in space. This is some space dill right here. So very exciting. And then, you know, we need baking powder. And when you need baking powder, you can have fun with it. Baking powder seems really boring, right? Well, if you're a fan of Jurassic Park like I am, there's only one baking powder to get, and that's Clabber Girl. Get it? Clabber. Okay, that's fine. The recipe also calls for black pepper, and you know what? I don't know. I just go for I'm a simple man of simple taste. Little black pepper in there. It's just why get fancy with it? You know? It's all spicy. It's all spicy. Let's see. I think for spice, speaking of spice, look, here's the thing. It says cayenne pepper. I want to go a little bit hotter. I want to get a little bit more dangerous. I like to turn it up, you know? We don't turn it down. We turn it up on Dinner in a Video Game. So here's the thing. We're going smoked ghost chilies. That's right. Oh, yeah, look at that. So smoked ghost chilies. Spicy and mystical. You know what I'm saying? It's the most cursed of spices. I like to think they used the dark arts to, like, you know, separate the chili's souls from their body, and then they burnt them at the spirit stake, you know? Tastes like eternal damnation. Delicious. The recipe also calls for coriander, but I don't believe that coriander exists. I also don't have any, so we're not going to add any coriander. So there you go. Live dangerously. And of course, the thing we need most for falafel is chickpeas. There you go. Look at those chickpeas, man. Those are some chickpeas. Look at these bad boys right here. Oh, yeah. It's like taking Han Solo out of the carbonite. Ah, yes. Now, the thing that's funny about this is, you know, I hate any kind of food preparation. You know, do you think Bobby Flay prepares his food? You think Gordon Ramsay prepares his food? You think Guy Fieri, that's right, I said it right, Guy Fieri, prepares his own food? I mean, they all do, yes, because they're world-class chefs. By the way, funny note, Guy Fieri, his real name is Guy Ferry. And he changed it to Fieri. His real name is Guy Ferry. He's from Ohio. That's my dream to have him on the show. But, so if you're watching, Guy Fieri, well played, well played. Let's get going, shall we? I think the recipe says here, drain and rinse the chickpeas well. Didn't rinse them, but that's fine. Pour them into your food processor, along with the chopped onion, garlic, cloves, parsley, flour. Okay, there's a lot of stuff we're not adding here. But the first thing I saw was, we need one more ingredient. This also calls for, here you go, right here. Also calls for 1 small onion quartered. What about 1 large onion halved? You know, I failed onion math in school. Does that equal about the same thing? 1 large onion halved, 1/4 onion, a quarter, whatever. Well, that's what we're doing. The only cutting board I own is Michigan shaped because I'm from Michigan, and this is really the worst. You couldn't ask for a worse shaped cutting board. It's just like, yeah, let's make a cutting board and then put a giant notch in it. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. So I got a big sharp knife right here, and let's get to chopping, shall we? Here we go. It says roughly chopped. So that's good because I don't know how to do it any other way. So, yeah, I don't know. Let's see here, all right. I always get a little worried about knives because they can kill you very easily. So it's important when you're cutting to tuck your fingers in, they say. You want to tuck your fingers in like this. So I guess so that's if you cut yourself, you'll cut the entire knuckle off and not just the tip of the finger. So, let's just lose the whole finger, instead of the thing here. So we're going to chop this bad boy up right here. And now the thing is, I think most people, there is a thing where people cry with onion. When they're cutting onions, people cry. And I don't think that's because of a scent or any kind of chemical thing. I think it just gives you time to reflect, on like the choices you've made, the poor choices in your life, and how you've trapped yourself into this moment where you're, all you have to live for is a internet cooking show. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I think that's why people cry with onions. Okay, so this feels roughly chopped. So now I think, all right, we're gonna put all this stuff in a food processor, which I borrowed this thing from my sister because I don't own one. So I guess let's throw all this stuff into the magic bullet. We just want a lot of chickpeas in here, right? So mostly chickpeas, I think. Feels pretty good. There you go. Got a lot of little chickpeas in there. Put some onions in there. There you go. Put some onions in there. And I don't really believe in like measuring things, so I think we should we'll just kind of take a little bit of everything, kind of throw a little bit of everything in there, right? We got some cilantro. It's probably good. Has anyone ever missed by shooting from the hip? Yes. Ooh, here we go. Well, you can tell I don't use a lot of cumin. This smells to me, whatever this is, smells to me like falafel. Like when I think of falafel, I think of this smell. So there's a lot. I'm going to put a lot of that in here. We got the black pepper. There you go. Yeah, let's put that in there. We want it nice and spicy there. Purple salt. Purple salt. That's right. This is, by the way, as much workout as I'm going to get today. That's my workout. All right. Ooh, look at this. You know what this looks like? Is when you move your trash can away from the wall, all the stuff that's like in the corner, that's exactly what that looks like. And we're going to eat it. Time for some space food, baby. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's space food for you. Wow, this smells not good. Doesn't smell good. Get some fresh garlic in there. What is this, a bulb, a clove? What is this considered? A nugget? A nug? Is this a sweet garlic nug, as I call it a lick nug? I feel like, look, humans are never going to adapt unless we make ourselves stronger. So why not just start eating things that aren't edible, How did Neanderthals first figure out what they could eat and what they couldn't eat? How did they first figure it? It must have just been trial and error, right? There's no other way. It must have just been completely like, hey, Bob. Or it'd be more like, hey, Ugg, eat this, and then we'll see if you die or not. Which is, I guess, I feel like in this story, I'm the guy who does that. I've only given myself food poisoning 4 times in all the episodes of Dinner and a Video Game. And by the way, if you want to see Dinner and a Video Game, go to blade.tv. Every Saturday night, we do it live. It's just like this, only you get to make fun of me while I'm making it. Pretty exciting, isn't it? I mean, you're making fun of me now in the chat, so there you go. All right, so here we go. Put this in here. Perfect. Perfect. All right. There we go. All right. It's just Oh, you know what we forgot is our dark and mystical ghost chili. We almost forgot about that. I'm about to sneeze and I don't know. I think it's my body already rejecting the falafel. All right, that's good. You know what? Less less. Normally less is less, but with ghost chilies, less is more. That phrase doesn't make any sense. Okay, here we go. So now we got our little magic bullet here. Let's take a look. There we go. Boom. Okay, we got this thing. I've never used one of these before. Mad NutriBullet. I don't know. Ooh, it's got a little fan down there. I kind of feel like everything we create as humans from now on should have a speaker in it, you know? We should just have a Bluetooth speaker and everything. So I'm a little disappointed that I can't listen to music while we're doing this, but I guess that's the way the falafel crumbles, you know? I really should have tested this out before we were shooting, but I don't care. I guess I don't care enough. Okay, there's a switch on here somewhere, right? The question is, where's the switch? You guys see that? Is there a switch somewhere on here? Oh, I wish I was listening to Cardi B right now. This thing had a Bluetooth speaker. Wait, is there a thing? How does this... There's no switch on this. Wait, am I crazy? Wait, there's no... I totally should have done this before we were recording. I don't know how this works. There's no switch on the thing. How do you turn this thing on? That says safety precautions. That doesn't say how to turn it on, does it? Unplug, read instructions. I don't have them. Do I just do this manually? That's not gonna work. I think I'm gonna have to call my sister. This is not a joke.
Hello?
Hi. Hey, I'm doing it's different video game, and I'm not kidding when I say I cannot figure out how to turn this thing on. There's no switch on it, dude.
No, you just you put it together. Did you put the top and the bottom?
Yes, yeah. I'm ready to go. I got all my ingredients in there, chickpeas and everything. I just don't, and it's all screwed in. But there's like, and I'm not kidding. There's no switch on it, right?
No, you just push it down and turn it, and then it starts.
I push it down and turn it.
Yeah, you put the whole thing in.
Okay, it's in. Okay, it's in. The whole thing is in.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah, it's plugged in. And then what do I do?
And then you just push it down and turn it.
I push it down? Oh! How do I... Jesus Christ. Okay, alright, I think I got it. Thanks, dude. Thank you. Alright, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Push it down and turn it. Got it. Okay. That was really scary. But it does work! Okay, great. So push it down and turn it. I think it's very thick, which is good. I think I would just want to get the chickpeas. I see. You know what? Can I just say something? I'm tired of this thing where we don't have buttons anymore. What happened to buttons, man? You know? Our phones don't have buttons. Look at this. How do you even work this? I mean, I guess it does have a button on the side. But, you know, no buttons. Our TVs don't have buttons. This thing, would it kill them to put a button on here? It doesn't all need to be hidden and intuitive and where's the UI? I mean, Jesus, God. It's like video game controllers have more buttons and everything else has less buttons. I'm out for it, man. I think it helps if you shake it, you know? It's like you're watching Gordon Ramsay's masterclass, right? It's basically that. Ooh, there you go. It's not bad. Oh, this is, you know what? I gotta say, not too shabby. What's the difference between this and hummus? Anybody have any idea? Isn't falafel just deep fried hummus? Oh yeah, look at that. All right, oh, okay. Pipe her down. There we go. All right, we got a bowl full. This should be enough, I feel like, to kind of get our Alright, stuff together here. Alright, that's solid. I don't know what this would be, how much this is, but this feels like enough. So we're supposed to refrigerate this right now, alright? So let's go and we're just gonna put this in the fridge. Here we go, let's go to the fridge, there we go. Put this bad boy, oh yeah, look at that. No, don't fall, no, God. Son of a, God. The milk's just jealous, I think. There we go. All right, stay there, stay. There we go. All right, so first step of the process complete. I think now it's time to play a little Fall Guys.
Hey everybody, welcome Sonia Reed. Hey Sonia, what's
up? What's up? Took you a while to join the game.
Well, I'm not smart and good with things, and I've been trying to make falafel. Have you ever made falafel?
I don't think I ever made falafel myself. Is that what you've attempted?
I'm trying. So far, I got some beans chilling. I got some things chilling. We're gonna see how it all works out. I'm hopeful, but you never know. You never know. How hard?
Godspeed.
You mash up a bunch of chickpeas. You put some stuff in it. You fry it up. Right? Seems easy. We'll see.
Seems easy.
Seems easy.
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. Fall Guys. Let's get into it. Right?
How's your Fall Guys adventures going?
I've played a little before. It's fine. It's all good. It's falafel guys. Get it? Falafel guys. See the pun there? The not a good. Okay. Wow. I've never seen someone physically in pain from words.
There's a lot of emotions I'm processing after hearing that.
That's right.
And I'm gonna channel them all into our gameplay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Gonna do that.
I love it. My controller turned off immediately, so I don't play with
good.
the.
You don't need a controller.
Yeah, I do need a controller. I'm not a keyboard mouse guy.
It's WASD.
WASD. WTF. WTF. I'll come back at you.
A gamer. What happened with the WASD?
Why did you ever think I would be a gamer? That's on you. All right. So wait, hold on. I kind of think. Here's the thing for me. I'm very superstitious about my outfit, so I'm gonna get a quick outfit. I'm going. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Let's see. We got the beach ball. I'm gonna go mint chocolate chip.
Ooh,
I'm gonna make myself a little mint chocolate chip here. You look good, you feel good, and that's it. You just feel good. That's what it is.
I really wanted to have the lightning bolt because I thought it would make me faster, but I think that ultimately. I think the racing stripes.
Oh, bold move.
I think the racing stripes are going to be where it's at.
All right.
This
respect.
is it.
I have
20% faster.
Wow.
Don't tell anyone.
Also, they're slimming. I appreciate that. I normally wear black, but I think vertical stripes are, it's very slimming. Very slimming.
I need that. All right, ready?
All right. By the way, I've never played this game with anyone else, and I've only played it a few times. I'm very nervous.
I think we're in for a treat. I'm just gonna jump in.
If nothing else, we look good. Okay, here we go. Wait, all right. Are you in? Are you playing?
I'm dropping. I'm
Me
falling.
Too. Me too. I'm dropping.
As the name suggests, we are Fall Guys currently.
We are currently Fall Guys. They could have called it Patsy's, but I feel like Fall Guys is also good. All right. I get nervous. I don't like to play these battle royale games because I get I'm right now, and I'm not.
Sweating?
I am sweating, but that's because I don't have air conditioning.
That's
but
normal.
B, I am like legit, and this is not a joke. Like for the show, I'm legitimately nervous. I'm not like pretending. I'm like honestly very nervous.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, you have a lot to be nervous about.
Wait, what do I have to? Why? Because you're so good at this?
Because.
Okay, DoorDash. So this is some of the doors are fake and some of the doors are real, right? Okay.
I'm sweating now that you said that. Now my hands are sweaty.
See? I know.
Mom's spaghetti. Let's go.
Here we go. Mom's spaghetti. Here we go.
Right.
There we go.
I'm feeling nervous seeing all these skins.
Oh, I think you're right behind me. You're back into the left. You see me?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to follow you.
No, don't. That's a mistake.
You seem to know what's up. Yes!
Oh, no!
It's a good one off the bat. It's a good one off the bat.
Crap. You're already so ahead of me.
Oh! I don't know how that happened.
You got totally knocked back.
Wait, come here. Where are you?
There we go. Don't follow. Don't.
No, come here. You seem to know what's up. Here, come here. Just,
Yeah, there we go. Oh, I fell down. Don't try to punch me. Violence is not the answer.
This is
By the-
too.
this-
I saw that they spelled color when you change your outfit, COLOUR. So
Oh,
you got some Canadians up in here.
I love it.
Love this.
I will say this is exactly me and all my friends going to Taco Bell at like 3
This
in
is
the
it.
morning.
Run!
Go,
The fake
Gordita
doors, too.
Crunch.
I don't
Here
know
we
why
go.
they
Here-
added fake
Oh, I'm
doors,
doing
but-
great this round. Yes.
I might qualify.
Did you get in? Round over? Oh yeah, I got it. Did you get in?
No.
How could you? How could you?
I gotta live.
What number were you?
I didn't even want to look. I blacked out. I don't even.
It's all the whiskey you've been drinking.
That's it. It's all the Taco Bell.
Well, what happens now? Do I keep playing?
I mean,
Or do I
guess I'm
stop
gonna-
in solidarity with you?
No, I think I'm a cheerleader. I think I'm a cheerleader now.
All right. Well, this is gonna be quick because I'm terrible. I can't believe I qualified.
No, this
My
is
hands
great.
are so sweaty. It's like trying to hold a bar of soap.
Mine are sweaty just watching, so this is great.
Your hands are
just normal.
Sweaty in solidarity.
It's sweaty solidarity. Okay, wait. I want to watch you.
Well, can I also say, here's the
guy?
thing. Here's the thing. This is maybe oh, there we go. This is maybe an unpopular opinion.
Oh.
But I think in life, we should all have to wear, in our society, wear tails. Because then it's like, oh, who gets the parking spot? I don't know. Like, can you grab my tail off? Oh. Oh, damn it.
That's it.
Like when
Oh,
I
wait.
was...
Are you getting beat up right now?
I'm not getting beat up. I mean, I'm getting a bit roughhoused. All right, how do I grab the tail again? Oh, I'm diving. What's the tail grab? Is it B? Oh, F.
I love this.
Grab the tail. Grab the tail off, bro. Oh!
You got it. You just get it. It's not.
Just get it. Yeah, easy.
It's not that difficult.
Right, yeah, that's what they say about physics. Yeah, just solve the problem. What's the
Yeah,
problem?
just get
Just
it.
solve it. Just solve it.
What's
You know that
wrong?
problem? It's
All
impossible.
the
Just
answers
solve
are
it.
there.
Yeah, it's right in front of you, dude. Just solve the number thing. I thought it was...
I'm proud of you.
Oh, God.
So far.
I'm doing literally nothing to help my team. Oh!
But I think you're being more emotionally supportive than anything, and I think that's what really counts when you come down to it.
Give me that tail. Give me that tail. Give me the tail. I shouldn't be full of like bloodlust and rage in this game, but this game gets me more angry than like Dark Souls. Come on! Oh, we qualified. I did nothing.
You did?
I did nothing.
You qualified?
By the way, can I just say, like, I have never gotten this far in this game ever.
I got eliminated literally
I
off the
cannot
bat.
believe I'm doing so well. This is insane. This is crazy. If I win this, I'm just gonna cancel the rest of the dinner and a video game show and just continue and go and move to the woods. I think I've peaked in my life.
I don't know what to say. If you get a win right here, right now.
And I'm only half kidding. I thought this whole show was predicated on me being terrible at this game, and now if I'm good, I don't even know what to do.
Slaughtering it.
What do we do? Wait, what is this? What do I do here? Don't fall off. Okay. How do I punch? How do I punch?
Wait, I'm gonna try and find you. Wait, I got
How
you.
do I punch?
I think you click. You can grab people.
I'm on a controller!
Oh.
As soon as it found out I was on a controller, I died. As soon as that happened.
Oh no.
Moron!
So are you full? You're gone?
Stupid! Yes, I'm done.
Oh.
Alright, let's do another round here. Let's do another
The
round.
farthest you've made it, though.
I know! I think you're my good luck charm.
I am proud of you.
That's right.
If that means anything.
You know what? It does. It means a lot. It means a great deal.
Currency.
It's emotional, really. That is the only currency I like to deal in. I'm keeping my outfit because I feel like this is a good. Again, I'm very superstitious.
Yeah, and
This
it was
is the
easy
way
to find you.
It was easy to find. Are you keeping your outfit?
I'm immediately changing it.
Okay, good call.
Immediately.
I didn't want to say it, but pink and yellow is not your color scheme.
It was time. You know what? Hey, maybe I'll match.
Oh, and you know what? I'm realizing that you currently are dressed in pink and yellow after I said it's not your color scheme.
Yep, that was I wasn't gonna say it, but now I guess I'm gonna adopt your color scheme.
You know what I would never do if I were you? Wear yellow headphones. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, haha. That would be so lame if I did that. That would be so funny.
Tears make me strong.
Lucky they're not pink and yellow headphones. All right.
Oh, interesting. Oh, you're going, I see your outfit is exactly what my neighbor usually wears. Except he's like a 55-year-old man. Just shorts and no shirt.
Do you see this often?
I do.
Do you make an
very
effort
often.
to see this often?
Also, can I also say the body shape matches my neighbor as well. So, all right, this is, I'm basically, it's me.
And the tail and the furry
Yeah.
tail.
Oh, you know what? I haven't seen, give me a quick turnaround. Give me a quick.
I wish I could.
You can't flip around? You can't flip around? You can't turn your guy around? Oh, all right. I'm just gonna have to look at your tail when we play. All right, ready? Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
Oh, it's we're waiting on me. I'm in.
Just yeah. Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
Come on, let's go. He says to himself quietly.
All right, we need
Okay,
a
here we
team name. We're both mint ice cream
I agree.
little Jello dudes. I feel like.
You know what? Non-gender specific. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Gelatinous blobs.
Thank you. Yes.
What do you propose for a team name?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let's see. I think of ice cream. I think of summer days. Mint chocolate chip. It's like the mint is refreshing. It's cool, but it's sweet. You know, kind of like us. Cool but sweet.
Aww.
Well, I'm more the sweet and cool part, and you're the crunchy cone. You know, you're like the angry.
I'm that crotch.
You're the I'm like the beautiful sweet.
Yes.
You know, like, oh man, and then it's like, oh, I guess I'll have put it in a
waffle cone. I don't care, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Well, now that we've had our pep talk, definitely feel better about my performance coming up.
I'm trying to get you angry. You know, I'm trying to get that fire.
Dude, I don't even need it. I am flying through this. Where are you?
I am so far in the back, and you know what? I think by me being negative about our team, I think the Cosmos is really it's paying me back big time in a bad way. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah.
Dude, I'm flying through this.
I am not flying through this. I don't do well with discs. I'm not a big disc guy. F. No! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, stressed out. Oh no! Now I'm in the mixer.
No, it's
I'm in the mixer. I'm in the mixer. I'm in the mixer. Oh, go through the thing. No, it's not okay. Oh, jump through the window.
One of us might qualify.
Okay, you're the cool and sweet one. Okay, you're the cool and sweet one. You're very cool and sweet.
Yes, and this cool and sweet one is about.
No! Oh my God! I fell off. Oh, this is just embarrassing. If I had any, oh boy. Okay.
Oh. I mean, everybody gets one. You know, not everyone can handle this elite gameplay. And that's fine. You know, if you're not there yet.
I blame my outfit.
Just keep working. Is the controller not working? Is that why?
It's not good. It's not good. I'm excited though for you. I'm excited for you. And you know what? You deserve it. You deserve it. I can't wait to see. I cannot wait for you to bring. What are we called? The globs.
Oh.
We never came up with a name.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't really have a team name.
Yeah, our team name
really
is.
amping up our team, but we don't.
Yeah. What's the? I don't know.
Mint and teamwork, and we're really stretching all of our
the minty,
creative muscles today.
Yeah. The. Oh my God, I can't even think.
Mischievous, minty, murderers. Nope. Melty.
Concentrate on the gameplay. We got to get going here.
Can you find me in my little cute little shorts?
I'm following you. Yeah, this is great.
What?
You got a little tail there. You got a little. Oh.
There we go. Look at this.
Man, with those black shoes, that's all my neighbor's missing is black shoes and socks. You know?
You're watching this primo gameplay?
I am, and it's fantastic, by the way. You are owning. Oh, that was sad though. That made me sad when you didn't get up on the little box. Oh no. Well, now that I'm watching. Oh, there we go. Oh, dive through. Wow. I didn't realize.
Not taking chances.
I didn't realize you were so athletic. Oh, now you're kind of running like. It was like you were throwing up and running.
I am unhindered. Oh no.
Oh, not
in my little cute boxer shorts. I am quite unhindered in my own.
Oh man.
Oh.
Yo, oh, this is very bad. You might be completely last now.
Say that. It's okay. It's okay. We've got time.
plenty of time.
We can
plenty of time.
Oh.
Oh, wow. At least you're not that guy. Oh!
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's like my favorite rapper, Too Short. There you go.
There's still time.
There's plenty of time, although a lot of people are qualifying right now. I don't want to worry you.
It's fine. It's fine.
There you go.
Oh.
Yes, well done. Well done. There we go. There we go.
This is it.
Timing it well. Timing it well. Oh, get in there. Get in there. Yo! Okay. All right. All right. Well,
I'm sorry to let down the magnificent minty
the magnificent
murderers.
minties. All right. Well, I mean, look, we gave it our best. We gave it our best shot. I have to go make some more falafel stuff. So we'll keep playing in a second, all right? We'll keep playing in a second.
Godspeed.
Thank you. All right, we're back. So, time to cook our falafel. We've had that refrigerated. Now it's time to cook it. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so first of all, I want to get a skillet out. Here's the thing, man. You know, these cast iron skillets, they're not just cooking utensils. They're also good home defense, you know? Who needs mace? Who needs a gun? You got a weapon here. I mean, if you can lift it. It's kind of like, this is kind of like the Thor's hammer, like the Mjolnir, whatever you say, of cooking. So if you can lift it, then you're worthy to cook in it. Let's get that oil going. Oh yeah, there we go. Now I think we want to coat the bottom of this in oil there, so we'll pour just the rest of the oil there, and then we're gonna put it on medium heat. It says, so you know mine goes up to 10, it goes 9, and then it goes high. So what's a medium heat? A 5? I'm bad at math. I'm just gonna throw this in the recycling. There you go. Also known as my floor. While we're letting this bad boy heat up, we're gonna take our Jurassic Park baking powder. Clabber girl. I'll never stop making that joke. And we're going to add it to our mixture. Here we go. Here's our little falafel mixture. Look at this. We made this, guys. Ooh, that's cold. Okay. And kind of gross smelling. I think we're supposed to want to make... This is supposed to be fluffy. So I guess adding baking powder is going to make it more fluffy. I don't know how chemistry works. I don't know how cooking works. Why do I have a cooking show? Nobody knows. They've been trying to stop me for years. It does smell a lot like falafel parts. So I think we're looking good there. All right, so mix all that stuff up there. Give it a good mixeroo. Okay, perfect. Here we go. Little baking sheet. Put that right there. I guess we're gonna like make little balls. I mean, is it this easy or is it this hard? I feel like there's a major piece I'm missing, but I'm also not really looking at any more directions because who cares, kind of. Like Montel Jordan, this is how we do it. A lot of people don't know, but that song was about making falafel. Montel Jordan, big falafel guy. I don't know if you read any of the liner notes of any of his albums, but just couldn't stop talking about falafels. Let's make one dessert falafel. I'm just going to put a few chocolate chips right in the middle of it there, you know? Just a couple. Just a couple chocolate chips. Just, you know, a little... Has anybody ever made a dessert falafel? Because we could be making history right here. On Dinner and a Video Game at PAX. Special one. There we go. A little bit bigger than the rest. It's not about the size. You know, it's how you fry it. Okay, let's try our first falafel. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I thought it was going to be like, you know. I don't know if I expected, like, the end of Indiana Jones, you know, where they, spoiler alert, for a movie that came out a million years ago. You know, and they open the ark and it's like, I was expecting that, kind of. Instead, it's just kind of like a slow little bubble. Okay. It is bubbling, though. Let's turn up this heat a little bit. You guys, I'm very excited. This is a chance for me to, again, to do something to use something I've never used before. In a little segment we'd like to call, Hey, look what I got.
what I got.
Look at this thing. This is going to be perfect. This is probably what it's for, but I've never made anything in hot oil before. I once used this, and this is not a joke. I have a lot of crickets in my apartment, and I use this to capture a cricket. And that's all I've used it for. And can't remember if I've washed it since then, so there you go. Oh, this guy. Ah, that's bad. Oh, damn it. I guess you want to keep turning them so they cook evenly, but... You know, if we make falafel hash tonight, I'm fine with it. It's around this time when you're making your falafels that you want to question your life choices. Okay, so don't forget to do that. All right, now let's use this little thing. Right? Scoop it out somehow. Kind of get those in there. Perfect. All right, nice and crispy. This guy I feel like is pretty done. No? Oh, that's great. Look at that. Look at that little... I guess if you're doing it right, they'll just look like turds, apparently. This dude is just soaking up all the oil. That's just an oil bomb right there. But these guys are not looking bad. Not too shabby, man. No smoke so far, knock on wood. These are smoking hot. I mean, they're not the best looking falafels you've ever seen, and they probably won't be the best tasting, but hopefully they will be edible? I will say this is going to make my entire apartment smell like fried falafel, but it's way better than what it smelled like before, which was just loneliness and sadness. Does weeping have a smell? Let me know in the chat. I'm using my thing. I'm using my oil. What is this? I'm calling this oil net. There we go. Get in there, dudes. Get in there. Oil nets. Oh, these look so much like turds. It's just delicious. All right. Not terrible. Not terrible. Ow. Oil's definitely starting to smoke a bit. Here we go. Here are our falafels. Yeah, look at this. Now these bad boys are pretty hot. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put foil over them. We're gonna let these bad boys cool down for a few minutes. We're gonna let these bad boys cool down for a few minutes, and we're gonna play a little more Fall Guys. All right, we're back. So far, I feel like, we both qualify, which is great. We're doing well. We're doing
separately in separate games.
Well, you know what?
After we both simultaneously failed, but yeah.
You know what? Glass is half full, glass is half empty, glass is too big. It's all about perspective. It's all about perspective, So I think I feel like when we qualify, that's a victory. You know?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? For the magnificent minties, or what are we calling ourselves? Mom Spaghetti? What are we calling ourselves?
Spaghetti. Yeah. Minty Mom Spaghetti.
Minty Mom Spaghetti. It just gets worse. We're terrible at names.
It's awful.
I think I am going to change my clothing a little bit.
Are you going to run around in your undies in solidarity with me?
I am.
Because I think that's how we do it.
I agree.
That's how we get the win. Aww.
I'm going to be the exact same I can't get a tail, though. Oh, I have a tail. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you definitely have a tail.
Does the tail come with the feet?
Questions I usually ask myself.
Who knows?
All right, you
maybe
gonna go?
This is my new look, like in real life.
You should dye your body green and get a. I'm not gonna say what about the tail. I'm sure you could find good. I don't know.
We'll cut that part out.
We'll cut all that.
None of this is making it into the show, by the way. / all of it will. Okay, here we go. Ready? Okay, so all right, look at us. Look at us. Oh man, this is teamwork. This is teamwork. We're ready to rock.
This is it.
All right, let's do it. Warriors, come out and play. Yay.
You got it. So how you feeling going into this game?
I'm feeling good. I believe in us. I think we've had some warm-up games, which is fine. This is going to be our time to shine, and I'm clapping to try to get myself excited.
I feel it. I feel like as a team, we've had our ups, We've had our downs.
Oh yeah, mostly downs. Mostly downs. I
Mostly
think.
a lot of downs, but
Mostly downs.
what goes up?
Must also come down. Wait, so you're saying we're eventually gonna fail? There's no
Yes,
way.
but we're gonna win before that. So
Oh right. Oh, I see.
know that one
We're
of those is
okay.
on the horizon.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe.
I'll say this: we're either gonna win or we're gonna lose. There you go.
A very accurate statement.
I try to be more zen in my life, you know.
Yeah. The middle
Either-
path. There you go.
Yeah, the middle path, exactly.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
I heard that. Okay.
I like our. I think we're the only people in uniform. This is the
I
uniform of
appreciate
the
that.
Magnificent Minties.
This is great. All right. Off to a good start.
Off to a great start.
Oh. Little last minute skirt. Okay.
Yeah.
Doing good. Wait, where are you at?
Oh shit! I'm stuck behind this thing.
No.
They say in race car driving, and you're a big car person, that I made it over. That you have to aim for where the crash is when the crash happens, because everything moves so quickly. You want to aim for where the crash is, because by the time you're there, it won't be there. That's how I do this.
Is that how you're navigating this in life?
Oh, boom! 25 in.
Oh no! Oh, 33. 33. We did it.
High five! High five!
Oh.
Well done.
Bam.
Well done.
Look at that.
Oh, look at us, and we're only one square away. Oh, we
Aw.
look great, by the way.
Thanks. Been working out.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
getting in shape, trying to fit into my
Box
tight little mint shorts. It's hard work, okay? It's hard work.
Oh my God! Wait.
Yeah.
Quick pitch to you. Do we, for Halloween, both go as our little mint guys?
In a green morph suit.
As we blow up. You know, you get those suits that blow up. We
Yeah.
just spray paint those green
That's
with a
it.
little like.
By then, maybe nobody will care about Fall Guys, but we can
Yeah.
do it in spirit.
You know what we should do? We should get like 50 people and just run around the town as these guys
these little
at
guys?
Halloween. And that'd be great.
Also, did you see me doing my warm-up stretches?
That was great. I need to do that in real life. I just fell right into the
No! Okay, well, I'm down here with you. Wait, you're ahead of me. Hold up. Wait,
Oh,
get
don't
back
act so
here.
surprised. Don't act so surprised that I have skills. Oh,
I'm
F.
very surprised.
Oh, crap.
Oop,
Oh.
I've skirted on the other side of this.
Oh, come on, guys. Everybody push the same way, you morons.
Just tell them a little louder. I think if you really...
Oh, sorry.
Just,
Let's go. Let's go. There we go.
Hey, we both
Well,
made
the-
it.
Oh, I'm
here.
so far behind. Gotta
here.
dodge the big Pokemon balls. There we go.
Come here. Oh.
Oh, that hurt. Definitely hurt. Let's go. Let's
At
go.
least we're in this together.
I don't get this part with the slime. This is tough.
I mean, yeah, you get it, but you don't want to get it.
You get it, but you don't want it.
Oh.
There we go. Yeah, 29. Did you get in? No. I thought you were in. Damn it.
You need to bring it home.
I'm gonna try.
Bring
what's our
home
name?
that
We don't have a
win.
good name.
Yeah, we do.
We do Magnificent Minties. What is it?
It's the marvelous multivitamin muscly
Mom Spaghetti.
Mom Spaghetti. Men.
What is Hoopsie Daisy? What is this?
Hoopsie Daisy.
What kind of cruel psychopath comes up with this? You know, this is, by the way, just a different color scheme, but basically Hunger Games. We all know. This is like a fight to the death.
The weirdest game of Quidditch I've ever seen. I'm into it though. All right, wait,
All right.
where are you? I gotta find you.
What is the goal here? What am I supposed to be doing in Hoopsie Daisy? Do you have any idea?
Hoop it up.
What do you mean hoop it? I jump through the hoops?
Hoopla. That's what you do.
I jump through the hoops? We're trying to jump through hoops? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Oh. I don't know if I'm watching you, but I think in spirit I'm watching you.
Well, for some reason, I guess because now I'm yellow. I mean, our mint chocolate chip stuff has turned into like French vanilla.
You know,
F.
I'm down for a little toffee, a little caramel. It's fine.
Little toffee. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, now
I like
we're
it.
switching it up. I like how your little bum, your little tail is still brown.
Yeah, exactly. Some things never change.
Zoomed out, it looks.
You know, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to.
You're
Is it
gonna
a
say
tail, or am I like turtling? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
You know,
I really shouldn't have said that.
one of
but-
us had to say it, and
Oh my god, get through the hoop.
That's what you get for saying that. That's what you get.
This is exactly how I operate in real life, by the way.
Struggling and fumbling
Yeah,
at
this
the
is me.
finish line.
I don't know, can a fall guy be your spirit animal asking for a friend? Get through there! Oh my god, I missed the hoop. It came down in front of me and I missed it. I'm just embarrassed.
We're
Oh, get through! Get through! Get through!
This is fake.
Come on. What? That's
I think if you just pinched off what you have going on, maybe you'll have more leverage to get through these hoops.
It is hard to run when you're turtling. I just want to put that out there. It's tough.
Well, yeah, put it out there. Like, just put it out and like get it over with.
My hands are so sweaty right now. I'm wet. I'm like, my hands are like Dagobah. It's like Yoda's home planet going on right now.
Oh my god.
I can't stand it. Ah.
No pressure. You're running short on.
I mean, I didn't do that. I qualified, but it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Did you still qualify?
Yeah, because we're on a team.
We're top
We're still
20?
in it. We're in it.
So we're bringing home the win, is what you're
We're
saying.
bringing home the win. Exactly.
I'm so proud. I'm shocked, alarmed,
Okay.
confused, but
Those aren't
supportive.
none of those are okay. The last one was a good
Supportive.
feeling.
It's
All
in
the other
there.
ones are fearful. You're just like jump club. Jump over the spinning beam and avoid flying into the slime. Okay, here we go.
Oh, this is fine.
This is
is
far
it.
and away as far as I've made it in this game,
You
and I'm
don't-
very
you
nervous.
don't have to
Look at how
climb.
wet these palms are. Soaking wet.
I can
Soaking
see them
wet.
glistening from here.
Soaking wet.
All right, let
Am
me
I just gonna
find
get
you.
smacked right now? Oh, we're back to
No,
our
you're
mid
too
chocolate.
short. I'm used to that. It's fine. Wait, where'd you go? I just
I'm
had you.
running because I want to get this.
Oh.
There we go.
There we go.
How do I?
Nice. Oh.
Oh, sorry, I fell down.
Just try and maybe if you like click in the joysticks, you can grab someone.
Oh,
Try
grab
that.
someone. Oh yeah, you know what?
Whoa!
Oh, I got.
Yeah, show them what's
smacked.
up.
Oh.
Just-
Oh no! Stand up! Stand up! Get up! Get up, bro! Get up! Oh, there we got over it. Oh my god, that was very nerve-wracking.
You went for a ride. Yeah, grab
No!
someone.
Oh god.
Take someone with you. If you're gonna go down,
Yeah, good point.
take that. Yeah, take him with
Oh
you.
no! I got too handsy. I got too greedy.
You're
I got
supposed
too
to take
handsy.
it with you.
I got too handsy.
Oh, it's too slippery. Your hands were too slippery.
That's what it was. My hands were too slick. All right. Do we try one more game and then call it?
I think we need to.
One more quick game.
For our own self-esteem and.
I don't want to
team's
see these
selves.
winners. I don't care about winners. I care about us. I mean,
What?
we're also winners. I don't mean to say we're not winners. We're
Yeah,
gonna, you know what?
same.
We're gonna take it home. This is it. This is the one. This is the last game we're doing,
Mhm.
and this is gonna be great. I'm
feeling it.
I'm excited. I'm proud of us. Go Team Minty Mintersons or whoever
Team
we are.
Interests. Is there any like pre-game prep you want to do beforehand together, just to get our stretches in?
Let's see. Is there any pregame prep? Yes. You know what? I'm gonna read us the most inspiring speech of all time. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Good morning. In less than an hour, aircraft from here will join others from around the world, and you will be launching the greatest aerial battle in the history of mankind. Mankind. That word should have new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our petty differences anymore. We will be united in our common interests. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July and you will once again be fighting for our freedom, not from tyranny, oppression, or persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when our world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Well, now I'm pumped up. Now
Yes. Was it Bill Paxton or Bill Pullman? I get those two confused. Bill Pullman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, today is our Independence Day. All right. It doesn't really fit, but, you know, whatever.
We'll make it work.
Don't you feel inspired, though?
This is it. I'm so confident and so sure that this is the win right here that I'm
Yes.
I'm throwing us in. I'm ready.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm in. Let's go.
That's it. This is what we got, our cute little minty booty shorts, and we're taking home. We're taking it home.
We got the shorts. We got the tails. We got the, are they shoes or feet? I don't know.
Yes.
We got those too.
We got
don't
the
have
questionable
mouths.
placement of the tail, and we
Very
got,
questionable. I
don't
can't
need
not
mouths.
see it as a turd coming out now. I can't not see it. Just a turd. It's just, I think I've ruined Fall Guys for myself forever.
You really have.
I really have. I can't not see it. It's like when you know. It's like when you notice like a spot on the wall and that's all you see.
You're like, well, now what? You notice you have an eye floater, and then you're like,
It's an eye floater.
oh, it's there.
Yeah, it's there. It's always there. And now,
From
especially like
8 years of eye floater experience.
that's so many years.
It's been a long time. He's still there.
Okay, here we go. This is it. Oh, this is the one I failed at immediately. Hit parade.
Well, you know, it's your redemption. It's your web redemption here. Now you get to come back.
I don't mean to say it, but you just put an S in front of hit parade, and I think that's what I got going on here. You know, I'm sorry. I can't not see it.
You gotta do it. You gotta say it.
I can't not
It's
see
okay.
it. Who makes it across these, by the way? No one.
Yeah, nobody does. Haha, yeah.
You immediately?
Nobody makes it through that.
Oh, man.
So crazy.
I'm glad we're on the same team. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Oh, we're threading the needle. Threading the needle.
Ooh.
Come on, Minties. Come on. Yeah, come on, Minties. Come on,
working
Minties.
out. Okay.
Let's go. Pokemon ball time. Pokemon ball time. Nope. Oh, boy. Oh,
I got
jeez.
decimated.
Oh, here we go.
Absolutely decimated.
Up the side. Up the side. Up
Wait,
the
can I
side.
not
Let's
get
go.
up the side here?
Up
What do
the
I?
side.
Oh no,
Let's
I
go.
was
Let's
doing
go.
it the
Let's
wrong
go. Let's
way.
go. Let's go. And in 6. 6. Minties forever.
Oh, I might not have as good of luck.
No.
I'm not gonna lie.
Come on.
No.
Here you go. I can see you up the side.
No.
Oh, no. Sonya, no.
The speech wasn't enough.
It wasn't. I'm so.
It wasn't enough.
You know, I
Maybe-
blame myself.
Maybe we need a new speech. Can you, for yourself,
A new speech?
just pull out a new
Do I
speech?
have another speech?
You know, I got one.
Let's
Hold
see.
on.
Okay, I got a speech. Ready? I stay out too late.
Mhm.
I go on too many dates. But I can't make them stay. That's what people say. Taylor Swift, right?
Oh.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
You know,
I don't know. Are those the lyrics?
it's probably pretty similar. Listen, I was just gonna say "Oh Canada," but
there we
I don't
go.
know if that'll pump you up as much as it'll pump me up.
Wait, so what do we do? What am I doing here? Hoard the balls. Whoops, I kicked
Yeah.
one away. Whoops.
You're
I see a
already
ball, I
doing
kick it.
leaps
I
and
see a ball, I kick it. You know that about me. I see a ball, I kick it. That's
If
what I
there's
do.
anything I think of as soon as I think of you, it's that when he sees balls, he kicks
balls.
them.
I kick balls all the time.
Any kind of balls, and it's kind of become a problem.
Anything.
I can't take you out in public, and it's
No.
really awkward.
No, absolutely not. Unless it's among people without balls.
Yes.
Only ballless people.
That's it.
Take from that what you will.
Yeah.
Kids,
you're
dogs,
doing-
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Have to
Doesn't
be
matter who has
ballless.
the balls. And of course I'm talking about, you know, like volleyballs, basketballs.
Of course. Yeah. Tennis balls.
Yeah. I mean, I will also kick a kid in the balls, like regularly.
Like
just,
regular.
if they're misbehaving,
Get out
man, just
there.
kick them right in the I don't care. I don't care. I'll do it. I'll do it. They'll learn. They'll learn their lesson.
You
I am
know,
failing at this so hard.
You're going 1v1 with some MMA looking dude, and you're getting your ass kicked.
Yeah,
and that's all
that's
I'm
true.
gonna say.
I can't. You know what I'm terrible at besides everything?
Besides this? Or
Rocket
what? What were
League.
you
I'm
gonna
so
say?
bad at Rocket League, and this is basically Rocket League just running around. This is like, you know, if
you
Rocket
hugging
League is
someone?
hockey. What?
Did you just take a break to hug someone?
I don't, maybe. We have 0. Our team has 0. Oh, that's embarrassing.
What happened?
I suck. I'm sucking.
We had the team warm up. We had the hyped up speech.
I suck at balls.
You can't control yourself around balls, and that's the problem.
That's
the problem.
That's what we've learned. That's what we've learned, I think.
That's the
All
lesson
right.
that we pulled from today.
It's time to go back to more cooking. That's
You
it.
should. You
That's
should.
it.
Just go.
That's enough embarrassment
get
for
outta
one.
here.
All right, yeah, get out. Just go. Just go. All right, we're back, and now it's time to try it.
Time to try it.
So our falafels have cooled off. These babies are ready to go. First of all, let's try our chocolate falafel here. You can see the little chunk of chocolate in there. There we go. Let's give it a shot. Let's try it. That's not good. It's not good. We got some delicious pita bread here. Just gonna put that right there. Tahini sauce is what you want. I don't have that. I do have a different white sauce. I have Marie's Chunky Blue Cheese. Is this a good idea? Is this a bad idea? I'll tell you what it is. It's a bad idea, but we're doing it anyway. Boom. 1, 2, 3, right there. Let's go with some spinach, right? Gotta get some greenery in there. All right, there we go. Perfect. Bottoms up. You know what? That's pretty good. A little bit of spice in there. A little bit of the dark arts. A little bit of Internal Damnation. That's not bad. That looks like a legit something you would buy at a store and then immediately return. All right, so that's going to do it for tonight's Dinner and a Video Game. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much to Sonia Reed. Of course, you can follow her at OMG. It's Firefox everywhere that you can see someone. And if you loved what you saw tonight, please join us every Saturday night at 7 p.m. Pacific over on Bley.tv, BLEY.tv, for a live Dinner and a Video Game. And you can see all of our past Dinner and a Video Game episodes at dinnerandavideogame.com. Thank you, PAX. You guys look great. May all your dinners be delicious. See you next time.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX Online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX Online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX Online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and that's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure Cancer. Cure Cancer.
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause?
I think whether they're willing to die is irrelevant. Are they able to die for the cause? Don't underestimate that by itself, because then they can die for the cause unrelated to their willingness, and that is much, much more flexible. I'm not advocating the death of party members before their time. By and large, a coworker is much more valuable when still alive, most of the time. But like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. If the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save one person, they might say, don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here. It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool. The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, I'm not giving away my shot. If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the Book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo.
What's up, PAX? What's up, PAX? Oh, hold on. I hear some feedback. Let's give her that feedback. All right, there we go. What's up, PAX? What's up, PAX? I'll just real quick. Make sure everything's okay.
Anyway, my name is Rob Kovacs. And I am performing as 88-bit, my artist name for video game music. Pardon me for the moment. I do hear feedback on my end. Just get rid of that, and that's where it's coming from. Okay. Should be. All right, feedback's gone. Sorry about that. Thank you for being here. I'm super stoked, excited to be playing PAX. PAX Online. I'm going to be doing lots of video game music, mostly from the NES era, the Nintendo Entertainment System. And I'm going to kick it off right away. I'm going to quit talking. This is a very popular piece. You all probably know it. Bloody Tears from Castlevania 2. Let's double check, make sure everything's running okay. Checking with my Zoom call here. Everything good? It looks like it. Anything? All right. Looks like everything's all right. Thank you for being with me tonight. Again, I'm really excited to play for you all. Going to do lots of NES stuff. The next one is an entire soundtrack, not just one song. This is a little deeper cut. This is the entire soundtrack for a game called RC Pro-Am. It was composed by composer David Wise. You might know him from games like Battletoads, Donkey Kong Country, and this is one of his earlier games, RC Pro-Am, a game I loved as a kid, also super frustrating, but it's got a great soundtrack. So here is the full soundtrack for RC Pro-Am. recording as well. And how about now? Let's see. Anything now? Sorry for the. This is how you know it's. This is how you know it's live, everyone. We're not. This is not pre-recorded at all. So. That's better. All right. Good. Okay. I've been told to do RC Program again, so I'm gonna do that again since it was only a minute and a half. All right, Nick. I'm gonna let you go. Is that good? All right. Sorry for the audio issues. Here's RC Program again. I did quit Zoom. There's no Zoom. You know what? I take that back. I did not quit Zoom. I quit something else. Sorry, everyone. Sometimes this happens. All right, Zoom is gone. I want to move on with the concert. Thank you. All right. Again, that's how you know it's live, I guess. I'm over here in the Eastern time zone. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. So it's 12:30, 12:45 now, 12:40 here at night. But I had some coffee. We got some coffee here. A little neon cat cup. So I'm feeling awake. All right, moving forward. The next piece is the whole soundtrack for Marble Madness. It's an incredible soundtrack. If you're not familiar with it, you will be in a second here. I'm going to get right into it. I hope you enjoy it.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX Online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX Online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18 plus species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200 player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX Online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would like, let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because Liam, that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was like nothing to do, and it was really like boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this like environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to like participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense like I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and that's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure Cancer. Cure cancer.